Whoa, fingers just got pointed at me. That means that, yes, we are live. Welcome, everybody. You got the Dungeon Quattro now, since we have fantastic news. Genji had a child, not with his sister in-game. That's part of the plot, but with a real-life wife that he has, amazingly enough.
This is the weirdest intro ever.
With a wife, not his wife. With
a real-life wife.
Real life, yeah. Anyway, so congratulations, Tim. We are... Or Genji, yeah.
His name is in the damn intro.
What the hell?
Sorry. Whoa.
How's that imitation cheese over there?
It's horrible.
Good. All right, so welcome to the worst cold opening of any stream ever, but we're really glad to have you here, elated to get back up and playing after such a long gap. So what happened last time? The team was underneath a lake, and we're trying to find a way in order to discover a dagger that had rusted, that had never touched air before. And so they were able to complete the forging of a partially built dagger underneath the lake and retrieve that, bring it back, and have been able to get the peas of the moon collected thanks to a fairy friend that they had found. That fairy urine, very popular in the autumn, was leveraged. So we were at 2 of 3 of the elements that they have to use to be able to create the Ward of Everfrost. And the third one was Sorrow Lilies. And so they went to the Undying Lands of the Feywild and were able to, after an interesting portal bout, get pulled together and kill something that was trying to bridge the gap between the Feywild and the Shadowfell, two opposing planes off of the Prime Material plane. And the guys were able to pretty summarily destroy the giant skeleton abomination and some type of a lich that was trying to...
haircutted freak?
Yes.
The dickbag that wouldn't let me cast Bless 4 times.
Oh, yeah, I remember now.
Yeah. That's good.
That is like 3 times.
Good living. Good living.
Just counterspell, I think.
Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah.
He did. I got it off once, and then he dispelled magic.
But before that, he was counterspell.
No, he was counterspell and then dispelled magic.
As a reaction.
Yeah, so that was your play-by-play of what happened last time. So the guys have collected the Sorrow Lilies. They have popped back up into the Feywild. You all right over there?
Infamous sweep the leg peanut butter stout.
A peanut butter stout.
That's aggressive.
All right.
What does this sound to?
So the guys were able to collect the lilies and make a retreat out of the graveyard, and are now on their way back to meet up with Findus and be able to hand over all of the elements that they were supposed to bring back to the Autumn Court, and that's where we pick up. So you guys are breathing hard, sweat collects at your brow. You're starting to feel the pain of some of the shots that you took, and realization just of how far you must have traveled. Your bodies feel weakened, and you are caught up in the gloom of the environment. It seems like it's touched you in some way. You spill out of the graveyard and are propping yourselves with your backs up against the stonework that marks the division between the rest of the land and where the graves are located. Genji comes sprinting and diving out. You hear you hear his armor clank against the ground as he slowly slides to a halt, and everybody just somewhat lays there for a second, collecting yourselves. Genji, you see clutching the flowers in hand, almost as a bride walking down the aisle, just holding them close to his chest with a very tight grip. What are your actions?
So we're heading back to Xenopus's lair? Is that the where we need to go?
Do we feel like we got all 3 of the things we need?
I mean, did anyone get a description of the sorrow lilies? Because I think that's why we just have the whole bundle of flowers in Genji's hands. Is anyone hurt? Anyone need some?
I could use a rest. My name is Valka, and I'll figure it out as we go.
Wise words to live by. Yeah.
Yeah. I am at full strength.
Same.
Of course, the giants at full strength.
Yes.
Of course.
I'll walk up to Valkyr and place my hand on his head and Leon Lias and cast Cure Wounds on him. So
Roll it up.
I don't know if it's pronounced correctly, but
3.
How long was the trip from the
10.
lair to where we're at now? It was like
So you haven't really been able to keep track of how time passes here.
Fey fuckery.
It's an industry term that could be used, yes, to describe it. It's too hard for you to really be able to see how long time passes. You just know that after progressing for a while, the distance you cover seems to have more of effect on the change of the surroundings and like where you're located in the Feywild versus time passing.
Okay.
And so you really don't know. You just know that after a while you start getting really tired, and you know you need to kind of stop and bed down.
Did we fight anything on the way here?
No, we just
I
had
remember. I think we
the visions over here.
You had the fairy encounter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
right.
that wasn't
Yeah.
really a fight though.
Great.
I'm gonna grab the flowers from Genji and put them in my. I've got some room in my medicine kit to keep them safe.
Oh,
Okay. Are you doing anything to the flowers? You just folding them up?
No, I'm gonna see if from like growing up in the Northeast.
Give me a nature.
Okay.
I'm gonna.
Go ahead.
You already rolled.
I didn't see the roll.
No, I saw
I
it.
can't.
4.
So we needed some fire
So yeah, you guys look up, and Genji is still holding on to him, and Valkyr very daintily comes and just starts plucking petals off and folding them into nice little squares and putting them into his medicine pouch.
Genji, how are you doing? You alright?
I am very, how you say, shaken. We have traveled very far.
I feel chicken when I travel far too. Are you handling the news of your sister okay?
I
For
will
the second time for
move
us.
with utmost speed, and this is my only objective, is to leave here and go and recover her.
So then,
Do you need to go now?
I would prefer if we progress forward. Sorry that I actually sound like a man now.
Does he still have amnesia?
That's harsh.
Yeah.
we
I
we
sound
brought him
like
up
a
to
woman.
speed though. We had to explain to him in detail what had happened, but I mean, he still has no recollection of it. So,
Right. Yeah, I guess we wouldn't know based on the passage of time either if he's still.
So it was the last 10 days
Yeah.
gone.
But we wouldn't know.
Yeah, you don't
When
know
that was.
when. Well, you would have, because I would assume as you guys are traveling, you would be talking to him, and so it would be back in Baldur's as you guys were making your way down the coast south. That and you were coming up on Daggerford. I think would have been 10 days prior, just based upon travel times, and so he blacks out. Has no idea who Zero is. Has no idea
Oh my god.
about any of that. All he knows is that he kind of, from the Sunless Citadel, he's comfortable with you guys, but you have noticed him be a little bit more distant. You don't know if it's the brain injury that's caused this, or if a lot of the really tough trials that you guys have been through that have bonded you so much, fighting the zombie T-Rex and, him, you guys coming to defend him, some of the duels that he's had, he has no recollection of that, so he does seem a little bit
right.
more distant.
Oh jeez.
Okay, so the flowers are put away.
Yeah.
Right.
So do you need to refreeze the bucket with the dagger in it?
we've already handed this. Ed's emphasis already.
Yeah, he already has it.
We turned it in.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, this is after all that.
Okay.
So the only thing we have to take this fairy piss and the flowers, and he heads back to
All right.
Dandy Daddy. It's the worst.
Let's go.
So yeah, to your
Shall we
question
travel?
then, the great one, the chosen. We should head back.
The chosen one. Bronson.
No,
Oh.
the champion.
Not I, Val.
Bronson slaps Val. No.
Just point of order check here.
Yes.
The female elf is with us, not with us?
Yeah, Zendala's with you
Zendala's
guys.
with us.
We
Yeah.
just don't acknowledge her ever in conversation.
Well, she tries to talk to Bronson, and he gets all flustered, and his mustache is spin.
I know he's quite a failure with the ladies. Not I. For I can drink it all night.
I think you should have a loop be like. So then let's head back with much haste.
Okay.
Alright.
So I need everybody to do a Constitution saving throw.
Yeah. Ooh. Just need some new dice, bro.
Yeah, 24.
22.
21.
6.
Oh.
Somebody roll for Genji, please.
Natty's one.
Nat 20.
No
Well,
way.
he just had a kid. In his first roll in the session. Congratulations.
Not swinging.
Designated hitter for number 3, Tim Jones.
First up.
You're DM.
First up. Oh.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
God, I wish George Strait and Alan Jackson were here to do a duet of Designated Drinker.
A country classic.
What kind of character do you think George Strait would play?
Oh, jeez.
Would he be a fighter?
Can we do a fireside chat and pose questions like this? Because I've got the brand new fireplace out there.
Yeah,
that
let's
I
do
built.
that. Yeah.
And you saw it in action.
I did. What we will do is we will go through famous people and what character classes they would play in a D&D game.
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
T-shirt.
T-shirt idea. No.
It's a web show pitch. All written out there. What the fuck is that?
Yeah.
Intellectual property. Anyway, so Glaz, you take a level of exhaustion as you guys have been on the road for a while, gone through a big fight, and are currently going. Genji, you feel really good. Thank you. Zendala, seeing, what are you looking for?
No, I'm good. Fine.
Zendala, nearly seeing Bronson fall into the abyss. You see her clinging. You need exhaustion. Nearly seeing Bronson disappear into the void. You notice for, half elves are typically very measured in comparison to traditional humans that kind of wear their emotions on their sleeve. She is much more demonstrative of affections towards Bronson coming out of that. And you guys are seeing, this kind of tag team mentality start to develop with them.
Yeah. I'm not.
How's Zen doing? Is she weathering the Feywilds as well as we are?
Roll me an Arcana check if you don't mind. That's you.
That is a 15.
15. So internally, as you take stock of your connection to the weave, this is something you were taught to always, almost like a ping check, whenever you're setting up, two destinations for routing. You ping out to the weave just to see if you can harness anything, and you've noticed very strange fluctuations the entire time you've been here. Not as crazy as it was near the gates between realms, where a lot of wild magic was going nuts. But you are seeing that your connection with the weave is different here. Heightened in some areas and depreciated in others. Zendala has been hard to read because only until now has she got her focus back. And so
She has one now, right?
yeah, she
Rift needs to make us up.
as
That's not a mistake.
as you guys are going, she's going to be working on that to kind of see if she can get that thing seated in there. The beast has awoken from her nap. She's been doing nothing but talking about you, so you need to.
She's look at her
Yeah.
peeking in here hard.
Gotta pull that mustache.
I'm gonna eat one of those.
But you can tell that she is comforted. It seems, and as she's getting the focus set in, think of a lightsaber crystal. It won't really flare out right unless it's properly seated. And as she's kind of, it's almost as if you got the bunny ears on a television set and you're doing yoga to be able to get the signal coming in.
Yeah.
You see her trying to get the right signal as she's turning this and moving forward, and it is a comforted look, but then almost a little bit of concern here and there, like whoa, that's a really big shock, and you think that may actually have something to do with as well why she's being so demonstrative in her affections is something so fundamental to you. She's coming back in touch with that.
Cool.
That was a lot.
Yes, sorry.
You're
Very
intuitive.
insightful.
No.
So that's our marching order, and we're moving back.
Okay, give me a survival check.
Genji and I will be on point doing survival, so we'll still need other people to keep an eye out. Another natural 20.
Heating up. Yes.
For Genji?
Well, I'm rolling an advantage because
Yeah,
Genji's
dude, this old Papa Bear. God, look at him. I hope he's watching and that's not being a good father and being there for his family.
It's 2 natural 20s, the first 2 rolls involving Genji.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
Does this mean something?
It doesn't mean
Must.
anything.
Does
He's
it
got-
mean
I mean,
something?
he did say prodigious, so
Yeah, fair. Fair. Yeah, so
He's swollen.
not only do you have, for the first time, a real feel that you know exactly where to go, you're spotting what before looked like just the same scroll of terrain. You're remembering elements of it that are somewhat unique and almost landmarks, and so you're plotting a good course back, and you think that, at least for today, you know exactly where you need to go. I need perception checks.
He's a 7.
8.
21.
So, Bronson, you continue forward, kind of walking in, and you and Zendala have been visiting here and there, back and forth, mostly with the, first or second date questions about, what was it like growing up? Were you the type of kid that liked to listen to, outside the tavern window to somebody play a specific type of lute music, or were you more of a fan of the Shanai? What?
What?
Okay.
I don't follow.
The Shanai is the crossfade of medieval musical instruments.
Very important.
What?
Okay.
Shania Twain?
Any man of mine.
Oh, okay.
So you've
ruined this.
Yeah, this is the worst day ever.
Sorry, carry on.
Absolutely terrible. So as you guys are moving, you're talking back and forth, and you kind of hear a zoom, 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 zoom up ahead and off to the right.
Only he hears this.
I'm going to put my hand on Zendala's shoulder. Who am I walking with?
Valkyr.
I'm going to put my hand on Valkyr's shoulder and go, shh. Tell everybody, I heard something up ahead. Up to the right. Some sort of zipping sound. And crouch down low a little bit.
Okay.
I'll crouch down low as well.
Okay.
Someone should take a look. We're not rested. We're not ready for our fight.
Somebody sneaky with soft feet that can move quietly. Go figure out what that sound was.
I guess that's me.
That's me.
8 foot tall giant guy.
It's like, I'll be sneaky.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Valker, shut your head. I think you should go take a look. Oh, wait, no. In fact, I'll do it. And I pull my holy symbol out and I focus on it for a minute and I disappear.
Alright, give me an advantage stealth check.
Never gets old.
It's gonna be normal because I'm exhaustion level 1.
Yeah.
So disadvantage on ability checks.
Oh no, really?
2 natural 20s followed by a natural 1.
That's not.
I
It
don't
shouldn't
know
be possible.
I don't know what's going on.
That's
Ladies and gentlemen,
Get that man some hot face.
Oh.
purple grape mash from Wizard of the Wines.
Yeah, this is not pleasant. So, alright.
Whoa.
No, it's very. I love it. It's the best
Thank
I've
you.
ever put in
It's
my
got a
mouth.
good body to
Yeah,
it.
it does. It's hearty.
Tannins.
Tannins.
A lot of tannins.
Like,
Rich
which-
English leather.
That's another thing you need to make sure you always have a worker doing is collecting tannin. Because
Yes,
yeah,
that's right. Because when you stop
Wait,
in
Buford
leather,
tannin?
you can't make sleds without leather.
you can't make a lot of things.
It
with
took me a
leather.
long time.
It's
Uh,
like
back
a bunch
to
of
the
dry
future?
skins and
Oh,
leather.
okay.
Yeah, you can't convert dry skin.
So
Damn.
Oh, yeah. Okay, I got you now.
Biff?
obviously
Buford.
Yeah.
I'm invisible, so I think I'm sneaky.
Yeah. So.
Sports lines and G Fuel. Sick fucker. You're a sick man.
I respect you. Just as a human.
This beer's
But
gross.
let's get Velt.
Normally good. He's bad.
Do you think it's the diabetes that's kicking in from your land
Too
party?
strong.
About time.
It's about time.
Yeah, we'll get back to playing D&D here. Let's say.
Yeah. As
Let's
half the
make
cast
Billy drink.
dies.
Oh, he just did the purple grape mash.
Chased with this unpleasant beer. It's so bad.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay.
Alright.
So, as you are sneaking forward, and to describe the landscape, undulating hills, but it's almost as if somebody sapped the color from the grass. It's a grayish to a wheat color.
Sepia tone?
In a way, less of a yellowy gold.
Okay.
More towards the grayscale.
Okay.
And it moves in a little bit of like a dead breeze that's going through. Are you on a vision quest right now?
Shit, that's still like
So good.
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah. We should bottle this. That's another idea. And sell it. No? Okay.
They sell Mad Dog.
So the terrain do it as I'm moving.
So as it's coming up, you're seeing that, and in the distance, you're seeing kind of the same color tone applied to some trees, and so it's whenever you look at them, it's almost as if they've been through like 2 or 3 good freezes, but there's been no wind to blow the dead leaves off, and it seems like any type of force could almost drop the entire balance of leaves down to the ground. You're walking forward, and the few that have fallen, you start to hear a crunching as you guys are looking forward, and Glass stops herself, and you see her kind of doing, well, you don't. You start doing a little bit of a hop from spot to spot, trying not to hit it, and you guys are seeing a little bit of a stumble here and there, and like grass and leaf get kicked up, and you guys are like, what the hell's going on? Well, as you come up to a copse of trees and you're looking through, you hear familiar voices up to the front. Roll a perception check.
Familiar voices. 14.
You can't quite pick up what is said, but you're almost feeling like it's your own internal monologue saying, lads, this is the part where I come in from the trees.
I'm gonna take so I'm at the top of a rise in a copse of trees.
Yeah, so down on the other side of the trees, you can kind of see the indication of forms. You can't really make out how many or what's going on, but then you heard of that voice coming from it.
How far back is the party from me?
About 75 meters back.
Okay. I'm going to. Alright, I'm gonna turn tail and move back towards the party, and then as I get close to the party, undo my invisibility. There's.
Yeah.
Sorry. There's something in the trees up there. I don't know. It's one of these Feywild things, I think, but I hear my own voice speaking on the other side of the trees.
You think it's friendly?
I mean, I'm friendly if it's me, so yeah, it should be. If it's me, it should be friendly.
Bronson's walking around rubbing his head. Wait, bullshit! He's trying to be quiet, but he's throwing his hand. It's bullshit.
It's about 75 to 100 meters ahead, so let's move stealthily and approach.
Okay, stealth checks.
I'm gonna assist you.
I will hang back for a minute and see how they're doing before I make my move. I just picture you just like standing there vibrating angrily.
Do you want to roll for Genji?
Sure.
Hanging back.
Do you know what his stealth score is?
Yeah, give me a second.
22.
No.
No, for me.
Oh, sorry.
8.
Wow. Fuck, how can we beat him?
I mean,
Yeah.
Genji's stealth modifier is, I'm bringing it up right now, 2.
7.
Okay.
He's at disadvantage on stealth checks because of his armor.
Yeah.
So I went
Same.
22.
7.
Okay, so you guys start approaching forward. You can hear sweet melodies drifting up through the woods. You can hear.
Do I discern anything peculiar of these melodies at all, or just normal melodies?
Hard to place because you're so actively trying not to make noise as you approach up. You hear conversations back and forth, but everybody telltale is talking over each other, so it's hard to really be able to discern what's going on. You hear raucous laughter, or raucous laughter, raucous laughter erupting here and there, and it seems like whoever's on the other end is really giving each other shit in a good way.
Could be us.
So describe for me so we're coming down.
So you're coming downhill. Think of in between the rightmost estate and the gas station.
Mm-hmm.
You're coming down that hill.
Okay. Is there
Little Black Ops 4, multi-layered, because not only was it used to play the video game, we're using it in D&D. It's for you, Tim.
It's very deep.
So there's a lot of tree coverage then.
Multi-layered.
and there's a little rise to the right. So I'm gonna grab Valkyr's shoulder and do this hand signal to him.
Roll an intelligence check.
And I'm gonna go. I don't know what any of that
It's really good.
Just gonna take that natty 1.
Follow me. And we're gonna move up along the right edge. Still trying to stay in the trees, but try to move at a different angle.
Were we moving downhill or uphill?
We're moving downhill. So as you think about a state.
Yeah.
Okay. You got the state's kind of in a bowl.
Yeah.
Right. And so we're gonna move to the right side
Okay.
of a state.
Yeah, very good. So you're starting to come down near the Richards,
Yes.
it's been a while.
multi-layered.
Gotta hope Tim's watching.
And as you come in, you are hearing a female voice that's kind of talking about another individual getting seasick repeatedly, and that they just don't have the constitution for water that you would think. This is production quality has gone to shit.
Do you want to look to make sure what
Yes.
you wanted was?
Let me get through this piece of narration, and then
Meditate 1 minute. Focus
When
on
you
the breath.
feel real mad and you wanna roar, take a deep breath
And count
and
2, 4.
count to 4.
Oh my god!
That's a
It's
little Daniel Tiger.
Yeah, smell.
We need a little bouncing ball
smell the
here.
flowers, blow the candle. Is what we say. Smell the flowers, blow the candle.
Okay.
Smell the flowers, blow the candle.
That sounds like drug use. So, as you guys are flanking off to the side and walking down. You look out and you can see in the clearing shapes that are kind of huddled, and so you're just seeing, instead of the full outline, folks propped up against a tree trunk or propped up against rocks, and you're seeing people talk. They're talking shit back and forth. One guy is smoking a pipe, and you're starting to smell the scents of vanilla and a cherry flavor in the wind, and you're hearing music from down below, but you can't see where it's at.
Who's hearing this? Seeing this?
This would be the two of you guys as you went
Is
around.
it a loot? Do I hear loot?
Roll an intelligence or performance check.
At advantage.
Whatever you're at now.
Okay.
And I'll be right back.
Performance. It's done. 15.
I love that you roll a 4 and it's a 15.
I'm looking at these stats. I was like, wow.
Your performance modifier grows.
Plus 11?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is the way
Is that
it should
even
be
possible?
for
For a bard, he should be over the top.
because it's charisma.
Charisma,
plus-
and then you double up
Oh, double
something.
yours, yeah.
Something double.
proficient.
Yeah.
Your jack of all trades or whatever expertise.
Yeah.
Yep.
So deception and performance are the same. So if I do something stupid, it's trying to get one of those two.
It's like natural 1 or success.
Yeah.
Pretty much, yeah.
Awesome.
Because most things are like DC 15 or higher, right?
Yeah,
So-
I feel like now, even though we're only 6.
Although it feels like even with Lee, you roll a 15, it's like, God, it was 16.
Right, you're
you
like,
roll a
wait,
17,
what?
it's like, no, it's DC 18. It's like,
Yeah.
God damn it, we never have smashing success.
Yeah.
That's the fun of DMing, though. You just you move the
Fucking
line a
your
little
players
bit.
over.
You keep it interesting, right? It's,
You gotta re-roll them already, though.
Oh, we have two. Genji
So-
also has one of his bots.
So what do you think the chances are this is some Feywild bullshit? Or,
This is Feywild fuckery.
or do you think we're like countering ourselves from the future? Or like
Get it
that's where I'm just like, this is gonna be
Lad, you suggested those two things are not both Feywild fuckery.
I mean you're not wrong.
So are you saying we should try and blast through it, or not? We don't want to spend too much time.
I mean, metagaming, sorry, but
Sure.
I have no spell slots left.
I don't have shit either.
I blew everything. I think all of us blew everything on that fight against the.
Yeah, I have
Bronson's
the-
doing pull-ups. He's fine. Bronson's
really?
totally fine, yeah.
Actually I have spell slots, but
I have no spell slots left.
did we get a rest after we fought?
No.
We,
Oh,
didn't,
yeah,
we
I did.
didn't. We just chose not
We
to.
chose to
Yeah,
just keep
okay.
marching back. We didn't take
because
a
we're
rest.
trying to like get to a
That's
safe
right.
place.
So I have like 2 spell slots left.
None. But I can turn
I
invisible.
don't know why I'm
and run
not
away at will.
hurt. I guess that last fight was just like
You
They
didn't
missed
come in
a
till the
lot,
end,
you
right?
know?
The big bat,
He missed a lot.
the wizard guy spent most
Yeah.
of his spell slots keeping
Yeah.
me from buffing
Yes.
you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the big bad, he counted on Genji.
Yeah.
Well, I remember when I was hanging off and choking the guy and pulled myself
Yeah,
back
the very
up?
end.
I'm surprised you didn't take any damage.
yeah. I guess I
there,
never
but
got hit throughout
I
that.
don't think
Unless
he had
D&D Beyond
adjudicated
reset
it.
my hit points.
No.
I did.
no.
He was having some bad rolls. I watched the fight again.
Yeah.
A lot of it, he either missed or he hit and we healed, or I mean, they spent a
We
lot of
kinda-
energy trying to keep me from buffing you guys.
We
Yeah.
owned that fight.
We really did. It was probably our best from a tactical use of our skill set perspective. It was the best
Mhm.
fight we've been in. It's just unfortunate that nothing I did mattered.
Yeah, I don't know if we fight well together, but we're getting better. If that's any consolation.
All right. So,
I rolled.
the two of you guys went over. You started hearing the music coming from down there. How'd you roll?
Is an 8? No, it was a 4 plus 11, 15.
15. So, you can tell that there's something off.
Is it a fucking loot?
Well, no.
Oh.
Instrument music that's supposed to be coming off, yes, is a lute. You can tell that there's something off about the way that it's coming at you. You don't feel the vibration of strings being plucked like
Okay.
you would normally
Okay.
if you've been around the music before. You don't really feel that coming from down there.
Okay.
What do you guys do?
I'm gonna just keep following the glass.
So yeah, how far from the
You're about 100 meters going down to where they would be.
Yep.
The rest of your party, so you're about 100 back. So you're hearing about 200 meters away. You're seeing them kind of go up to the top of the rise, and then they pop on the other side. Then between you guys from where you were initially coming up and you went around, probably 35 meters in between you.
So I'm gonna
not too far.
I'm gonna sort of. Is there any light coming through the?
There's no direct light,
No direct light.
here. It's just kind of this dusk lighting all the way around.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to try to wave my hand towards where Bronson and Genji and Zendala are.
Perception check.
Oh no.
All I know is this better not suck. We'll do our best, Mjolnir.
Perception? 16.
All right. So as you're looking off, you aren't necessarily looking directly at them, but you're doing a good scan all the way around. You're focusing a little bit more down to where
These figures.
the
are,
figures
right?
are, but then all of a sudden a waving catches your attention.
Okay.
And you see us, so I'm gonna.
So, who am I with? Who's next to me?
So
here?
you would have Zendala and Genji with you.
Okay, so I'll tap them on the shoulders and make sure that they can see his signals too.
Okay.
Yeah, and so we're gonna keep moving along. So if our party is here, we're gonna sort of come in here and try to get the side of this huddled group of figures. Any idea how many figures it is yet? Can you see anything?
Give me another perception check to be able to check that.
Can I see if there are these groups at the moment?
No, they've gone over the rise
Okay.
from where you're at.
20.
20. So, yeah, you're getting the feel that there's probably 6 individuals that are down there.
All right.
This is weird.
So I'm still.
Okay, so you signal that there's 6 of them. I'm gonna go.
I'm gonna go.
Ah.
Okay, alright.
She's scissoring. And kids, don't ask your parents about that.
Just hand signals.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're gonna come down into the open. And I guess in my friendliest voice, oh, top of the morning to you. How are you doing there?
And you guys hear everything go completely silent down there. And we flash over to Bronson, and you're starting to creep forward as you see them move up and start calling out. So thinking that you're safe to be able to start progressing, Bronson kind of bends over and starts creeping very slowly, goes to walk under a tree, and then all of a sudden this form comes down right in your face, and its feet are still connected to the tree, but it's upside down, and says, "My name is Valka."
Oh no! It's his worst nightmare.
Oh no!
So I'm creeping along, and then suddenly there's a man standing with his feet
So almost
defying gravity, right?
Well, think about like whenever,
Spider-Man.
like the Undertaker during a WrestleMania,
Yeah.
whenever he comes back from the dead, just immediately sets up.
Yeah.
It's like you're seeing that, but it's
Down.
swinging down directly at you, and you guys are almost like eye to eye. And you see the shit-eating Ren up here looking down at you. Yes, I'm Valka.
So I grab it around the waist and suplex.
Make a strength check.
Right? I mean, that's what happens.
Yeah,
It has to be. Like, that's what he would do.
it's probably the natural reaction he would take.
That was 7, not a 1, right?
Strength check? Yeah.
Okay.
14.
So I rolled a 9. What's your strength modifier?
Plus, I rip your own arm off.
Strength is +1.
So you hear this, and then the rest of you look over and you just see this weird, almost 69-like position of Bronson laying on top of Valkyr.
Yeah.
And then you look, and Valkyr's next to you, and you look over there, you look over here, and then you come walking around the corner up to you and say, "Well, we didn't have all day. It's about time you came and made yourself known."
So while I'm sitting on top of this other Valkyr, I'm gonna go, I got a double bugger over here! I've heard of these before! Slap him about the face a little
And
bit.
Valkyrie goes, ow, ow, ow! You're always talking about uphill gardening. Quit it.
And I'm gonna restrain his arms as much as I can. Just grapple him.
And he's giggling the entire time.
Tim was just giving us an update. He's already changed the pooping diaper, and he's going to start a betting poo for how many poos per week he goes through.
Dad jokes already.
It's like less than 12 hours of dad, and the dad joke level is already 10.
Yeah.
Like
It's
it's
the minimum qualification, really.
like your ability to be humorous dies the moment that comes out.
That
the
joke,
or the baby.
that joke was the crossfade of comedy.
So I'll look over at Bronson with Valkyr and Valkyr, and then look at me, and then me, and then I fucking hate the Feywild. You're not me.
And you see Bronson come walking up behind you, and his face and body is just torn to shreds, horribly disfigured. And he kind of comes hobbling up and is standing almost. Actually, give me a perception check.
14.
Yeah, it almost looks like it's an undead Bronson walking up.
Am I aware of this? We're all pretty close to one another now.
Perception check, because you're on
the
top
bushes a
of.
little bit,
You're
yeah.
you're in a front mount.
Ooh, hot face.
Ooh.
So no, you're too busy.
Well, that's a 6.
You're too busy. Maybe let's do some poop deck for him.
Do you have a glass?
Yeah, I got it.
So you're a little bit too focused on front mount on Valkyr right now.
I'm gonna rush to that
Getting the sentence.
Bronson side and touch him and cast Cure Wounds level 2.
I like to be ready. For
Oh, on that one.
on the one that's in
That's
front of me.
trashed. Yeah, the
Okay.
the
The
doppelbanger.
doppelganger, yeah.
The doppelbanger.
I called it a double banger.
Yeah.
So you guys see Valkyr Prime run forward, and he goes and puts his hand on Bronson's chest.
Yeah, I'm ready to roll.
Go ahead.
Yeah. 11 plus 5, 16.
And you see absolutely no change. And from a boulder off to the side, you hear the oh, the stupid bastard, he fell for it. Hey, you dumb piece of shit, it's Hobgoblin skin. And Chaz Waggleshaft comes walking out from behind one of the boulders.
Do I know what that is? What you said?
Chaz Waggleshaft?
No, I know Chaz. No. Chaz said it's some
Hobgoblin
hobgoblin
skin.
skin.
Yeah.
Do I know what that is? My
Yeah,
character.
you would remember from the Sunless Citadel whenever he would skin goblins
Yeah.
and then he did the brain thing to you because
Yeah.
he likes playing
Oh,
tricks
yeah.
on you.
Yeah.
It's just filleted hobgoblin skin that they put on Bronson. And you see Bronson start to lean forward and just sloughing it off, and you're almost like taken aback, like who just carries this amount of hobgoblin
Gore and bodies.
and shit? But then it kind of makes sense. Chaz Waggleshaft.
Chaz, who the fuck is that? Bronson's over there. Who the hell is this man?
That would be Bronson, and that would be Bronson. The Bronson Eye.
From the bushes, you hear.
And then you see the Bronson as he's wiping go off his face. Oh, right to that. Right. The Feywild is absolutely the absolute worst.
I hate this. He's playing us better than us.
I can't wait till does Valkyr's whatever voice that is.
He's already played me better than I played him. I'm not kidding. It's terrible.
There's
Okay.
a t-shirt.
Yeah. So I'm gonna yell at the top of my lungs back. Jotun, we need your arcane expertise up here.
And as you say that, a dimension door opens up, and a Jotun is carrying a Jotun.
Shit.
And you are now transported there, and you guys are now all in a circle with the carbon copies of you. Except for instead of Zendala being there, Chaz Waggleshaft is there.
Chaz,
I'm gonna poke Chaz.
Hey!
does he feel real?
I think he's real.
So, are there two
There's a different area if you want to see if I'm anatomically correct.
And I poke that.
Sir Arthur Tillery, you may have some stiff competition this evening for the long barrel.
I'm gonna look over at Glass and be like, that's him.
So I come out of the bushes and I'm holding that Valkyr like a suitcase. I've got him.
My song?
Oh god. I come out of the bushes and I'm carrying that Valkyr like a suitcase by his hands and feet. So he's like this. And I drop him down and go like, this one feels real too. Kind of kicks some dirt in his face.
And he's laughing his ass off the entire time.
Glass, you and I both know you can't tell a lie. What's going on right now?
And she says, well, as a matter of record, I'll have you know that I am you. Just later, as you see, gravity hasn't taken the effect yet. And she kind of fluffs herself up at you and then does a chest bump.
Oh, well, I'll take the chest bump and then build my cape. I've got good heart.
You should see what your knickers do. And then you see just a slight little flutter underneath the loincloth.
Oh, the future's grand. Chest, what the fuck is going on?
Well, I will have you know that the Feywild doesn't exactly keep space-time the same way that the privateerial plane does. That's why enterprising individuals such as myself have been trying to set up supply lines here forever. Call it a piece of self-preservation, but Valkyr, I think you're going to need this.
Oh, so I want to take it and look at it. Do I recognize it?
Roll a intelligence check.
So the mirror Jotun and I are like, whoa.
11.
Doing this.
No,
thing.
yeah.
They're like,
You see them go into a hyper-aggressive thumb war as they're competing against each other.
Both Bronsons go tumbling into the woods to grapple. They're beating the shit out of each other immediately.
So Grab Fanny's going on. Zendala is looking very confused, slightly aroused. You roll so you look at this. You see it's your handwriting. You see it's in the typical way that you would jot down a song. The same scribblings. You can see where some salt and pumice had been rubbed across the parchment where you were doing an erasing of the inks.
Okay.
And then you see it written over the top. This looks like a song sheet that you would have written whenever coming up with a song.
A Valka for any sea. Oh. I'm gonna read through it quickly and I'm gonna be like, you son of a bitch.
And as you take inventory of yourself, you think back on all the different types of songs, ballads, poems that you've written. The sea shanty was always something that escaped you. And performing in all of the port towns that you have, that's always been kind of the weakness to your game and something that you think has been your barrier to really making it. More than you already have, obviously.
Okay.
And
how did you do it?
And tied up on the ground still, kind of laughing and snorting, tears slightly rolling down your face, you look up at yourself and you say, well, I saw that there was an element of imperfection in an otherwise perfect body of work, and you kind of point down at your V-taper of your abs with your eyes, and then you're kind of playing with it side to side, looking at it. So, what you don't know is, well, I'm going into Chaz. What you don't know is that soon you will be on the high seas. You will need this in order to inspire these underlings to be able to follow you as you progress forward. It's the only way to get the lazy ones to work.
I like his Valkyr better.
Very good.
I am Valka.
You are indeed.
You sly fox.
Can I get an angle at the butt?
And you see
Still
kind of
got
do
it.
like a
Still
pump.
like 2 days from now.
Yeah, a little tongue yeah. Oh God, so creepy.
So I'm gonna go to Doppelbanger Glass and be like, bring out your journal and I want to look at the date and the notes that I have in my journal and see how far back that is in her journal. I'm not looking for specifics, but I'm just trying to see how many pages of notes there are after this.
Roll a persuasion check to see if you can make yourself reveal to yourself.
I'm gonna give you a bonus.
This goddamn Feywild. Bunch of dribble jobbers here.
Well, I actually don't know if I
So you're gonna roll 2 dice. Look at me. Roll 2 dice.
Like, what is
One
this?
for your
Come on.
persuasion check, and then another set for your wisdom saving throw.
Okay, so they're both.
Blame yourself.
This is persuasion at disadvantage.
It's a 4.
Okay. Now roll a. No, this wouldn't be a disadvantage.
Wisdom. Yeah.
Just
kicked your own ass.
21.
A little less. What? That would take the spark of life out of life for you if I was to give you all the answers to the test.
That's some fucking shit I'd say to myself too. Bronson, I fucking hate the Feywild.
And then Bronson and other Bronson both go, fuck the Feywild! And then
And you hear one Bronson say to the other, "But is it kind of nice to do some fighting in another place that ain't where you're doing your normal fighting?"
around the world. And they both just have they're just hockey playing with a handful of shirts and just knocking on each other's faces endlessly.
Yeah.
So, all right, Chaz. It appears.
Yes,
Yeah. Thank you.
I am Chaz.
where's-
I learned that from Valkyr.
Yeah, if you say your name enough, people will remember it.
That's terrible.
Where's your wife?
This is not something that we need to discuss. We are here for a very specific reason.
What is that?
Well, one, to get me out of having to be fucking married, because that would be terrible. Let's just say Sir Arthur Tillery likes to poke around in many hallways. Yes, I also named my phallus Sir Arthur Tillery.
Clear
It's
rooms.
convenient.
Yeah, it's a metaphor, extended if you will, because I am, just a gnome.
Chaz has an English degree.
Yeah, indeed. I tallest one laying down. All right, let's have a conversation now.
This is what they're doing. Just simultaneously punching each other in the head.
Hockey
or whatever.
bites.
So good.
So let me kind of let you in on what's happening here.
Bronson, we need you over here.
Both Bronsons come out of the woods, both having a beer with their arms around each other.
You
Or
see
if
Chaz
you're-
wiggle his fingers, and actual mugs of ale do appear in your hands.
Wait, what shows up?
Mugs of ale.
Oh.
And the
Chaz
Bronsons.
wiggles his fingers, and that happens. So when that pops into existence, I'll be like, "How'd you do that?"
It's a new rig that I have uncovered. Shit gets pretty sweet. That's I think the lesson of today. What you guys need to do?
Did he say ring? Like
Yes.
literally ring?
Yes.
Okay.
And Bronson goes, "Well, I don't trust it for a second."
Don't taste any peanut butter stout there, do
And
you?
then downs the whole thing.
And you see Chaz kind of snap, and it refills with a little bit of head running down the side. So Chaz looks over at you, Glaz.
You're about to be tested. Once you leave, you need to bring knowledge to the rest of this cohort if you're to be successful. I can't tell you more, or you won't become who you should be.
We can all hear this.
Glass. To other Glass.
Hi.
How? I need you to bring some knowledge to my friends.
I'd like to say that some of them need knowledge more than others. And she looks at Valkyr.
He's not paying attention. He's still looking at the song like, son of
Both Bronsons cheers each other.
What is this test? What do we need to know?
What's
what's coming up for you is, Glass, this is going to be one of the worst things that you're ever going to feel. So, I don't want to go too deep, but there's a reason Genji's not with us.
I look around, but Genji's not with us.
You only see one Genji,
Only our Genji. Yeah.
and he's looking off and away.
What do you mean?
I can't change what has to happen. Things have to be done. People have to go on their own paths. You have to let him do what he needs to do. He'll come back one way or the other.
So look over at Genji. Genji, are you leaving us?
like this.
Genji,
It's actually amazing. Yeah.
Genji turns and says, I must keep the honor in balance and help my family. There is great destruction who has come down on my line, and I must move forward. I'm going into somewhat of a Scottish accent, but I must get very angry. There we go.
We've spent a lot of time together, and I mean, let's be real. You and I have a deeper connection than maybe the others. I understand your honor, but we said we'd saved our sister. We're coming with you.
And Chaz says, there is a reward. You might find it distasteful.
And he kind of chuckles to himself, where he's kind of nerding, and he was like,
You might get a little bit choked up.
and he starts laughing even harder, and you see Valkyr kind of smile. Bronson, future Bronson, just shakes his head, disapproving, and you see an eye roll from your glass twin. And he said, Chaz finally kind of gets himself in order, and he says,
Just keep doing what you're doing. Now that you can get me out, I can help you. Make your way back and, fix all this. You'll be all right. Just get up. Go do what they're asking you to do. It'll be over before you know it. And try to be a good sport.
Bronson leans over to other Bronson and goes, "You're gonna make us drink something gross, aren't they?" Son of a bitch, I hate the Feywild!
Food challenges are the worst.
Fucking fear factor bullshit.
Joe Rogan comes walking out.
Joe, I
You
want
guys
you to know,
ever tried DMT?
this is not the first time I've had cow penis. All right, Chaz, future selves. I guess we continue on. Yelton, you're the sage. You're the gift. What does your gift tell us about all this? What are we doing?
I guess I'll level with the other Yo. And,
Whoa! This is like this mic drop moment.
Do you call yourself Yo in third person?
No,
So you are now
Yeah.
Kanye. He's ascended to Jesus.
Yosis.
Yosis? Oh God! T-shirt. T-shirt.
Oh my god.
And the new meta was crafted.
Yosis.
So I'll ask him, like, what can you tell us of Zenfus? Like, is he on the level? Will he accept these gifts?
A child compared to the two of us. A child, I tell you.
He does pale in comparison as far as
I
stature
absolutely
goes.
agree. Stature-wise, all-wise, us-wise.
Goddamn, he's doing it better me than me.
Keeps doing it. I've had longer practice than
That's fair. May I take a look in your spell book, perhaps? Other Yo. Which
That
one
would almost be cheating, would it not? And you see him behind his back, kind of wiggle two fingers. Oh, I believe I'm being pickpocketed. And you see a book pull up and almost apparate out of thin air from his cloak. And it opens up, and you're literally seeing kind of like the fountains that you get whenever it's 4th of July and it's just sparks shooting like crazy. I mean, it's the best knowledge in all the planes. Right there. Last, you looking? Right there. And it's shooting sparklers, and then as soon as you open it, it's like Saturn missile sounding things as they're shooting up as it opens up. That's just for effect. And you see him wave a hand and it goes away, and Valker's eyes, like future Valker, is like, what the?
Yeah.
And he's looking over at it, and the two Valkers are looking at each other, confused, and going back and forth. You open it up, so we're going to do a skills challenge. Roll a d4. This is the number of spells.
Oh my goodness. Come on.
1.
Okay.
No. Reroll.
Are you
Yeah.
sure?
Technically,
on
you
that?
can.
Dude, if this is a chance for you to get 4 new spells, and you got yes. I've seen your spell book. You're really lacking in the 4th and 3rd level spells right now.
2.
Better than 1.
Doubled it.
You've doubled it. Now,
Twice as many as
roll 2d10.
Whoa.
The torch maintenance guy over here working the torches.
2 and a 4.
You get to pick out a level 2 spell and a level 4 spell.
Holy shit!
Yeah!
That's a big
Just out of the wizard spellbook. Thank you, I owe you.
Yeah.
Hand me the screwdriver there, Mick. Yeah, hold on, we'll be out of here in a second.
Look at that odor wafting off of you. You're so smelly. Wash your crotch, man.
It's like the cool.
Wash your crotch.
It's like the Peter Pan shadow, but like all distorted behind it.
Finally, art imitates life.
Yes.
He's like a month old. That is fun.
These are new. He was wrong.
Okay.
Those.
Anything else you guys want to do?
I want to look at Jotun and like just from across the way do this.
And a mage hand slaps yours. And future Jotun kind of gives you a thumbs up.
They do a little like.
You truly are the gift.
Other Bronson and I are measuring biceps.
You realize that you actually grow 1.25 inches.
Holy shit!
And as you're looking at Bronson, give me a perception check to actually investigate yourself thoroughly.
Not on camera.
Holy cow. 18.
You were seeing a collection of deep scars, puncture wounds,
He has a bunch more battle wounds than I do.
completely been through the shit. You do, however, see protruding from the hands, coming out of each knuckle, spikes of metal,
What?
and coming out of each finger, spikes of metal.
That's weird.
Well, that's good.
Alright.
So what was that? What do you have now?
Future Bronson
on his fists,
has
spikes are coming out. Like think of like football cleats.
like
Spikes,
little metal knuckles.
metal knuckles are coming out here, here, and here. 3 sets on both hands.
Do we notice the difference?
You're not investigating.
Oh,
So
sorry.
I'm gonna ask him,
They're right by each other.
lad, what the fuck did you do to your hands, Dave?
It's not exactly what I did, but what was done to me on behalf of me, for us.
So you saying to me, you're supposing that I'm supposed to believe that you suppose that somebody did this to you and you had this done to you and you didn't do this and that somebody did this to you?
Not quite. What I am proposing here
That's pretty good.
is that what we were wanting to do was have something done to us so that whenever I'm you later and we're doing what we do right now but later, there's a lot more blood and gore. Let's just say that we go to another part of the world and there's an individual that teaches us how to give somebody the strong hand and the whatnot, if you catch my drift, and I believe you do.
I've never drifted so hard in my goddamn life.
Would you say it's almost as good as Tokyo Drift?
You're getting a little bit too fast and too furious.
And our Genji from the side just goes.
That's good.
Or it's your culture.
Oh god, I can't wait to be you. Alright, let's go. Yeah.
Feywild, it still fucking sucks though.
Well, it's been a right pleasure seeing ourselves and you, Chaz, as well.
Thank you. Always a pleasure to be seen.
Yes, we know you like it. I'm sorry that your nuptials didn't work out. She seemed lovely. She really did seem lovely.
Well, I was more after the dryad with the alcohol tits. I mean,
Oh, Valkyrie's girlfriend.
yeah.
Do you want to know
daisy.
what I'm doing right now?
Yeah.
You guys just start to hear like the theme music to I Want to Dance with Somebody, and you see them looking at each other, playing the lute.
The two knockers.
With somebody, yeah, I want to dance with somebody, and you dance somebody that loves you. It's like it starts the little fireworks going off, and the lutes are like jamming.
Yeah. I never knew that Whitney Houston was one that people jam to, but
That is
very medieval.
Yeah. There were layers to that interaction that I think some of you may not have seen. That was all about product placement. His whole thing was making sure that his chest was elevated enough and central to the theme
Yeah,
of
fair.
the clip.
Yeah, my
Fair.
God, everything.
Yeah,
pretty good.
Fair.
Okay.
It was good product placement.
Yeah.
Valkyrie, when you're done playing with yourself, we need to go.
I'm like,
You can have this back.
Thank you. So, Chaz, I guess we'll see the you real soon, and the you that isn't you yet later.
Yeah, just make sure Valkyr doesn't stiffen the parchment, if you will. He's really going to like that song. You guys are going to get fucking sick of it.
Well, I mean, we've only heard the one, and
And then Bronson and Bronson both say, I already am.
Whoa. Bronson and Bronson. This needs to be a sitcom. You'll learn about those later at the Performing College.
Oh.
let's go.
All right. Well, you guys enjoy yourselves.
Be excellent to each other.
see you later, other us's.
Strange things are afoot at the Circle K. No? I drew it on the ground. No? Okay.
And they start progressing, getting their packs on, and you see them march off. And Glaz, as she starts to walk away, puts a hand on your shoulder.
Stop it.
Your copyright strike.
I turned the volume up.
Uh-oh. I'm getting whispers? Sweet dissonance.
Just
He's
happened to our-
literally just licking the inside of my ear.
What happened to our excellent sound effects? No speaker?
No speaker.
Oh. Did I hear something? Is it your phone?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, we can do this too. I have music. Just not
Music's
the.
And walks away.
Who whispered in her ear?
Glass in the glasses.
Glass in the glass? Okay.
Valkyrie, you're a real pain in the ass.
I'm like,
Foreshadowing.
put my lid up and I'm like, no idea.
Alright, let's get back and finish this so we can get to the real war and get to Genji's sister.
Alright?
Genji's with us still, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we know which way to head? Did they point us what way to head?
We already knew.
Yeah, you
where we
guys-
came from.
Okay.
Dude, my survival skills are on me and... Don't worry, me and Genji got survival.
Alright.
All right. Are you guys going to continue to travel?
Yeah, towards Finner.
Xanthus' den.
Thank you.
Mithrindian.
11. Survival check.
All right. Everybody make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my word.
Nat 20.
Yeah, let's get you a drink.
14.
Not nat 20, sorry.
Oh.
Check the record, that's what I said.
Never mind then.
13.
Not interesting to me at all. What's that?
13.
13?
19 for Genji and 7 for Glass.
Okay. Take another level of exhaustion, Glass. What'd you get?
14.
You're good? All right.
As I start feeling my pace slows. Lads, we need to take a rest. I can't carry on like this. I need to sleep. We've got to sleep before we get back to the den of misery, the party, whatever. I need to rest.
We can take some time. It'd be smart to go in at full strength.
All right, so we'll look for some defensible type position close by.
Yeah,
Good.
just bed down in the.
Give me
The
a
cops.
survival check for that. Whoever's looking.
Bronson's gonna ask the lady.
Go ahead and roll
What are you
it.
making at back there? Did we really meet our other us's from the future, or is this Feywild fuckery as per usual?
Make a insight check first.
Ten.
You don't have the highest EQ
That's unfortunate.
to really be able to read a woman, but you can tell something's changed about her.
Weird.
Like not physically,
Right.
that bright, vivacious, playful attitude that she has subdued
Okay.
since what just happened in the glade.
Hmm.
And so, what do you ask her?
Do you believe that was really all of us from the future, or was that some sort of illusion or fuckery?
Well, Shug, I heard stories whenever I was studying. Time can move in different speeds here as we experience it. Entire years could be but a minute where we are back home, or a day here could be 200 years over there. It's the way that you enter the stream. I myself am perplexed as to why I was not with you on your return trip.
Neither you nor Genji were with us. I assume, ladies and Dalits, because we found your father when you parted ways with us, right?
Perhaps.
Do you think of any other reason why you might not be with us?
Well, we just came from a fucking graveyard. That could be also another reason, and that's probably why I'm so dour right now. Jotun, master of understatement.
That's amazing.
He is the gift for many reasons.
I guess. Are you tooting over there,
Understating the
Bronson?
situation. And yeah, Zan isn't usually this blue, so.
I mean, I've never heard the lady use such language. That's typically something we say in the underground. To hear her use it so openly. Well, thank you, sir.
Well. Lady, I'm imagining there's a
You hear a
number of
whisper. Do you want more?
No, I'm imagining there's a number of scenarios in which
Yes.
you wouldn't stay with our party. You've got bigger and better fish to fry than the likes of us. And as Glenn mentioned, you might run into your father or have any number of other things that pull you in other directions. But I can assure you I've never met anybody that I've been more confident could look after themselves, and I have no doubt you'll be safe.
Well, thank you, Bronson. You are quite the fetching bow. I will say, though, that the other Bronson didn't even seem to speak of me or even look at me. Whenever he was here, I would assume that we matter to each other, do we not?
I can't speak for that dingus. I don't know what his problem is at all.
Dingus, is this a Baldur's Gate, a Baldurian term?
Yes, don't worry yourself over it, lady.
Very fair. I know a practitioner of medicine there. His name would be Dr. Stephen Brule.
Wait, what?
Dr. Stephen Brule in Baldur's Gate. He was the first one to develop the diagnosis for dingus, if I am not mistaken.
God damn it.
I really wish that David was in here for this, as I'm sure it would give him the vapors and ruffle his feathers something fierce.
Sounds like we should check that one out.
And
Yes.
wasn't his apprentice named William H. Massey? Was that his apprentice's name?
Spot on the money, if
Yeah.
I am not mistaken.
Yeah, I recognized it at first. I had to reckon back to a previous Saturday, many Saturdays ago, to remember the great Dr. Stephen Brule. He used a stick a lot and he smashed things. If you'll recall.
Sometimes he was always in need of a napkin,
Yeah.
only when traveling great distances. So anyway, Bronson, that is why I find myself somewhat caught by the melancholy. I feel as if this is going somewhere, and yet I do not see myself in your future physically.
Well, I reckon we're masters of our own fate and all that, so let's just make sure that we keep on the up and up and stay cognizant of what's coming down the road for us and be the masters of our own future.
Yes,
Let's
those
see.
words.
Valkyr in the desert, wearing a tactical vest with no sleeves because sleeves are bullshit, with a knife on a picnic table, carving in "No fate." Back to the current.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Little turtle. Bronson.
Yeah, I was like, okay.
No, but him too, because he actually looks like Linda Hamilton in game.
Oh my god.
Where's my backpack? Give me my dice pouch. I'm out of here. Genji, I'll be right there, buddy. I'm gonna come help you out.
What about your portable dice tray?
That's mine.
Yeah. See, we're good.
Although I can understand why you would think it was his because the purple.
Mm-hmm.
So wait,
that's
The
it.
color of royalty.
Valkyr looks like Terminator 1 or 2.
2.
Of course.
With like the really round sunglasses
Yeah.
on.
I mean, I'm glad you guys are having fun. Welcome to hardcore D&D. The rules are simple. Stay alive.
Oh shit.
I mean, so does this mean my face hurts?
Back here where the jaws connect.
As I looked at him, he overwatched us all night, not moving, not caring. He would never hit him or grow tired of him. He would always be his protector.
So that the
Remember they're at the gas station
Yeah.
when they first hook up
And
after
she
the mental
decides
hospital?
that okay, I'll let him stay with Eddie for long. Alright, so as we bed down for the night, I'm gonna write in my journal the stuff that transpired, specifically the things that were said to me about the choices and then the whisper or whatever, as a place marker, if you will.
Good.
We're bedding down.
Yeah.
I'm gonna study my new song, figure it out with the lute, like play on the
Give
lute.
me a performance check.
Abraham, thanks for tuning in, man.
Oh, Taryn.
11 plus 3, 14.
Nice.
14.
Jesus.
So you start getting it to a point where you can play it, it's not at full speed, so there's a little bit of like thinking as you're plugging.
It's early.
But you're hearing yourself sing it, and you guys are hearing this, and it sounds kind of like whenever you guys have been in port towns, whenever guys get really, really fucked up inside the taverns down by the docks, and they start singing their sea shanties as they've been working, and you hear those songs as they're unloading. It's starting to sound like that. You think it sounds really weird coming off of a lute, but somewhat beautiful. Kind of like whenever you hear Metallica with a symphony.
Apocalyptica.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although they're opening the San Francisco new Performing Arts Center there,
That's awesome.
or the new venue. That's the opening act, so I may go out for that.
That's
My
awesome.
sister took my dad to watch Metallica the last year, so
Yeah.
it was
Red glass.
yeah, it was his last show. Metallica.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck Metallica, but never know.
Yeah.
I like Metallica.
They put on a good show.
Fuck their business practice.
They're a guilty pleasure. It was the whole like Napster like fuck your free music. We want to keep making money. It was all the drummer. The rest of the band I think
Yeah.
give two fucking shits. But
Right.
Lars, yeah,
Ulrich.
Lars Ulrich is
He's no Skeet Ulrich though.
no. That man's a goddamn acting genius.
Jericho.
Dude,
Skyrim.
so I love Jericho. Watched both seasons multiple times. They continued the story in a comic book. I don't remember if it was Image or Dark Horse, but one of them continued the story on as they went to Texas and there were nukes involved and stuff. So there's like 3 or 4 more stories after the show ends in comic. So
So it's almost like they went to Amarillo, home of Pantex, where the nukes are disarmed, and Dave was in a parking lot.
It was a public park, actually.
Oh, public park.
Yeah.
There you go.
Wait.
Does that make it a felony or?
Yeah,
No.
so I'm wondering if it's federal or... It was not a public park. It was a private park.
It made me feel really special you came to see me, though.
It wasn't a state park?
In Amarillo?
Yeah. He came all the way to see me from up in Iowa. We were on furlough, and he came all the way down and got to hang out with the family.
It was worth it.
Eddie Furlow from Terminator 2.
God, you guys.
Whoa.
And we've come full circle.
No, I think we came full circle when we met ourselves from the future.
Yeah.
That's a little bit too literal.
Because I'm pretty sure he may have come full circle singing Tina Turner tunes.
Whitney Houston.
Whitney Houston.
Pour one out.
Wow.
With somebody who loves me.
That was a lot real fast.
Jesus.
Are we resting?
Yes.
Oh yeah, what's your watch schedule?
I'll go first.
I want to ask about the lyrics of this song first because I haven't seen the.
So let's say they bed down and you and me are conversing a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take second watch.
Yeah, so I'm writing in my journal, listening.
I'll take the
watch
last.
with
I'll take the last watch.
Genji does.
Get you
Always.
this. Always. Yeah, I'll take the. I won't say anything. Actually, I'm gonna work on the song.
So who's resting first? Me.
Well,
the rest
so-
of you are up.
So this is like as the first watch is kind of carrying on, you guys can all chat.
Yeah, so the 8 hours of rest, to be clear, it's not all sleeping.
Right.
It's doing light activities,
Okay.
setting up camp.
Especially if your name is Tim Jones and you just had a kid, it's not all sleeping.
Yeah.
Nor will it ever be
Far
again.
from it.
All I'm saying is
Well,
if
he's
you're going to
having
have
a
more
good
than one kid, try to condense them together. Because
No.
we changed diapers for like 9 years straight.
Oh, God.
Had we spread that out?
Well, and
I'd
you're about 3 years from having to start that up again based upon your health habits.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
I was trying to work my son somehow into having a baby, and I was like, no, he's not gonna have kids anytime soon. But I was like, I know how many shit my guy.
Feywild shit.
That's
It'll
the
be
Feywild.
glittery.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fuck
Feywild.
Poopery.
I'd like to get into a fight.
So, you singing your song lyrics? I'm on.
No,
first
we were.
watch.
He was gonna ask a question about it.
What are the lyrics?
Oh, so at this point I like kind of have it memorized, so I'll be willing to share it with you, and then we can sit there and I'll quietly like strum my lute and start working through it with you.
That's pretty good. Have you thought about does this
Pretty good?
Does this mean anything?
Whoa,
to you?
whoa! Stop the game. Pretty good? It's fucking amazing.
I'm humoring Velker in character.
Oh.
Well, how good would you say it is?
Good enough that, maybe somebody who's sitting in first class, as wilds travel, drinking all you can drink Woodford Reserve.
Wait a minute, that's Delta.
Oh, you know it, baby.
Delta first class.
And he Delta 1 experience, and maybe he's writing this out, and the stewardess comes up and is like, what are you doing there? Oh, I'm writing a sea shanty. Why the fuck are you writing a sea shanty?
And you're like,
words.
shut up, give me more wood for dinner.
Dude, give me another two of those.
Tea on.
And yeah, so it was. I didn't eat the chicken dish or the vegetarian. I'm not crazy.
Smart.
Nice. Smart. So go ahead.
So does this mean anything to you? Does this come from your past where...
So you would know immediately
Okay.
that to be able to get Chaz out of his marriage vows, you guys had to present a song that hasn't been written. And this is a song he has yet to write.
Hold in my
Okay,
brain.
sucked in the vortex!
Well, I just fixed it! Oh, no! Watch out for the torches! They're hot! Oh, my head!
Come That's amazing.
That's nuts.
I wish I had a vortex video ready to go.
Right.
It's a really bad future effect.
Ah.
So
I got it.
you realize whenever Chaz was saying "Go save me," that's what he's talking about. Is the conditions to be able to break the marriage vows is a song that is yet to be written. He hasn't lived the experiences to make him write that. Well, he's lived the experiences. He just hasn't written it yet. So do you want to talk about your piece of art there? And
If I do that, will that ruin the... I'm trying to think, like, I want to keep it, like, real.
it's not meta.
Okay.
So like it wouldn't, like you saying it doesn't mean that you're writing it.
Exactly.
As long as you don't go through the lyrics, because you have to perform those to them in order to do it. So you can talk generally about what it's about.
It's generally about Baldur's girls, Luskin girls, little bit of Waterdeep, the gate, more girls, setting some boys straight, which I don't know why I would do that.
Is it Mambo number 5? But it's about D&D locations?
Oh God! Oh God!
As you get to the point of setting
I wish I had a time machine.
Glaz chimes in. Well, Valkyr, sometimes I think some people might assume a certain something about you, and they need to be corrected. You need to set them straight, if you see what I'm saying.
Oh. Do they need to be set straight? I'm not sure.
That's another song altogether, isn't it?
Yeah. This one's called Revenue. So Valkyr kind of talks to you guys about that, and Bronson, you're pretty fed up just with everything Feywild right now.
Oh yeah. I'm also definitely, or he's also definitely put off by the fact that
Zendala's.
she's right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's kind of like he hadn't really thought about it, and now it's weighing on him as well.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know how to take that, right? He's just kind of like, well, I hope we can, change that if we needed to, if anything happens. But now he's like, well, what the fuck happens? What are we supposed to do about that? So.
And I think, another dynamic on top of that is that you guys are really starting to work together very well.
Right.
And if you think about like your old Enforcer days, you'd have other guys that you'd roll up on whenever you had to go soften up people for whoever was paying.
Yeah.
That you felt comfortable being outnumbered, maybe outclassed weight-wise, because you knew you worked well together.
Right.
You haven't had that since the Moru.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
It's
since
been a
he's
long
like-
time, and the amount of like flight combos that the two of you have done back and forth,
Oh, yeah.
and the way you guys have just been beating on it, like that's that camaraderie you haven't had for a while. So
Mhm.
I do agree with that.
Yep.
It's a little bit off-putting.
Yep.
It's good role playing.
So what are you guys gonna do?
Sleeping.
Sleeping. All right,
Yeah.
first watch, please.
Yep. Disadvantage. Because it'll have to be, because I haven't rested.
You have to do 2 rests before,
Recover.
2 rests.
because these 2 levels of exhaustion, you recover 1 level per long rest.
17.
17. Okay.
What are we doing?
That's that's Glaz's perception check for her first watch.
Who's second watch?
So it's either you or Jotun volunteered for it. Second watch, go ahead.
Perception?
Yeah.
22.
Okay.
You're not gonna roll dice?
What? No, I've got a table.
Oh.
I'm trying to do all the pre-rolls that I can and just take them in order. So as you sit down, again, the environment around you hasn't changed to where it's like truly night, but the amount of time that you've traveled, think about like maybe 5 to 6 p.m. now, where you can tell, shadows are going to start getting to that lighter blue color instead of as dark as they normally are from the direct sunlight. That's the environment coloring. You don't see the sun. You still have these like underfold clouds that are going overhead that are kind of a dark maroon purpley color, kind of moving into more of a gray.
Okay. It's weird.
Yeah, it's the Feywild.
Fuck the Feywild.
So, who's next watch?
Third watch would be Jotun.
So I'm gonna go over and slap you on the shoulder and go, the light's all fucked up, I hate Feywild. You're right.
It's just only
Yeah,
one of you
yeah,
this
yeah.
time. Perception is, I believe, a 17.
Okay, so you're able to keep a decent eye out while you're internalizing your spell. So I need you to roll an intelligence check for each spell. Up to you if you want to start with your level 2 or your level 4 first.
Okay. I'll do level 4.
Okay. First
just
roll,
raw-
level
just
4.
raw
Intelligence.
It's a 5.
What is this to do? What are you doing?
Internalizing the spells.
Whether he can learn it or not?
You don't know.
Here.
You're not arcane. You're
I'm
divination.
not. I'm not even there.
Eat it! I like that part.
Level 4 again. Roll it on the table, please.
It was real good.
1 hour,
It was
17.
17. So, what level 4 spell would you like to learn?
I chose
That's
Dimension
so
Door,
true, dude.
given that's what the old.
What?
So,
Dude.
you
I'm sorry. You really go with the meta. Like we're.
That was awesome.
Sorry.
So you can use
Cartwheel out of
Dimension
the room.
Door every 5 days until you've got level 4 slots
Okay, that's what I was
that you
going
can devote to it.
Yeah, you did
So
it.
once
You
every
proved yourself
4
to it.
days, you said?
That's
One
funny.
every 5 days.
Amazing.
So,
Wow.
Alright, for your level 2 spell,
level 2, I took.
if you can get a 15 or higher, this may do something special for you.
Really need that dice tray back.
What was it? What was it, guys?
It was Kilter.
Cocked is the word. I know that's a reserved word in this room.
8.
Do we have rerolls?
Reroll.
Yeah.
Do it. Do it.
Okay,
Do
yes.
it. Do it. Do it. That's out. That's out. That doesn't
Now
count.
reroll it.
Reroll it.
It's a small trait. It's not so aggressive.
Bardic inspiration.
19.
Yo!
Way better.
You said Bardic Inspiration. You can roll and add to that.
I just do it. Why not? I'm fucking free. An 8? Because by then I'd be
Plus 4 is a 23.
Alright, so you got over 20,
Oh, jeez!
which is key, and it's amazing you called that out.
Okay.
You get an extra level 2 spell slot now.
All right. Thank goodness.
And that was for
Okay.
me rolling over a little bit and lick your lips and chop your bones.
Yes. Yes.
So,
The sea shanty is fucking filthy, as it should be.
so I took Snillock's.
There's scabs involved.
The Sarah
I took Snillock's Snowball Swarm for level 2.
Well, yeah. So you can take the spell, but you get an extra level 2 spell slot.
Cool.
Okay. Not an extra spell, but an extra slot.
Yes.
I will create.
So P.
So
I
I
will
will
try
try
to
within D&D
It's,
Beyond.
I'll create
it's,
a- I
it's
can
not
create
OP for what you guys are about.
I can create a homebrew. I'll create a homebrew item. I think I can work. I'm on it.
Yeah.
I'll figure it out.
Okay, I'll make a note at least.
Yeah. Just make a note of it, and I'll take care of it.
Okay.
All right.
We wake force shift.
And applaud you for taking advantage of the situation. Flash, you did as well, just didn't roll for shit.
No, I'm just
Yeah.
super. The fact, like you could have used that to take an ice storm or any other like damage, super fucking powerful damage in the spell. But what you did was you did something that was aligned with the game that had unfolded
Yeah.
so far, and I'm like,
that's really good.
well done, sir.
Good.
Which is why you get the free level 2 slot.
That was legit awesome.
Because I was banking on him doing exactly what you said. So,
And as Bronson's getting ready to go to bed, he's playing with a dagger and like arranging it next to his fingers. How he would ever possibly like. No.
That's funny. Right? Yeah, you gotta give up for that.
he's over there like a little kid pretending he's Wolverine.
That's what he's doing. He's going.
How do you do it? How do you do it?
Yeah, exactly.
I just cut my fingers.
Dude, I used
That's
to.
awesome.
I spent the better part of elementary school with sticks whittled,
Yeah.
Oh,
and
yeah.
duct tape
Yeah.
gloves.
It would hurt real bad. when
My
they
thing
broke.
was I was always building nunchucks out of everything and ninja stars.
Yeah.
I had fucking so many pairs of homemade nunchucks.
Technology.
Just all over everything.
All right. So Genji, somebody needs to roll for him.
My pleasure. My revenge will be complete.
You gotta drink this natty one if you get it.
Oh,
so.
fair.
Let the hate flow through you. It gives you focus. It makes you strong.
Stop it.
I was so waiting for you guys to go to Strahd's castle and face him because he turns into Palpatine.
Yeah.
I would be in the shower shouting at myself, like practicing the accent, and Steph would come in like, "Are you all right? Get out of here! It's art."
I'm practicing my death screams.
I hate us.
Get out of
Go
here.
ahead.
That's
What are the
smart.
checks?
This is just a perception check for Genji.
14 plus Genji.
Billy,
He's
look
tied
at
up making the unit, making the thing.
Oh, making his unit?
Oh,
You know, Genji's
Genji's
perception.
stuff. Yeah.
Perception.
Perception is a +4.
18.
Yeah. So, for as wide open almost as you feel,
Light open?
wide
Oh, sorry.
open, that you guys feel, you're surprised and you haven't really heard any noises around you all evening.
Okay.
The whole area just seems kind of dead. Speaking of dead,
That's just weird.
no, come forward.
Presentation.
She also has the crotch stench
Did you-
of green as you slowly walk across.
Oh!
3D!
Whoa!
Just kidding.
Did you blend one of these into it like we talked about?
Oh yeah.
I have a feeling she's not gonna do that.
There's nothing better in a smoothie than a blended in honey bun.
Fair.
Dude, I fucking love honey buns.
They're good.
Do you want another?
What? I'm not trying to live forever. She
Do
just
you
gave me a
want-
cup of cheese. Did you guys see that? She went cup of cheese.
Forever. Do you want to live forever?
So
Fred Mercury
Genji's
stash pulls it all together.
Genji's
Right.
prayers to his ancestors are shattered as Valkyr has woken up early and is jamming out at the other campfire.
That's a weird tongue movement.
That's so bad.
Since meeting my future self, I'm just like
Yeah.
revitalized.
And you're not sure how. Older you has really done some deep squats.
Yeah, that's
Deep
I
lunges.
told you, I looked
You did.
in character.
The strength of the pelvic floor. That's
Yeah.
what you want in a bar.
He was doing Bard Pilates.
Bard.
Bard classes.
And then on the back, he flips the song over and he's
Our
like,
yogis modern day bars.
future business idea, Bard Pilates.
And cross flute.
God damn it. We already have
No, give me a reroll. This is an advantage, right?
one. No, that's a reroll.
Oh, okay. Nothing
That
for
was-
cross flute.
no, I tried to, but you were already in violation. And if Billy had done a decent, even subpar paint job on those, we would be using those right now. But as you saw across his entire body, we're subpar paint.
Damn.
I think I picture his heart from over here.
No, you're one to talk. This son of a bitch doesn't even paint the internal organs on his minis before painting it out. You got to paint them from the core all the way out.
You didn't even paint the inside?
You don't even paint the insides.
What happens if they get cut open?
Yeah. This guy right here, you cut him open, his guts spill out.
And we saw it too when Tim
Friggin'
Jones,
Mordecai.
when Tim Jones dropped the old Bronson on the table. There was red,
color.
Yeah.
and bone in the center, like it was red outline with a center
I don't know how he
white
does it.
dot.
Not only am I inside all of you, I'm inside the plastic. Oh, God. I don't even know what that means. It's not a threat.
It's not.
Can we write that down?
147.
Intense lip licking
147.
and...
Well, because I had honey bun on my lips. It's delicious.
No, I got intense lip
That's
licking.
a t-shirt.
Yeah. It's got honey bun on the lips.
Sorry, I had honey bun on my lips. It's delicious.
That's good. That's real good. And you can have like a artistic, stylized picture of it in the wrapper.
Yeah. Rap Shacker production.
Oh.
It's delicious.
Sorry, just a honey bun with red on the inside.
That's it. That's Dan. Get to doodling.
No. Like baking.
What is this?
Bake me a honey bun with blood red in the center.
Mandy is going to our logo for our stream is going to be a baked good for Mandy.
I like that.
It's a
Honey buns forever.
Straight from Mandy to Dandy Daddy as he brings them in. What? You don't think that Zenfis is modeled after you, IRL?
It's best if
Oh,
it's best if you go long.
Travel down the highway. Actually, no, don't do that on stream.
Sorry. Shit.
You can cut it out.
I will.
We need to.
We know there's 4 viewers.
3 of them are my kids.
I know.
Yeah, kids at home.
One's Aaron.
Not
One's Aaron.
No, don't think about
I
that.
did. Yeah, off screen. Damn it.
Alright, keep going. What we
Keep going. Sleeping. We've rested.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And
Genji finishes his morning
Genji's incense fills the air as you guys are normally brought awake. It's like a Folgers Crystals commercial around the holidays, but it's every day of your fucking life as you smell the same pungent odor of the incense that's burning. You come to and are still in the fucking Feywild.
Okay.
Bronson's packing up his gear and goes, the best part of waking Genji's burning stuff.
T-shirt.
Alright, let's pack up and go.
So yeah, you guys are a little bit put off that no noises of anything around you. You get up and you start walking.
Back towards the party.
Yep.
Okay.
Bronson's humming to himself, and I will walk by your
I pick up my backpack, make sure I have my backpack.
Okay.
Let's go get this ward.
Alright, give me a survival check for whoever's going to be pointing the way.
I'm still low from exhaustion.
17. Your survival is plus 7.
17.
Okay. So again, not as crisply as you'd remembered from the night prior, but you're pretty fucking tired. You're still seeing the same landmarks that you would use to go back. You
Long
are
rest.
fairly confident that you guys are on the right track heading back.
Just keep moving forward. It's still. tired.
Make a perception check.
Wait.
We can't.
What do you got?
I don't have a little thing.
Is that a zero or is that a
Oh,
one?
is this a disadvantage?
It's a 1, yeah. Because I'm still exhausted. I'll
Yeah.
switch extra disadvantage.
He was
Oh.
2 layers. One off base.
2 layers.
Multi-layer?
But it's
Just like Call of Duty.
it's a 5 even with a 1.
Alright, so, your face warms up.
It does it. My cheeks are hot.
As you guys are, moving out that day, it's a somewhat of a somber, still feel to the land. But as you look off in the distance, it's almost as if the seasons are going in reverse. You're
That's what we
going
want,
from more of the death of autumn to more of the life of autumn. So it's almost like somebody's just turning a color scale on.
Yep.
Going
towards
you
summer.
go. Yeah.
You now have an item in your equipment called Future Spellbook Power. It has 1 charge per day, and it allows you to recharge a second level spell slot. It's the best I can do with D&D Beyond.
So we just have to track
It's a good reminder.
our time in the notes and just remember that it's been 5. I can.
So yeah, you get to level 4 every 5 days, and then he has just a recharge.
Oh, I see. Okay.
So you could either do like a ring of spell storing.
That's what I copied.
Okay.
I copied up Pearl of Power.
Well, look at us. Yes, D&D nerds unite.
Because spell storing, you have to choose a specific spell.
Yeah, fair.
Pearl of Power, it recharges a spell slot. So, anyways.
Alright, so perception checks from the rest of you yokels that don't fail at shit.
I
Rolled
wanted
2
to.
nat 20s and 2 nat 1s so far.
No, Tim rolled the net 20s. From inside of your body.
20.
17.
Okay. As you guys are walking down, you're starting to hear the raucous laughter of the autumnal feast that's continuing in front of you. Valkyr seems more on his game than what he did prior, and you see him starting to start playing measures and bars, just kind of tuning everything, and he's playing the lute, getting ready for action as he comes in. And I'm going to take a piddle break if you guys care to discuss strategy on what you're wanting to accomplish here.
So please. The yoke.
Zan has her focus back. Can you just teleport us out of here?
I don't really. So we haven't had that.
I think we asked her right away. Doesn't that mean we could just leave? And she said no. I don't remember why, but
Yeah, you did.
At this point, though,
we were still in the twirling hell dimension thing when I was like, does that mean we could just fucking leave? And she said, no, we gotta finish the quest or whatever.
Yeah,
Pretty
so
sure.
we returned the fairy piss, the psalm that has yet to be written to release Chaz, and we give the flowers, and then see what he has to all say. But we need to get back to Genji's sister, and we've got Zera. I mean, our whole mission here is to save.
We should ask Zandala if anything starts to go awry in this deal to get the war to get us out of here. Let's just mention to the fuck out of here, whatever we need to do.
Yeah.
Because I think that was her deal, was that she wasn't confident that she would bring us back safely to the same time and place. That we might work back in.
This is the I can't.
I mean, he clearly has power over them, man. He can get us back home.
Yeah. That's how we get home safely. We're just saying if he's bullshit.
Yeah.
What would be great if he could bring us out right, like maybe 30 seconds before we enter the rift, and we can save Hugh.
Oh, and we'd have one round of combat with double party.
Double party.
All of our past selves and all of our present selves.
And we're all healed up.
That might fuck up the timeline.
Let's fuck it up.
Yeah.
And fuck up Tinder. And save you.
We're never
And
supposed
save
to
the
find him
cheerleader.
in the first place.
Nah, we almost took that dragon down. We were close.
All you see is a DM's notebook.
That's great.
We need something for that. Like, it just takes over the whole screen. Like, please pause while DM rewrites script.
That would actually be amazing. It's just like a PowerPoint presentation style
That sounds
animation
fucking stupid.
where a page that says DM plan floats on the screen and bursts into flames.
Actually, I can do it pretty simply. I can have an HTML layer that sits on top of the screen that has a transparent background, and there's a page you go to, and you click a button, and it plays that you lighting a piece of paper on fire in the video clip. So you can totally control when it happens.
No.
Be easy to
It never does, because this has always been planned, because it's already happened.
Billy's posture. I don't like it.
Right.
Are we in the Feywild right now?
Yeah. So we're moving.
This walls are green.
We're moving into Zinphalic's den.
Am I going back in time?
Zenfest.
Are these portals? Whoa!
Whoa!
I can't stop floating in the portal mist.
Oh my god. I said it last time, I'll say it again. Our best idea is just Dave in front of a green screen
Well, and here's the shitty part. I've got green screen for him to take home.
This is all he's gonna do by himself at home.
I'm gonna rig up on
He's hanging from the ceiling so he can go swimming. Like,
on
It's
Twitch, dude, all day, just upside down, like bubbles, like. I'm gonna do.
it's so happy.
I'm gonna do it.
Oh,
right.
that's great.
So you guys are, making your march back. You see Valkyr start tuning his lute, and you're about to step into the lion's den.
Meow.
Yeah. Uncle Zenfist, bad touch basement.
Since my name is Valkyr, I will go first, and I will play our song.
Did he say since my name is Valkyr? What?
Royalty,
Makes sense
my
to me.
friend. Royalty.
Royal pain my
And
arse.
I'll start playing like a sea shanty music. I don't think I'm gonna play this yet, but this is just kind of my environmental music.
Okay.
As
And
we-
I
as we
heard you.
strode in, like-
I heard you listening. What does sea shanty music actually fucking sound like? Good.
Yeah.
It's just like you're walking into a Red Lobster and it's all you can eat crab. It's happiness.
Oh, it's so true.
Hey, cheddar biscuits.
Not quite that, sorry.
Is this what your loop sounds like? Because it sounds an awful lot like.
Enchanted.
So we're in Zinphilos' den.
No,
Okay.
you're just getting close to Mithrindane.
Okay, we want to go there.
Keep moving forward.
We'll keep
So you guys are starting to hear the sounds emanating through the woods, a mixture of trees and mushrooms. You're on the same path that you recognize exiting from. You come to the grove, and within the grove, you can hear as if most of the party has transitioned to the orgy pit. You can see that the orgy pit has been freshly buttered. And what? You alright?
God damn it.
It's like I'm inside your head, isn't it?
No.
No, this is exactly what you were thinking about.
Oh,
I'm the DM, I know that. Anyway, so butter everywhere. It's a salty flavor in your nostrils.
It's in the air, yeah, I can
Yeah.
tell. Yeah.
You come walking up. Zenfist is nowhere to be found. But everybody's body is like usually around the chest and in the face. It has like this fairy fire glow all over it.
Like a margarine type sheen.
Can you believe that?
I hate this game.
You're in the Feywild.
Wow.
Are you gonna play the Jurassic Park theme again?
I don't want us to get in copyright trouble.
So as we enter the buttery realm of Zinphilos,
Yeah. Are there any little fucks?
His
floating
name
around?
is Zenfist.
Zinphis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are there any of these little minions?
Yeah, you see
Flopping around.
Mordecai like trying to climb out of the orgy pit. Mordecai, you'll remember, is the gnome from Barovia.
Chef?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Just Mordecai, are there any others? Are there any others that I remember to work directly for? The boss man?
Yeah, so you remember that Pandrin the Pantsless,
Yes.
yes,
Bandrus!
he is coated in butters.
Come service me! I'm gonna do a voice. Bandrus! Come service me, for I am dry and my skin reeks of onion.
Did he just say onion? And you see elbows come up on either side. A body, a set of two hands comes up, and chest rising up against the rim. And it's a healthy rim around the orgy pit. And he pulls up a collection of goo being scraped off of his ample form as it collects around the rim and slowly drips down
It's like
into the hole.
The Mad Emperor and Dune, I'm gonna be like, yes!
You bend your body like a reed.
And then he tugs on his braid because
He's the Quishnot Cataract. Anyway, so he pops out and comes walking up, and Pandrin says, I guess you've been in the Undying Lands. We really need to get you buttered up if you want to come into the hole with me.
Where is our lord? I must speak to him.
I fear that Xenphus is at the bottom of the hole. Shall you endeavor deep with him?
You mean in the middle of the pit?
Indeed. And you see him walk over to the tree, and he starts milking a little bit into a carafe and hands it to you.
I'll take it.
Bronson stops by in the background. We're gonna hate the fight.
I'm going to cantrip message everybody, one and another, and say like, the filthy perv is in the middle of the pit, down underneath the butter, I think.
And the butter is collected a generous amount. Like there's a lot of butter that has been appropriated for this event.
So, let me fetch him for you. Dip down in the pool, get some butter underneath you.
Oh,
just
yeah.
to make sure we got enough coverage. And I'm gonna dive in head first.
Okay.
Forgive me, what did you say?
Give me an athletics check.
So I buttered up the underarms, and I'm just gonna dive in and see if I can find.
Plus a D4 for being buttered.
Oh, okay.
Because there's no greater blessing than butter.
Athletics.
Oh, the blessing.
Get it, guys?
He just now saw it.
15.
Oh, yes. Very good.
The D4 helped.
So you burrow deeper into this collection of bodies and butter gore all around you.
I'm gonna grab the pantless by the hair and go, my God!
This is the greatest day of my life.
The carnage.
Oh, those hot bodies.
Worse than-
You're hearing like a lot of like you remember Nickelodeon Gak?
Oh, yeah.
You could buy.
Yeah.
It's not a fart sound that's off-putting.
It's
It's
like
the
a
one that's
bulldog eating
titillating. Yes. Lots and lots of mayonnaise.
It's like a bulldog eating a lot of mayonnaise.
Yeah.
Full fat mayonnaise.
And so
Fat mayonnaise.
Jotun goes in the complete, like, full-on leaded butter. I mean, there's no margarine about this. It's just oils and juices. And you hear this, oh, Jotun, what a pleasant surprise. As you see Xenphus surface, his face a picture of butter and ecstasy as he pops forth, swishing his hair around, and butter slings off. I need everybody to make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh my goodness gracious. Okay.
God.
I would have kept that.
Well, that's 15 still.
Reroll.
No
You said
way.
dexterity?
15.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm doing a 12. Hold on, I gotta finish my
Billy, you stayed in here overnight.
Oopsie daisy.
7 for Glaz.
What is the smell? Is it this?
And that's the name of the party.
That was in game. What does that smell? Is that this?
7 for Glaz, 3 for Genji.
So, who was the one for?
Genji.
Yes.
So, Genji stoically, not approving of
cutting butter out of the air.
of the excess that's going on here, as Xenphus thrusts himself up and does kind of this full body sloughing of butter off of him. A large butter pat comes and slaps Genji in the face,
A butter pad.
and you see it slowly slide down his face. And Genji tries to remain stoic. Constitution saving throw.
11 or 21.
Yeah, he just takes it
Yeah.
right
just
in the
smack.
face.
You can just see like red.
Yeah.
Does it start to bubble up a little bit because the
Yeah, a
anger
little bit of anger. And like above him, this like bubble appears with like an exclamation point.
Genji's pure anime. Genji's an anime character.
How does Genji run?
Wait, what?
Naruto.
So I told Clara that's how like professional runners run. So when she runs the house,
Manipulate her into being a weave.
her arm behind her.
Oh, that's great.
All right. So there's a lot of butter and people having sex. What are you guys doing?
So I thrust Zenfist above the writhing pile, and I'll throw him toss him gently onto the
Question:
side.
Are you doing a bowling ball hold?
Yeah,
the
he
butter
needs the
sounds,
spinal support,
dude.
so it's definitely right on the
Good.
the button.
Good.
The bubbling.
So you've never really felt a ladrin buttock before, but he's in good shape. And you thrust him up, and he gets up on the top, kind of does a dog shake, and Genji is just utterly covered in crotch butter.
Utterly famous.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take. I still have control of the one by the hair, and can I see him now? Do I have eye
Andrew?
contact?
Yeah.
And I'm gonna like pull the head around and give him a big kiss, and then throw him aside, and then walk like big steps, like right up to the guy,
Yeah.
and bow down
Zenfist,
and
yeah.
put the flowers at his feet from my medical.
Oh! Oh, yes!
He's really down to play along with the word.
I'm not sure if consent exists in this.
It doesn't. It doesn't, Mike. We're the Feywild.
1 second. I have to get this table pulled up.
Should have been like 10%.
Yep.
I'll take one, Dad.
There we go.
Sling one of those. To me.
A little bit more.
Let me out.
And he's got some more. He's taking scale. It's overriding the talking.
Whoa, bro.
Oh.
You really
That
are
tiger's
getting
flying
a
at
barrel,
you.
huh? You're definitely getting purple haze, bro.
Oh, I've had that from Abita down in New Orleans.
It's good.
It's good beer.
Good stuff.
Shout out to Chris Strickland, old critter.
Cold critter. Critter.
He was the one that turned me on that.
He
It was
slapped my hand a few times.
critter and oyster bar. He shucks and fits, he fucks and shits. critter and oyster bar.
That's
Wow.
That's pretty good.
That is special. You need one? Good.
Alright. So, as he comes popping out, Zenfist lands, and oh, how delectable to have all of our friends reunited, and oh, folded flowers, thank you. Could you not just have given me your pants, Valka?
Would that have gotten us out of this place?
It would get you in.
Oh. I'll do a little cute bow. And come back and go.
He
I
grabs
believe
his scrotum and curtsies.
Is this the third
It's D&D, Dan, play along!
item? Is this
D&D.
not the third item that we need?
Oh, well, yes, I would assume so. So glad that your children are watching, Glasmaline. Don't be like me when you grow up. Yes, I believe that those sorrow lilies there that Genji is holding in his back are what we need, not these ripped up stems and leaves that you have thrown before me, although I find it somewhat erotic due to the bitter taste and how delectably buttery your body shall soon be.
I'll give him a wink. And then I'll go grab the appropriate items out of Genji's pouch.
And so Genji still has these, what you would consider to be like, whenever you shuck corn, the husk as it comes off, that's what these look like, just old and dead. Those are the sorrow lilies.
Okay.
Oh.
Old dead looking things. And so he grabs those. Bring me the fairy urine.
Who has the fairy urn?
I've got it. I have a little bit in my. I emptied out a water flask for it.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
I'll go.
Here, give this to him. I really don't want. Here.
I'm gonna message you and I'm gonna say, don't get mad at me. And I'm gonna open-handedly smack the shit up, just go smack her face, and then blow her a kiss. Smack.
Whoa!
And then take the fairy piss up to her.
You are quite
The weirder-
sordid
the weirder
in your
the
any inter-party rivalries. Perhaps you would like to retort to him in some measure within the orgy pits?
Glaz gives a very disdainful look and looks at Bronson across the little gap between us. I fucking hate the Feywild.
and Bronson comes walking over and he goes, "No, actually, I think I love where this is going." And hammer fists Valkyr in the dick.
Roll a perception check.
Okay.
3/4 chub.
Didn't even hit
Doesn't even matter. You perceive it out either way.
Alright. So, you see Zinphis stand up. He puts his arms up to calm the music, and the music ceases. People start coming forth from the slag pit, butter dripping from them. You guys feel very overdressed and under-aroused. Mordecai is running about. Yes. This will pair perfectly right here. And he's pouring some type of a beverage into everybody's chalices, and you see him reaching for this hip pocket belt of spices, and different colors of powders are going into people's drinks, and he's looking at them, poking at them, and you can see he's making custom cocktails as he's going around so that people have drinks to charge and hold up. You look out, and Zinphis starts calling everybody in. Oopsie Daisy detaches from her greater tree shroud.
Whoa.
And starts coming to walk over.
Fuck, we should girlfriend.
And stands over and kind of leans forward over a cauldron. And Zinphis says, what you are about to see has not been practiced or tried in over 2,000 years. We shall, in our efforts to control the spread of the Everfrost, shall come together and craft the ward. And everybody's, oh. And you guys have no idea, like, why is everybody freaking out about this? And Zinphis stands up and starts levitating this frozen block. And in it you can see the rusted dagger. And it kind of hovers in place. You see the sorrow lilies rise up, and they almost start to open and somewhat unravel, like a sweater that somebody's pulling on the string out of. They start to unravel and turn into a fibrous, almost string, and it starts wrapping around the ice block, and it starts to shrink and condense on itself, and you can hear what sounds almost like a metallic strain as everything's getting pulled in. The light behind you seems to dim as the light in front of you in this orb, this circular orb that's spinning, starts to collect speed and starts to light up. And you see Zinphis hold up the vessel full of the fairy urine, and he drinks it. I didn't even really need this, it just really sets the mood. And he claps, and you see...
He fucking rocket raccoon.
That's what I was thinking too. I just wanted to see if you would get it.
It's so bad.
I mean, you see him licking the inside of his mouth, savoring the flavor as he claps, and a rod falls to the ground, and in it is a pulsating orb at the top that The rod is somewhat black, onyx, almost looking with a little bit of sheen to it. What? What are you doing over there?
It's just
Are you all right?
he's worried it's a dildo.
Survive the ball right on the end of it, and it has a dirt sheet.
Oh wow.
Sorry.
Carry on.
And so the meaty, spongy head at the end of the orb. You all right? And it just kind of hovers there.
You made it a dildo, by the way.
Description did.
Up and down. It's just kind of hovering there. Grab forth the ward who is ever most bold and
Bronson
clean-hearted.
doesn't even wait for him to finish. He goes, "Oh, for fuck's fucking sake! Come on, lads, let's get out of here for goddamn sake!"
And he grabs it by the shaft
Yep.
and pulls it towards him. You feel a warmth inside of you. You're radiating the heat. And you feel like if shit got cold as ice, you'd be alright. You could still take care of your needs.
Okay.
And he says, "The ceremony has been as delectable as dipping my bottom over and over again into a bath of the silkiest oils and creams. Valka, join me in the pit. Jotun, you've already buttered yourself. I'm quite impressed. See you at the bottom."
I haven't even left.
What do you do?
Was he starting to move down into the pit?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna like bow and then act like I'm distracted by one of the NPCs walking around. Just so he like loses focus and starts walking in.
So as you turn around to walk away, you bump into the dryad. And she's leaning over you like this.
Like what? Leaning over? Hello, my name is Valka.
Why, yes, we know who you are. Perhaps you would like a refill?
I'll refill.
Animal handling check.
Handling check. That's the only reason you wanted to do that.
This is so.
Aren't you proficient at milking this?
13.
Ooh.
Share some milk.
I don't want to play.
It was all
I don't want to play.
Dude, this is.
Oh god.
We're done. We go from here
Thank
to
you.
the end boss.
Yeah, no, it's just
this
days drunk.
is it. We are done in the Feywild. I promise. Although we did meet our future selves in the Feywild,
So we got
presumably an inch and a quarter from now.
Inch and a quarter, yeah.
Multimass.
It's a lot of working out. It's a lot of daily pull-ups to do, for sure.
Yeah.
Steak.
At this time, he still has the thing.
I'm
in his
holding the
hand.
shaft.
Where's Jotun?
Jotun is in the bottom of the orgy pit, covered in butter.
And the female wizard?
Zendala would be staring at Bronson holding the shaft.
I would like to message her and say, what do we need to do to get out of here?
Well, sure. Think we better use the ward so we can use the gates.
Okay, so I'll message back. So we need to leave here and go to the gates before we can actually leave. We can't leave from this spot.
I don't know how to get back accurately. Could be like a basket full of puppies in a tilt-a-whirl.
Those you got.
Well done! That kind of tilt-a-whirl is one word.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, dude, with a little bit of the hot face, that's delicious.
I don't believe
Look, it's kind of like bloody. Oh god, it's delicious though.
I'm gonna walk down into the pit, wherever Jotun is.
So you can't really walk. You have to wade.
I'll wade. I'll wade to Jotun.
As a reminder,
Ah. Ooh.
Wait, there we go.
We're in the pit.
But
I'm just swimming.
I was also, by the way, just as a meta side note, I was looking for an image of a Roman orgy, like a wall painting or whatever. There are no PG versions of that to put on Twitch, but I did look.
we could draw our own later. We might talk about our feelings. No? Okay.
I'm Googling.
I say that's the gayest
It's
thing
fine,
I've
let's
ever
move
said.
on.
Do I remember if he speaks Undercommon or Draconic from our time that we've already traveled with each other? Not
To your knowledge, he does not.
Well, that
Okay.
was tremendously unacceptable.
So
Probably from the
I'll
NSF
approach him in the
that I
pit.
did.
Okay, so you feel as you're in almost like a sensory deprivation chamber because the butter has filled your ear canals and all your other holes. A hand reach out and grasp you, somewhat caressingly, somewhat, I need your attention. It's wanting. What do you do?
Embrace it, I suppose. That's
And Zinphis and you travel deeper into the orgy pit where you find Valkyr waiting, as if he knew that's what you would pick. What would you like to
So there's three of us kind of in close proximity.
do? I mean, there's bodies all over you.
Xanthus, I must take my friend, for we have work to do.
Oh yes, you must go to the Morning Gate where the Dawn Herald resides and use the shaft of Everfrost warding protections against it, yes.
That thing right there.
Oh, Glasmaline, welcome to the orgy pit.
Oh.
You are freshly covered. So good to have you and get to have you.
I'm at the top of the rim, yelling down into the pit.
You're doing a fine job on the rim,
Thank you. So,
not falling into the center.
you boys, let's get out of the butter. Let's go. We've got work to do.
How can we ever repay you?
Shaft out.
Oh, speaking of Waggle Shaft,
Holy God!
Get him.
Holy God! Just take all of them.
King, Lord Emperor Zinphilus, we've our friend, we've crafted a song that has not yet been written, so that we may free our friend from the institution of marriage and move forward.
Jazz is like pops up from underneath Zinphis' legs.
Get me the fuck out of here, please.
Insight check. Does he really want us to get him out of here?
Roll it.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
really good.
A non-critical roll finally.
Yeah, something other than a 20 or a 1.
Yeah.
I tend to go like,
Both ways?
I'm a pendulum guy.
God damn.
No, it's an orgy.
My insight, that's a 7. That's a 24.
Yeah, so kinda yeah, kinda no. Kinda yeah.
Okay, and I clearly exceeded the DC for this skill challenge. That's the real answer. Valkyr, show him your song so we can get Chaz with us. We might need the.
Yeah, my fiance's over there. She's fine with me being in here, but not me going home and making a business. I don't get this.
But he helped save my life. We need to get him out of here and save his. Oh, nice.
I'll hand Zenphis the song.
It's got like 3 like.
Nope. He grabs it and he looks at it. Oh, but this is simply just ink on parchment. I need to hear a song for it to be a song.
And I'm gonna, from up on the rim, I'm gonna cast. I'm gonna move my hands.
Wait,
and
why
say,
is that funny?
Udkarad,
job.
and I'm gonna cast
Show you,
mending
right.
with the hope to like take butter at least off his hands and his loot, so that he can.
Okay. So you get a 5-foot area. So we'll say yeah, you can get his at least his. You want to do his strumming hand or
Yes,
his
only
fingering hand?
Only his strumming hand. His fingering hand's okay if it slides. It's this hand that needs to be.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll start playing.
Bronson dislikes you. Dan hates us.
I'll start playing.
He's just looking off into the forest going,
But for somebody who spends eternity doing this now, like you're pretty good at it.
go ahead.
I'll start playing the song.
Okay, let's hear it.
Yo, I don't know the song to actually do it well.
It's your first
I mean, I'll
time.
do it.
It's your first time.
What's I need some music though.
No, you don't.
Hey,
I don't know the beat. I don't have a problem doing it.
It's a
weird.
shanty. We're all just.
I'm a deep water sailor on a journey long. You give me some whiskey, I'll sing you a song. Now when I was a little boy, me mother told me, way haul away, we'll haul away, Valker, that if I didn't kiss the girls, my lips would grow moldy. Way haul away, we'll haul away, Valker. And then I'll let some music play. Dum, dum. This is my favorite. Baldur's girls ain't got no combs. They brush their hair with codfish bones. Hey, Baldur's girls ain't got no frills. They tie their hair with codfish gills. Way, ho, way, Valker. Oh, see now I'm starting to get into it. Water deep gals will break your slump, let you go fishing down in their rump. I'll make a smack sound like
It's like the whip crack in I Like Big Butt.
They're easier than the gals from the gate. Now wake it, Bronson. Though they leave you smelling like stink bait. Well, Lord, you Luskin girls will give you the fits. They're tight little packages with perky tits. Woo! Bundle up, boy, if you spear their abs, they are by peeling off their
Whoa! Alright, roll a performance check so you can redo that. Let's hear it.
227.
That's terrible.
No, this is good.
That was great.
Yeah, okay, you're able to rewind the clock. Go back to that stanza again and perform it again.
Oh, you're able to do it. Okay. Luskin girls will give you the fits. They are tight little packages with perky tits. Bundle up, boy, if you spear below the ribs. They all lube up by peeling off their scabs.
Keep going.
So listen up, boys, and I'll set you straight. You can't go whaling with tiny bait. Valsker's been with women of all sorts, always looking to dock in a friendly port.
A Valker for NEC, ladies and gentlemen.
That was
Wasn't
fucking amazing.
That was good.
Written somewhere over the western United States
That's true.
by
As any
a really drunk guy that just wanted.
Was the stewardess really that rude to you? As rude as you made her sound? Oh, okay. What the fuck are you doing? Well, I was writing a song, but now I'm writing a sea shanty, you cunt.
All right, and so everybody in the crowd is just drinking like you've never seen before. Just downing everything that they have, recharging, drinking again, bodies colliding, the smell of butter and salty liquids pervading your nostrils. And Chaz looks over to his bridegroom and looks at the fairy and the fairy's dad. And the fairy's dad just kind of shrugs his shoulders
and says, well, if there's one thing I would say, he's never practiced that one before. You are released, and you see Chaz's bride-to-be sink because she was about to have a fun little play toy. And she's depressed and kind of goes fluttering off to the side off by herself. Chaz is like, oh, fuck, yes. I require Sir Arthur Tillery. My boys and I are going on a road trip. And his personal effects are returned to him.
Chaz, you're coming with us.
Yeah, get me the fuck out of here.
Fantastic.
Have any of you guys ever been that close to being married? It was terrible. She wanted to talk about my feelings, and I thought at the same time that, okay, never mind.
As he comes out of the pit, I'm going to touch him and say, good God. And,
Glass, I'm just coming out of a very serious relationship. I appreciate it. But if you want to, seriously.
and the butter melts away from his body, and she says, you're welcome.
You've de-looped me, so I only suspect that your intentions are pure. I'm sorry. Find me later.
Yeah.
And Bronson goes, can we fucking go?
Alright, so you guys are now able to go forth, and you hear Zenphis call out, attention in the orgy pit. We've got a collection of adventurers here who have gone through multiple rounds of games during this festival and have
much bullshit.
exceeded expectations. Let's see if their nubile bodies will carry them forth on this last bit of the party. And everybody is cheering for you like crazy. And as you guys are walking, everybody make a perception check. Nice.
7.
A which?
And 6.
So Glass rolls another natural 1.
Wow.
Yeah.
This is an amazing
What
set.
check is this?
Take some fairy fire to the face.
Perception.
Perception?
Genji rolled a
19 or something?
23.
Okay.
I was gonna say nat 20.
It was a 19. I rolled a 19 and a 1. My 2 dice, at disadvantage, rolled a 1. On this single dice, rolled a 19. It's the story of my life. Perfection's right there, but there's the laundry list of other failures behind me.
But if you took a few feet, maybe you would be able to count that 19 as a 20. You should develop a foot fetish. Get that feet.
Do any of our party members have a crossbow?
Yes. Glass has one on her back.
Glass does. Yeah.
Okay. So before we get away from the group, the fuck shack,
I do too.
And I will.
I'm gonna whisper to her.
I mean, hope so. This was our we're teleporting music and it's still not happening.
Are you trying to play us off stage?
That's exactly what happened. Like, this is the leaving music.
I'll give you a bardic inspiration.
Okay. Alright, so a few things are happening all at once. So Valkyr leans over, whispers in Glaz's ear, and then you see Glaz move her hands about for a moment.
How buttery is she?
She's not. She's clean. Yeah. This is Genji.
Fan fiction. She was buttery.
So she's beaming, and a golden glow lands on her.
Can I hand her something?
And then Valkyr hands her something, and then you also see a purple sheen to her. She pulls her light crossbow off her back, which she never uses, slaps a bolt in the end of it, puts the thing that Valkyr gave her on the end, and pulls the trigger. And wherever Zenphis is standing, she tries to put a bolt like right next to his head, like
Not hit him. Yeah,
not
just
hit him,
close to him.
but like close. So it lands, and it's like a piece of wood or some inanimate object near him. So she's rolling her dice to attack to
And
make
you
it.
get the D8.
And I get a D8, and I get a D4.
Oh god, that's a good D8.
So it's 8 plus 8. Whoops, sorry.
To hit.
8 plus 3, 11.
Plus 8.
Plus 11, 22.
To hit.
To hit.
And so you want it to stick into something that's rigid right by his head.
Sure.
An inanimate object.
Andrew goes, "Oh God!" as you pierce his.
Yes. And on the end of the arrow is, as simple as looks, it's a Queen of Hearts card.
For my tarot deck.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do a little like Freddie Mercury, like all time, like.
What? Why? No!
And we turn
As we walk away, right?
And with that, let us cavort like the Eladrin of old. You know the ones that I mean.
Fade to black. Or dark
And
purple.
you guys awaken. Well, not awaken, but continue forth down the path, heading towards the Dawn Gate.
This is Billy. Hello. Oh, I'm sorry. I just see you sitting right there. Sorry.
You took my queen. I gave you my queen. He ordered something.
Hopefully Taco Bell.
Hopefully it's Taco
I mean, right?
Bell. When do you guys have to go?
Now-ish.
Now, yeah.
Yeah. Between now and like an hour from now.
Oh yeah. Okay. Then.
I'm just hungry.
As you guys head forth, we're going to take our chow break for the evening right now.
All right. If you're in chat and interested in the Nord Games giveaway, type Nord N-O-R-D right now, and if you win, you'll get the $15 Nord Games product. So. It's all us. We need to stop streaming. So bad. All right, we're gonna go to break then. Cool.
We had 7 of them.
Yeah, we did. It died off. Alright, we are back.
I'd just like to say that those libations, I hope they guide you well.
Is that a clear Guinness you're drinking? Okay, no, it's just a white can.
It's clear that it's a Guinness, but it's not a clear Guinness.
Fair.
We're sponsored.
Dude, that was, yeah.
We're either sponsored or we're sued.
We get
Both begin with
It's
S.
their choice.
See how like I do this on accident?
yeah.
Oh wait, nope.
That's why I
That's
told
what
you
you
over
okay.
earlier.
Oh,
So, yeah,
space time ends.
Look, it's infinite blue beyond,
Okay,
and
there
then the creeping edge of nothingness. The world is flat. Antarctica.
How come? Why is part of your head eaten by the sea?
Who is that?
It's Rando and Vando.
Look at the screen, dude.
And look, it's Doc giving you a kiss.
Ooh, hello, Doc. Ooh.
What happened while we were gone?
I don't know.
So, you guys like gladiator movies?
It's nothing but Pop-Tarts and failure from here on out.
Alright,
It's one of those.
so quickly, as you guys have been debuttered, you make your way down a path that you haven't gone down before. One that you are almost a little bit uncomfortable traveling down just because so much of the foliage encroaches upon it, and it's like the undergrowth of cedars. There's a lot of dead branches that are out there that somehow, either through a bitter wind blowing or just the natural order of things being terrible, it's like razor sharp. Like literally running through cedars is like Wolverine slashing at your face. It's incredibly painful.
You just wanted to bring Wolverine up this.
No, I wanted to bring cedars because I'm so glad we're getting rid of that shit back there. But we go through, and you guys are making your way. The foliage goes back to more of the dead tone, but it's less just the coloring being jacked up and more of it's progressing into winter. But it doesn't feel like it should be. So think of like an early frost. As you guys are walking forward, everything's encroached on you. It's a lot of dead briar patches and the like, and it's some type of a different cold out there than what you felt before. Jotun specifically, growing up in the spine of the world, you are used to what a bitter cold could be, and this is colder than what you even remember growing up. For Glaz, you felt some areas that were awfully cold in the Underdark as you were making your progression over. You guys have been cold, but not like this. It cuts through your clothing, and you guys feel exposed, I think is the safe way to put it. I need order of march declared and a survival check.
Standard order, it's going to be Glaz and Genji out front, followed by Bronson and Walker.
I'm gonna go into my pack and put on all my common clothes that I have.
Packing in layers, I like it. Okay.
Yeah, that's our order. I still suffer from exhaustion, so I'm rolling at regular because that'd be at advantage with Genji's assistance.
We should rest.
You got food in the. That's a 22.
Okay. So to pretty much just point your nose towards the stiff bite of the wind and walk forward. Right now it's just more of an uncomfortable cold, but as you guys progress forward, it's getting to be where it's harder to blink your eyes. Your eyes feel like they're starting to dry out, and well played, sir.
Not mine. I'll be alright.
Well, I've got the moistest eyes of anybody in this land. They're so wet.
Say one thing for Bronson Ball, say he's got moist eyeballs.
Nice.
So, Bronson, notwithstanding, the rest of you are starting to feel a burn in the skin on your cheeks, a burn in the skin of your nose. this is a cold wind that you're marching into. I need everybody to make everybody who didn't do survival, make a disadvantaged perception check, as the wind has pretty much taken your hearing away from you.
Ooh.
I got
19.
Damn, boy.
14 and 15 rolls plus 5.
That's a 19.
It's because of my goggles. Helps.
Ocho.
Alright, so you guys generally are able to see around you. Nothing's really being blown in the atmosphere at all, just a very stiff wind that's ripping through, and since there's not a ton of foliage to be able to break it up, you're just hearing the wind constantly blow as it's crossing over the dead tree limbs, and areas where there are leaves and stuff attached, they're frozen over and are like cement dollar bills that whenever they get blown off and start swinging at you, it stings whenever you're getting hit by them.
Jesus. Is that Amarillo speak? Cement dollar bills?
Yeah.
It feels like cement dollar bills out here.
I guarantee.
That won't
We're
help.
Cajun too, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah. Or someone from Louisiana that moved to Amarillo.
Yeah.
Possible.
It's fucking cold out here. Colder than a lich's tits.
Because
I'm
they're
not
dead.
even dead.
I like that.
I just keep.
So we kind of like warp through, and we're marching now into this like.
There's no warp through. We just took a new path
Yeah,
out of the
trudging.
orgy area,
Yeah.
and suddenly we're in Wintertown.
Okay. And it's just like snow blowing on the shit.
Well, no snow yet. It's just a very
Cool.
cold wind.
Very
Did you
cool.
hear that random thing shattering?
Zendala, is there anything you can do to put something in front of us, or even your turn to gift? Your talents with ice and snow. It's really fucking with my vision.
So Zendala says, Shug, I wish there was something I could do. This is going to be hell on my complexion, but I do not have any way to be able to assuage these horrific winds that are cutting through. Valka, perhaps you can use your vulgar powers and put some bonfires up to heat our path.
Is it completely open? Is there woods on one side?
No, there's woods on either side of you. There's dead briar patches that you guys are pretty much walking through. So if you remember whenever the hyenas ran Simba off, you guys are walking through that, except for it's frozen around you rather than in the Serengeti.
I'll look for a good spot to just like start casting and create bonfire over and over to kind of like clear it out, keep it going, and start to clear out a little area
brilliant.
out of the way.
Does that bonfire produce heat?
Oh, let's find out. Let's find out. Create bonfire. The bonfire ignites flammable object in its area that aren't being worn or carried.
Good. So yeah, you guys are starting to feel a little bit of a heat. It is really whipping it around. So the flame's almost licking you as you go by because of how stiff the wind is blowing it and how big of the fire. But there's enough of an ice shield around the foliage that as you guys are progressing forward, the bonfire isn't there long enough to really full-blown catch everything on fire. But as you guys do look around, you see the slow curls of embers on some of the periphery pieces of branches that are out there kind of curl up, and there's a steam that follows behind you as you guys are almost burning a hole through this bramble pile.
I'll cast Thunderwave in front of me to like poof, clear out like a perfect what?
All right,
Cube?
roll dexterity saving throws because you can't directionally
You do. It actually, I learned this the other day.
Really?
Yes. Each creature in a 15-foot cube originating from you,
Yes.
they would take the effect. So it's from you forward. Yeah.
No, it's from you in all directions.
In all
look
directions.
Look it up.
It's a cube forward.
It's a wave, dude.
Still.
In a cube forward. Well, I'm not I'm targeting the side of the woods to make a igloo thing.
Oh, I see.
There's a reason it says originating from you.
So you want to do
Yeah,
this
15
direction?
feet out,
Yes.
originating from.
away from.
Okay, then. If we're gonna,
Save yourself
if we
some-
You
play
gonna
that
run
way,
forward?
I'll move into the woods.
Oh,
Okay.
I just want to see you tactically do something.
Yeah.
Instead of like, I know you've got this giant door in your
So
hand.
once I do that and I burn the level 1 spell, which is Dan's concern,
Yeah.
I'll create bonfires in the middle again to get a fire going for everybody to gather around.
Nice.
Okay. So it's pretty chilly. You guys have a very large fire that's starting in front of you to where whatever part isn't facing the fire is bitterly, bitterly cold, and you're just getting to somewhat of an uncomfortable feel from the heat on the opposite side.
Does the fucking the winter deck do anything with this? Did he give us any instructions?
The winter dick.
The Ward of the Everfrost.
Yeah, that thing.
The Word of Everfrost does not seem to be doing anything.
He waggles it. Anybody else want to hold this thing?
It starts getting warmer, and then it goes doo-doo-doo, and change comes out the bottom of it.
Anybody want to hold it?
So you're going full Feywild right now.
Chaz, did you learn any new tricks in your time here to maybe help with this cold so we can keep moving forward?
I don't have anything that necessarily that I could build off of the materials here on hand. Had you offered such a commission for me prior to us leaving in such a distasteful, hurried state, I'm a potentate after all. I just don't want to be seen as weak. But we've got to be very careful moving forward. It's fucking cold out here.
So we've got this little safe zone. How long do we plan on staying here before we move forward again? I think the quickest to get to the end quickest is better than us waiting for it because I don't think it's going to change.
How are your energy levels? Do we need to take another rest before we move on?
I'm fine. I've got all my slots. I'm just a little tired. And there's no way we're going to sleep through the night here. We'll freeze to death.
Even with the bonfire?
It only goes for like a couple minutes, like 5
Doctors
minutes.
want to stay on
All
the
right,
line
well.
and take this.
Let's move along then. And he
Fuller.
uses the shaft. Onward!
You
So we
need to
still
go
have the
somewhere
shaft.
around this direction.
Let's move along!
Slap some bushes out of the way.
Oh god.
I officially hate us.
Welcome to the club.
So you guys,
Yeah.
you guys continue to move forward. I need another round of survival check.
Does everyone do it?
Disadvantage? No.
No, survival
Oh.
for the people driving.
2022.
Okay. So again, you feel like as sleet is starting to slap up against your skin, the direction that it's the most painful, you think that's probably where you need to go.
Straight into it, lads. It's, as my mum said, the way to bring beauty to favor is through pain. She said this as I was born. Forward.
I need everybody to make a disadvantaged Constitution saving throw. No, regular con save. Sorry, not disadvantaged. Well,
Yeah, I'm still this.
No, my
no, your
skill
skill
check.
checks. Yeah.
It's close enough.
16.
15.
Okay.
18.
17.
All right.
Genji rolled another natural 20.
Nice. Designated drinker.
Anyone but me.
Yeah, we were here hanging out while you guys were out and about, burning some energy.
Having some
so
meatballs.
I think
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Okay. I do need a cup.
Remember when Dan was fun?
No.
I know.
Well, I do, damn it.
Do you have a
Yeah.
glass of
You're ready to get some activation.
Of course.
You ready to get activated?
Totally.
Dude, that was crazy about the energy drink. You said they were the ones they pulled from the shelf or whatever.
Total activation.
Nice.
Not the, Wild Tiger? No, not those.
The one you posted the article about. I was just like,
I'm
and
gonna get voltaged.
at the cost of dosage for those, like, why on earth would they?
Oh, are you talking about the one Tim posted? Was
The Tim
was
posted
it that?
one? Yeah.
that
Oh,
was
yeah.
Tim. I was like, huh?
Yeah. I don't understand how that made its way in there.
Well, they don't have the FDA. Like, it was. Yeah, that's how.
Yeah, fair.
Like,
They like just are slapping labels on cans that were recycled, you know.
This is a
These-
beverage.
These have expired. You know what we can do with these? Break them down.
Viagra in them and sell them again.
You get any more of those voltages?
Fuck yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah, buddy.
Storytelling powers! Oh, sorry.
He was a normal GM until he hacked the voltage.
DM sauce, just like.
This will make the
Yeah,
differential.
that's your jam.
Yeah, guy.
Back in the Taco Bell days.
See, they keep saying the point of origin is on the face of the cube. Not, you can't create it from the inside of the cube. You use a face of the cube. Is always the point of origin. So therefore, the caster
Look how cool that
is on the
is.
outside of the cube.
Whoa.
You get to choose where it goes. It can't be in the center. Like
Of course.
Wait, lift it up. Oh, that's so weird. Yeah, I love it.
It's the magic drink.
Well, because it's gonna take that and blend it out.
Oh,
so
yeah.
your hands behind that.
Yeah.
yeah.
That's why I was testing like how much of it is opaque.
Yeah.
That's all. Because the bottom is green on air, you know. But the green was blocking.
Thanks,
also.
Tim.
Is interesting.
Yeah.
You've chosen poorly.
Come on in, buddy.
Oh, hi.
She must have showed something.
Get a job?
Claire, we talked about this.
Whoa, look at those shoes.
I don't think I could put. I
Whoa. Where'd you get those at?
Copyright strikes, right?
Yeah.
Those are so pretty. Do you want to see Uncle Dave?
She said she doesn't have an email address for me to send the gift certificate for the drum set to.
We already have a tambourine and she's a bunch of.
I know, but I've got this gift certificate to give her. I just need somewhere to send it. Where they'll deliver it.
You rolling a
Send it
character?
Alright. Did I get food yet?
Yeah.
What do you get?
Stuff.
Garbage.
Pop-Tarts and pizza.
God, I'm gonna die today.
Not today.
Maybe I'll be so lucky.
May we all be so
I'm not married.
Yet.
I don't want to die yet.
Sorry.
Yeah.
2 yets.
We're moving forward.
We're moving
Yeah.
forward.
So you guys are moving into the blustery cold. As you look up, what was before his were more authentic because he was feeling them.
What happened?
I was just making
no sound effects. It's like
Yes, eventually.
there's two soundboards playing simultaneously.
So that's
right now.
interesting.
More wind.
No, that's interesting. I didn't hear a difference at all. They sounded exactly the same. Professional grade. All right.
Professional trucks.
GMC.
GMC, see? Come on.
Hashtag not sponsored.
Yet. This portion of D&D is brought to you by the General Motor Company.
As long as you bring that plant back.
You know, give us some money. That's how sponsorships work, right?
You're gonna love the choice you make. For now.
D&D,
D&D.
good to the last drop.
Not GMC kids. But feel free.
D&D, kid tested, mother approved.
Oh, man.
And this round of Whose Line Is It anyway? So you guys surge forth. You've asked around if there's a way to be able to stop it. You're not sure. I would like to say it would be as simple as attaching two frost wards to a string and doing some EDM dancing, but that wouldn't work either. But you're welcome to try.
Well,
Checks that off.
So you're going forward. It's just now getting to the point where the cold is uncomfortable, to where you think you may start doing a detriment to yourself. Glasmalane is tired, visibly, and the rest of you have found enough in your stalwart hearts to go forward, but you do question internally right now is the feasibility of getting any type of rest going forward.
I got 3 more torches. You guys want them?
It's not going to do it. We just got to keep moving forward. I imagine when we get to the
whatever it is we're heading to, the thing's gonna do something and we'll be able to end this cold.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna message. I'm gonna use message on Jotun
Okay.
or to Jotun. Do you know anything about transition planes or states between planes? Way under. Way under.
So you're writing a haiku there or something?
No,
I don't know
I can
anything
only-
about transition planes or places
25
between
words.
planes. Also, I'm fine. How are you?
You can
We're
reply
all
back.
fine here. We're good. How are you?
They're all good up here
Yeah.
on the detention level.
I'll just answer back like, I know nothing more of the planes than we have visited together.
Okay.
So we're walking along a path. Is there any caves or anything that we might see?
Is there a cave?
I need everybody to roll a disadvantaged perception check. Who isn't doing?
It's 12.
Rolled a 9.
Oh wait, 10.
What'd you say it was? Perception. 7. I rolled 2 3s.
The 10's pretty good.
Yeah.
About average.
10's about half.
As you look above, the sky is turning into a very dark blue, almost to where you can't tell if there's clouds anymore or really an environment. Is this a fog that you're walking in? So almost like Silent Hill, if you think of that. Where the world, it's almost like you're in a rendering kind of loop within a game where everything around you is just slowly being introduced within your immediate area around you. The rest of it is almost like this blue blanket that wraps around you. Very cold feeling.
I'm gonna offer the Everfrost to Jotun, Glaz, and Sandala and be like, "Well, you magic users, what is this? Let me waggle this shaft at you a little bit. How are we supposed to use this shaft for anything to get us out of here?"
That's so good.
Take
Come
a
on.
look, see if I can't get a.
Oh, yeah. You win all of it.
The game is yours.
So I'm gonna ask these guys to investigate the ward. They'll put the shaft of the shaft of frozen waggles, and see if there's a way that it can be used, or if it
Makes sense.
anything about it that like tells you anything.
Okay, Arcana check. Nature check.
I'm not touching it. When he put this forth, I was like, I want nothing to do with that.
A 22.
Very good. So Jotun puts his hand across, studies it, weighs it in his hand, looking at it, kind of checks the
The heft.
the heft, if you will.
Hence the girth.
Yes. You think that this is something that you would need to bludgeon the crystals that cause the Everfrost.
Ooh, it's a tool to break. So the term ward, it's more like wards, like it's
Warding
gonna-
something away
yeah,
as
it's
opposed to
gonna
like
smash the
a
Everfrost.
shield.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, as opposed to in Batman, ward means young boy that lives with old man all alone. Ward.
There's a second, even older man in the house,
Right.
which is a chaperone.
Right. We're waiting for the Finding Wayne Manor HBO miniseries to come out next.
It's like Finding Forrester, but you're no longer the man now.
Oh no, Leaving Neverland, not Finding.
Yeah.
Is that what movie that quote is from?
You're the man now, dog.
Yeah. I quoted that 1,000 times and forgot what movie it was from.
I've never seen the movie. I've seen the quote.
Yeah, they redid
I've
that
seen the
movie.
movie. It's a good movie.
They redid that movie with Kevin Hart and Bryan Cranston.
Good.
Oh.
That was recent, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's the same.
We're so far off topic.
It's the same
Okay,
place.
cool. So we gotta smash some crystals. Let's go.
Can we go back? Can we go back to the dildo, please? I mean the ward. Yes, thank you. No, so you guys, are continuing to go forward.
Baby's holding an apple.
You know where you're going. Jesus. I mean, it doesn't even prescribe to the laws of physics like it should. It's just so angry.
What is our timestamp? I'm saying that one.
I was getting airborne.
Yeah. All right.
Dave, what's our timestamp? 4:41.
So I'd use this to break the crystals on the. Well,
Yeah. The crystals that started the Everfrost, the origin of the Everfrost.
okay. And they've grown to a gate or something. I'm trying to like.
As far as we know, the Everfrost is a big ice wall thing.
Chaz, when you're in the butter pit with Phineas, did he talk to you about the wall and what we need to do with the thing?
Is that even a question? What the hell are you even talking about? You're tired right now.
I mean, I'm exhausted for sure.
I'm gonna ask Lady Zandala what she thinks. Lady, how do we find what we need to smash with this here Frost Club?
Call something every time.
Well, Bronson, I'm afraid that I'm somewhat new to this floppiness, but no, you seem to be quite at home with those motions. I don't know if I should feel you or applaud you in this regard.
That's correct, yes.
Yes.
Maybe a bit of both.
My ask is that we please find a way to turn this cold off. As you see, I am only wearing silk and not that much of it, and it is quite chilly in the way that I am dressed. And you guys see her in classic fantasy.
Yeah. Level 120 epic armor.
Yeah,
So it's just like
little triangle of
yeah,
cloth.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's like 4 purple nipple covers. That's all it is.
The male armor covers him. You see the tiny little dots for where his eyes are.
Yeah.
But the female is like 2 pieces of cloth and a piece of bulk.
But then like 2 rotating fireballs sitting above.
Oh yeah, at all times.
Yeah.
Pauldrons all day.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's move on and find these crystals. Let's go.
Hey, welcome, Crazy Horse. Well, you're the winner because we did it earlier and there wasn't anyone on. So go to NordGamesLLC.com and pick your product and give your address to me in DM and I'll send it to you.
Awesome.
Yeah, congratulations.
Winner! Welcome! You are welcome! He likes Valkyr. He's just checking in to get it to work. Winner!
You're an idiot. All right.
He's the winner, right?
He is the winner.
There you go. Yeah.
Crazy Horse 1212.
But
Represent.
he likes Valkyr, so that's winning.
I was gonna say questionable, but yes. So you guys go and are.
He's just making sure that we all do this. That's not me. That's not me.
So you guys continue up the path. You're starting to go up a hill, and the climbing becomes very vertical to where you guys, if anybody has a dungeoneering pack or a mountain climbing pack, make yourself known if you have rope and pitons.
I got some pitons.
I've got my slippers of spider climbing.
Yeah, so you're good.
Yes.
I have some hemp rope at least.
I have 6 more pitons.
I can go invisible at will so that when I fall, you don't have to see it. I've got that going for me.
But yeah, I got 50 feet of rope and 6 pitons.
Okay.
How high does it this climb look? Is it more of a
It's somewhat gradual. Think of it more like a canyon.
Okay.
As you're going up, you're going to have washouts that you can manage without having to have climbing gear, but with it being
Easier.
frozen, it'll just take more time.
Yeah, I don't have any pitons, but I do have some rope. So
Let's get going.
So you guys continue forward. As you're moving up, I need an athletics check from everyone.
Goddamn right.
Since Bronson has equipment and Valkyr, you've got your shoes. You guys don't have to roll a disadvantage. So thank your fighter.
For fighting.
No, it's I'm laughing. Thank you, Frederick. Sorry.
Athletics is still a 9.
Was it better?
Yeah, 9.
20.
9.
14.
7 for Glaz and 14 for
Okay.
Mindy.
That gets you guys over the edge. So you're able to, in pretty short time, you're surprised. Continue to make your way up. You get to the top of what seems to be like a plateau, and you're on a great glacial plain where you're not really sure if you're standing on an ice wall or what, but it is definitely shifted to less of a direct line wind, more of a low rumbling around you, and you're just seeing this like dark blue abyss, almost like you're looking into very deep water, as there's really no black quality to it, but it goes off to a very, very dark navy. And sound, since everything's so frozen around here, seems to reverberate. It's off-putting because you think of in the middle of the night, if you go out after it's been a good freeze and a good snow, how insulated sound seems, but it can still carry. You're hearing this rumbling, this resonating tone off in the distance, and it's difficult to place the origin because it seems like as you turn your head, it's always the same quality in your ears, no matter which direction that you're looking. Snow has picked up where the sleet has left off, and you almost welcome it because it's starting to dry you out somewhat. Experienced outdoorsmen like Genji and Glaz, you see them pick up the powder and they're rubbing it into their gear, and you see them using it to actually dry themselves out.
Glaz also takes a pinch.
Just to feel alive.
Just to feel alive. It's cold. This reminds me of the Cavernous Underdark and the way that things seem to go on forever but still condensed at the same time. It's ominous. We gotta keep moving forward though.
This does not seem like any mountaintop I've been on.
We're definitely in for something.
Oh, I hate ominous.
On these.
Should we tie a rope around each other just to make sure we keep moving forward together?
This went extraordinarily poorly the last time that we did this.
And Genji looks at you. What is it you are talking about?
Oh, right.
The combat. That's right.
We're dragging each other along.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, lads, don't tie any knots. Just hold on tight. We'll just run the rope between us. Just hold on to it. If you fall, you fall. But better than fucking everything up if we all tie ourselves to it.
Aye, we all die alone in the end anyways, right?
That's right.
Chad's like, well, that's really fatalistic.
And as he says that, he goes, fatal. And I just put him on my shoulder.
Well, thank you. It was starting to get a little bit deep on the snow there. Started to get frostbite on the tip of Sir Arthur Tiller.
and Bronson looks up at him and waggles the. He goes, you be careful there. And then stows.
Hey, two of us can play that game. Did that just fall off? Oh, God. All right, another survival check.
Thank you. 11.
Okay. So it's getting very disorienting as you guys are trolling forward. Being able to really see where everything, is, because it's all kind of turning into, in one form, like this dark gray that is almost like an underwater wave rolling at you, and it's just the way the wind currents are affecting the snowfall as it's coming by, and then you've got this just blue abyss that's surrounding you. So think of, if you took the northern lights out of photos of the northern lights, just this really cold, frigid abyss that people kind of exist in, and whatever your localized light source is, these torches you guys are carrying, You're seeing that play off of the ice, but this is an extremely isolating feel as you're traveling across this plain. The cold is no longer really just from a wind. It's just this existence that is slowly chipping away at your skin, feeling like it's burrowing deeper and deeper to where your very core feels like it's starting to freeze.
It's fucking cold out here. How close do you think we are? Anyone? Oh, we gotta keep moving!
Yeah, what Bronson said, that's just, we got, they just said this direction, I don't know how far.
Forward then.
Press on, lads, faster!
Yeah, pick up the pace where possible.
Okay.
I still have the ward, so if I cast a light on it, will it light up further than what we can see?
You're more than welcome to try.
I'll cast light on it.
Okay, so it lights up with your torches. You're getting 30 feet of bright light that will say, just with environmental concerns, is kind of being mitigated down to about 20.
Okay.
With the arcane powers that you evoke as the ward lights up internally, you're starting to see a little bit of an improvement out in front of you to where you probably have about 35 to 40 feet worth of good light to see.
Okay. Yeah, I don't see anywhere we can take shelter, so let's press forward.
Forward.
All right, Constitution saving throw, everybody.
No advantage, disadvantage, or anything.
You got it.
$11 for
Seven.
Glaz, 7 for Genji.
Genji takes a level of exhaustion. You take a level of exhaustion.
13. I need
You're
a
good.
thing.
You're good.
They're on the thing,
Grab me an exhaustion
they're on
point.
the bottom row in a corner. They're gray.
Wow.
I take one, and Genji takes one, right?
Yeah.
There you
Let's charge these puppies back up. 7 out of 20. Push it down a little
go.
bit.
Would you,
Makes sense.
status?
Let it remember what home is. So
Conditions.
it wants to get back
And
there.
there's at the bottom there's a set of numbers to click for your exhaustion level. 5. Boom. 1.
We must continue.
So the cold biting into you, you feel yourself very sluggish and tired. You continue to press forward. Thoughts start going through your minds. You're all challenged by the solidarity of walking forward. The conversation that was taking place before has ceased, and it is just each individual mustering every ounce of their willpower to put one foot in front of the other and to continue to move. You can see as you're passing by settlements that look completely frozen over. People frozen in place. You see the foliage has completely iced over but looks springly. Almost to a point where you were starting to get into like a late spring, early summer look, where there are full blooms on some fruit trees. You're starting to see flowers pop up, but these are all completely iced over. And you feel as if you have crossed likely somewhere into the realm of spring within the Feywild.
Valkyr, would you happen to know any songs of spring? Might carry our spirit forward.
Bronson freezing. His name is Valkyr.
I imagine it goes something like, "Oh, I'm a bard that likes the spring."
I'll start playing something. I just don't know if I can pull anything off.
He goes, performance check. All the string shatters. Yes, it just happened.
What'd you roll?
Not even like-
So you see Valkyr pull out his lute, and as he goes to strum, his fingers break off.
I was like, he rolled a natural one, not not a negative 20. Good lord.
It's true.
Nah, so you go to play, and there's been enough snow and sleet that's collected inside your loot that you're a little bit concerned on it being able to produce sound in the way that you need it to produce sound.
No, I didn't break any fingers.
No, you still got you can finger anything you want.
I'll just retort back like, I won't play. I won't play. And then I'll try and get close to her boobs. But I'll play with these.
Why don't you go back and paste your own metal? Leave me alone.
Okay.
Lads, do we press on or do we take a break in these buildings here?
Well, look at these people. I mean, that turned into solid ice here. Do you think their houses are any better?
Ladies Andala, can you make us a hut or anything? Is there anything that you can do that you have a spell that we might recharge our strength before we move on, or should we just keep pressing on?
Yeah, maybe something that's tiny and in the color of lemon.
No, she has that. She
Got
does
the tiny
not.
hunt from the last session from the end sacrificing himself.
Yeah, that was a one-time thing. You should have been like, hey, can you follow us for a little while? And die somewhere where the environment is inhospitable.
Just hold on for like one more session.
Okay, now die.
Could you cling to life and die where the environment is inhospitable? It's so specific and amazing.
I mean, it's what you'd say to a creature like that, I imagine. Well, thank you for your service.
Just saying.
Just wait. I think we keep pressing forward. We have to end this winter. Standing here is just going to freeze us.
Okay. So you guys start to feel like you're getting towards some area of importance. One, because of the magnitude of the cold. Two, because the buildings are becoming that much more grand. Like, this is how we project ourselves out.
Keep going.
You keep rolling forward. I need another round of survival check.
Okay, that's survival.
Oops. 10.
Okay.
No, I'm good with 10. I don't need to. Do you want me to re-roll it?
Based on Lee's reaction, yes.
Alright.
He said, ooh, okay.
10.
You just rolled another 10.
No, did it?
I don't have any. So.
I don't have any either. I thought I did. But,
Roll.
there you go.
20.
Woo! Get us the fuck out
So
of
you
here.
start to take a step off kind of to your right oblique, and then you're like, right oblique, and you're like, nah, that would be a terrible idea. And you kind of face a little bit more left and continue walking in that direction, and are thankful that you took that direction, as the DC was a 14.
As we progress a little bit past that spot, I'm going to pick up a stone or something off the ground and throw it towards that where I was going to step. But after we've passed it,
So the lightning strikes it. Like a shark dives out of the ground.
A boulette or whatever they are.
Oh yeah, yeah. That mini's beautiful.
Oh, God.
Whoa!
Wow, man.
I don't know what just happened.
I'm so angry with your dice, man.
Hey man.
Did you use that?
What are you drinking?
I still have. I'm one behind on this. I'll just have two of these.
I'm 20.
And that 20.
Attack your day with advantage.
Throwing dice, making it up.
I don't know what's, my dice are really hot,
Like,
You're
or
excited.
really cold.
mostly hot.
Yeah, mostly hot. I think that's my fourth 20 and I'm rolling. It's like
4 to 2.
4 to 3.
Yeah.
4 to 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's close. Hey, it's like it's math.
It's almost like math, isn't it?
an idea for a show.
Just
Just
a
an
year
idea.
3000. Okay, sure.
In the year.
Are we good? That's good. Yep.
All right.
So yeah, 20 for my shot at the where I wasn't supposed to
Yeah.
set.
So you lob a rock, and it would have been perfectly in stride of where you would have hit, and it nestles into the snow.
Perfect.
Okay.
That's good.
Alright, well.
But it was a great fucking toss.
Thank you. Did you all see that rock toss? That was exactly where I was gonna step and I didn't. Thought maybe something bad would happen, but maybe I'm just paranoid. Forward.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
So you guys continue. I need one last Constitution saving throw.
Is this if you're exhausted, you gotta
Yeah, you
roll
guys haven't
saving?
stopped to rest. You've been traveling for
No, exhaustion only for skill checks, not saving throws.
20.
Not saving throws.
Yeah.
Why are you rolling two? Oh,
Nice.
it's two characters.
10, yeah. 17 for Glad.
15.
16 for.
All right, yeah. All right, so you guys all start walking forward, and it seems like there's a shadow of a presence that slowly starts building, looming in front of you. And with the way that the snow is slowly falling in front of you, you think maybe that's a close-up building or maybe some trees. And as you start approaching, you realize how large the form in front of you is. And traveling by yourself. God, you doing all right over there, man?
Yep.
Not sure if I believe
The day that Billy died.
So we feel an ominous presence in front of us.
Well, you see one in front, and as you guys are progressing forward, you think that you are arriving at the Dawn Gate, as there is a large humanoid form covered in a giant glacier that has wrapped up and around him. Get this. And you see out of this glacier the head poking forth and out, almost as if it was crawling, trying to escape as it was slowed, and this came and enveloped it. You see in its hand, which isn't depicted here in the actual scenery, but you see a hand grasping some type of a lockbox treasure chest.
Like a large one? 'Cause
In
this
its
thing's
hand.
huge, right?
Yeah, teeny tiny in its hands.
Oh, so there's like a.
You would think it'd probably be about yay big. And
So there's
Yeah,
like
like
this
normal
giant
scale.
head frozen into a wall and like a.
well, you can you can see like it's trying to crawl and effort its way forward as something behind it grasped around it and froze into a large glacial wall.
Whoa. Okay. You like that? I just found a new soundboard site that's sick.
Yeah, it's good.
Tabletop audio that I found.
It's creepy right now.
I think that's my for yes.
This is sick.
Then let us go forward.
So
We shall go.
Move yourselves all the way to the back of the.
That's what I used for the Sunless Citadel.
Oh, really?
Yeah. We've used it in the past too.
Sick.
When there was a certain element like Sirenscape didn't, I don't like the way it sounded, or. We're all the way back. Oh. Fuck.
Dan, can I have a beer? Oh, wait, more?
Whoa.
Tell me it looks okay.
Oh.
I think we want to move that one a little bit. Move the camera a little bit. Or just fuck me, right?
That moved the
Diglo?
Yeah, that one was good.
Oh, sorry. You're fine. Trying to get as much of the.
That's a good shot. So you see
That's a hot
a
bait.
very large figure standing in front of an even larger, gigantic wall of ice. And you see her as she stands before you, almost as if she herself had just materialized from the ice with a very large forged club that you can't even imagine, how much that thing must weigh, as it's a collection of frozen rock and ore and stone, kind of fashioned together with spike-like protrusions looking like very metallic icicles coming out in front of it. You guys are standing there. This is what you see. Oh shit, I'm gonna get wagon shaft out there. Put him in, coach.
Yes. Yes. Oh, so good. Ridiculous. That's ridiculous.
He would not be at the front.
Yeah, he'd be drinking in the back. And so you look out in front of you, that's what you see. What are your actions?
There's one building right there.
Mm-hmm.
So, one more time. What is this building off to our left?
You assume that this is the garrison's quarters, or maybe their chapel, or some kind of area where those that would maintain the morning gate, where they would either come and worship, or this is where they would actually live in somewhat of a monastic tradition. What's going on?
The blue background with the light on Dave's hair.
Oh, it goes right.
It's eating you? Yeah.
I told you.
He looks like a proto hybrid.
Yeah. It's not far from the truth.
The Expanse on Amazon Prime, season 3.
That's right. Premiering later this month?
It's out.
No.
Season 3's
No,
out.
three's
Oh,
now,
yeah.
not 4.
The new one's very soon, though.
Is it?
Oh, yeah.
Kids?
The first
Did
Amazon.
Genji dead?
Amazon Prime, sign them now, $79.99.
No, Genji didn't dead. Genji's. Yes. I mean, technically, maybe. Genji's player, Tim, they had a child, so he's gonna be out for a while.
Him and his character had a child together.
Which is weird. Yeah. No, he's alive.
It's a
He's
Japanese miracle, really.
I'd like to move
They came out like
halfway
this.
between where we're at and this place.
Yeah, and when I see Valkyrie start moving in that direction, I'm gonna hold on the holy symbol and go invisible.
Do you have this?
Oh yeah. They should be light blue. Maybe.
No,
light
I was
blue.
asking if you had it, so I have it.
No, I don't have them. You have them still. They're light blue with white writing.
Charmed.
Yep, bottom left here.
Do you think
Far bottom left,
this sentinel will let us break the frost willingly, or shall I summon my servant and have it deliver the Everfrost silently?
As Glaz fades out. Well, I imagine since it appears this thing's hostile, she's probably protecting it, and we want to destroy it. So, I mean, we can. I can't try to deceive her, but the rest of you are welcome to.
I figure we got two options. We beat that bitch down and then do our deed with no resistance, or we cause a distraction and we fight her while somebody who could go invisible or be real quiet goes over and does the deed while we're beating the shit out of that big bitch. In either case, I'm about to go hit her in the mouth as hard as I can. What do you lads say?
It's a good idea, and so I'll casually walk over to you. Give me the scepter, the ward. I'll grab the ward, and I now have the ward. It's invisible with me.
Okay, but one more wiggle just before I
It's funny because as I go to grab it, you tug on a little bit, so
One
does
for
this.
good luck.
It just does
And
this.
you can feel the weight shake a little bit when you.
You feel like there's a whole other plane of existence that you really haven't experienced in your oppressed life.
Yes. It's quite the stiffening
that's
encounter.
Wow, that was too far.
Alright. So yeah, I have the ward, and I'm gonna move
I'll dispel light on it as I hand it over to you as well.
Nice.
Although I think that ran out by now anyway.
Yeah.
Leah, I'm just sort of generally heading over to the edge of this building here.
Yeah, one
Yeah, it
second.
was only an hour, so it should be gone in here.
I'll message back to Bronson and say, I'm gonna go talk to her. Let's see how it goes. You can follow me at a distance, and then if she wants to kick my ass, then
I'll,
be close.
I'll turn to Zandala and go, "Milady, are you ready? I think we have a fight on our hands either way."
And you see her cutting glass, and she is just shivering.
Okay.
Sarah, what?
Shivering.
Cutting glass.
And her nipples are on.
We were both trying to get subtle, and you're like,
We're saying the F-bomb every, like,
Well, I know. I just
hour.
So, do we need to get warmed up before we go engage in this combat?
Sugar, that's a bit forward, don't you think?
Do we need to get inside and start a fire?
Same as.
She blushes. Mr. Bronson, I believe you have given me the vapors again.
Bronson, you moving forward.
Yep.
I'll just say, we don't have time, let's go.
Righto. And Bronson, come with
I don't know
you.
what the rest are doing.
What are the rest doing?
Yeah, what does Waggleshaft do?
Waggleshaft, you see, is taking a small torch that he's been carrying, and he's very delicately putting it around the chamber of Sir Arthur Tillery, keeping everything dry, keeping everything warm, and then you see him load a shot, and he cocks it over his shoulder like Granddaddy's shotgun and starts walking forward. Zendala would actually be right behind Bronson. She doesn't like to get far from him. And she's kind of walking forward with her arm on your shoulder, kind of looking out from around
Which way is the wind
your,
coming?
your mass. It's coming from back here,
This way.
up, over, and down.
We might need our compass so we know which direction.
Claire was playing with that earlier.
Ooh.
This way, towards you is north? Or
I'll
what?
put which
Towards
way's-
me.
is north.
I'm your true north.
Very good.
If you're a bird, I'm a bird.
If you're a bird, I'm a bird.
Stop it.
It's a Nicholas Sparks novel. Look at us.
That thing is dope.
Devin Rue.
Yeah. Who did the Critical Role map. She also designed these.
These compass roses are
Legit.
super sick.
Yeah, I'm good where I'm at. My idea was to try and block at least Chaz and Zan from the wind, but since it's coming from head on, can't do
So are you going to continue moving forward
Yeah,
and speak?
I'll go half the distance between her and I.
I'll come with them.
Everyone moving forward. Same.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Genji with us?
Yeah, Genji would be with you.
Yeah, on target. Okay.
Is his mini not out there?
No.
Who?
Genji?
No, he's out
Genji's
there.
out there.
Oh, he's right there.
He's right there.
Oh, he's got the exhaustion thing. Couldn't see it. My bad.
Whoa.
So who's going to be taking and playing Genji's character?
I have his character sheet, but I have a lot to deal with. So if somebody else, anyone that's in the Baleful Hill campaign, can bring his character sheet up.
So let's go ahead and get that declared before you guys get
Yeah,
into
we'll
it.
all do it.
We'll split it between the two of us. We'll cover it because I can just alt tab over to it and we can cover it. Okay.
So he already plays very poorly.
So I'm gonna
And
do
you're
it.
going to sound
I'm just
him
gonna.
with
I'm gonna allow him to take credit for the work.
No, we'll make mutual decisions. It'll be easy.
It'll be
What do we do?
We'll go,
with this.
left,
Yeah,
left. You
right.
left. Yeah, right. We're gonna go right.
Yeah, got it.
Timestamp.
Give that boy some maple syrup. He'll warm right up.
Ooh.
It's sugar season, baby.
Oh, it's sugar season.
Sugar season.
Woo! Ain't no syrup like Vermont syrup.
It's true.
It's so good.
It's true.
Are you kidding?
Did you say Vermont or your mama's?
Both.
Okay.
What is the timestamp?
5:16.
That was all.
I'm gonna go half the distance forward.
Again?
Yes. Yes. Because we're too far away to do it.
So as you get to that spot right there,
That spot. The force field activates.
Were the rest following in line with him? I'm assuming you were still moving forward with him?
I am, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm coming right up with him,
And
yeah.
Genji was as well. Okay.
Hello.
And Zen was on year 6. What's Chaz doing?
Chaz is gonna float back. No,
I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
he's gonna stay where he's at, just not.
And you're stay where you are?
And you guys hear a cock behind you. Yeah. As Chaz, you see him kind of gingerly like, fuck, this is gonna ruin my tunic. Lays down into the snow and gets into a prone position.
There's a pro tag over there.
Wow.
Oh man, we're tagged out of our minds. It's weird that your base is a square.
These are stuck together. Fix this shit. I'm not even fucking painted.
I just think we're trying to put them on.
It's well done. So Chaz is in a prone position as Valkyr steps in between this chapel area and where this large imposing figure is coming out of the glacier. You see the sultry yet frigid giantess lift her hammer and she slaps it into the ground, and a Ang Lee chase cam comes and follows it as it's weaving coming towards you, and you see the ground kind of cracking and splitting coming at you guys. What do you do?
At that distance, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Very
Sam
good.
Raimi camp
50 feet.
from Evil Dead.
Yeah. I was like that.
I'm gonna message her.
The ice giant?
Yeah, and I'm gonna say, we request to pass.
Okay. It's continuing coming forward.
Nothing happens. I'll say it verbally.
All right.
Genji's-
Dexterity saving throws.
Genji's gonna dive out of the way.
Okay.
Say it before you do it. Genji's diving towards this thing here.
So she slams her hammer down in the ground, and we can see the ground go toward us, and you say, "We request to pass."
This is where Dan's arguing the bad deed.
I'm summarizing. Making sure I'm clear on what we're doing.
Is it?
I
is it
guess
athletics?
it wasn't narrated well
Dexterity
enough. I
saving
understand that this would have been.
17 for Genji.
I think it's happening.
Just-
So
We're
Genji
not-
barrel
we're
rolls
not
out of the
initiative.
way. Are you going to?
Yeah, I'm gonna dive to the right.
Okay. Give me a dexterity saving throw, please. Okay. So yeah, you roll out of the way. The shattering of the ground comes and reaches Valkyr, and he's kind of looking like, which way do I dive? But there's two people there on either side, and it's just indecision, and then it abruptly stops before it gets to him. And you see probably 6 inches in front of where your footfall is the last place that it hits, as this big puff of snow gets sprayed up into your face.
6 inches about 5 inches. 1 inch less than you normally.
And she holds the club back up and then levels it at you.
Well,
I've already said what I was going to say.
Well, fine then.
whoa.
She's good at what she does. I believe I know how the vapors.
About the ice giant? Or?
No, Steph was
Well?
Oh, yeah.
mouthing a sausage at me through the door.
That is what happened.
That's the correct verbiage.
Nothing is sausage.
Does she say anything? Can you say anything well?
I'm a bit flustered. What?
Does she say anything? So I say, the crack stops, snow explodes up, and then it's like
Yeah,
quiet for a second,
you
I
don't
say,
hear, like, you feel like you casted the message, and you feel like the message was sent. There's just no response
"Well."
outside of the nonverbal communication that you just received.
I'm gonna look at Bronson and everybody behind me and be like,
So I'll call out to her and be like,
How do you do, madam?
Fine day, isn't it? See what she says.
And you see her just kind of pound the club into her hand, looking at you guys.
I move forward stealthily.
You're invisible, bitch.
Yeah. Give me an advantage stealth check, please.
Oh. And I'm a cold ass on. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
Trying to have a heart attack before you.
Get all that good in you. All that good.
I didn't chew my food completely, and so if I didn't take a sip, I was just gonna have a piece of pizza just like 4 pieces.
Like Iron Man.
Yeah.
Dude, look at that cleavage. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Too bad the string's in the way. Like, this is amazing right now.
I mean, literally top one that I've seen him do today.
Bronson's gonna ask.
Roll those beautiful beings.
Yeah, do it.
Wait, is that advantage?
Bronson's gonna ask
I'm
Zendala.
in disadvantage next right now because I'm exhausted.
You wanna send me up into the sky to come crashing down on this bitch? Do you wanna toss a fireball at her face before I head in? Do you wanna what do you wanna do? How do you wanna go about this?
She says, Bronson, if you don't mind, I think I'll progress our relationship a little bit further. I think I might just have to ride you into combat tonight. And she says, fly, and slaps you on the shoulder and jumps on your back.
Yeah, whoa.
There's a flying one over there too.
That's amazing.
And then you've got the razors over there by you. For my stealth check, I roll a 5, by the way. We don't need the tag if this is on it, honestly. That was a 5 for stealth.
5 for stealth.
Yeah.
So you guys are in this very tense moment, looking at this giantess. You hear a whoosh as Bronson and Zendala start floating up into the air, and then there's just this deafening silence except for
Oh, fuck! It's
and you just see these footsteps, these stumpy legs going into a decent amount of powder.
Look, they're actually right here.
Yeah. Flopping around as you're walking forward. And
Beautiful. That's really good. The
It's-
little footsteps going.
I wish you
right
could see
where
it,
she
but-
is,
yeah, it's that's where you're off, walking towards. So you were pretty sure that you've been quiet.
I'm gonna continue to keep moving forward off at an angle.
So
I'm gonna walk forward just a few.
And then from there, you see her say something. You can hear a voice, and it's kind of like a feminine but very low guttural tones. Oh, for sure. And you see it light up, and she points
what's it?
the tip of her club.
Oh, okay.
And she points forward to Valkyr. Everybody roll initiative.
Did I understand what language that was?
No, but you do.
Oh.
So good idea now. Oh, come on! I'm not even looking.
I mean, assuming he's a giant.
What are you rolling two?
One for Valkyr,
Genji.
Bronson.
18.
So you're gonna talk to her, but then that means that
Genji?
you never want us to talk to her.
Genji has a 14.
Glaz.
11.
Valkyr.
17.
Jotun.
15.
Oh, my man.
Oh my man.
Activate me, please.
Just half activation. So like some gut rots on top of that.
Please.
Good rod. Is Wigwanito Alec?
I think so.
Yeah, it is.
Unless there's other crazy Vermont syrup peddling people out on the internet.
Did he say something about that syrup? Is he selling any?
Said, give that boy maple syrup, he'll warm right
Oh,
up.
Amen.
man.
Amen.
Oh, man.
Sugar season.
I'm
It's
telling you.
Canadian or something. I mean, Vermont is South Canada, right?
I paid twice the
Canadian?
going rate.
Canada.
Yeah.
Twice the going rate for some of that syrup.
I got a raw milk guy.
Yep.
Yeah, it's not pasteurized.
Yeah, apparently there was a criminal ring broken up in Austin in the last 2 years or so. Can't remember when the article came out, but there was a raw milk ring that got broken up. You can't legally buy non-pasteurized milk,
Right.
and there's some people that are naturalists, for lack of a better term.
Pat.
Freegans.
I've got a freezer full of unpasteurized milk. If you guys want to buy it at black market right now.
On the dark web. Does that just mean we turn the lights down and be on the internet? That's just
Venmo me
closer.
in the dark.
All right, let's do this.
Fucking
So
dude.
Chaz Waggleshaft is already in position, and you hear him kind of whispering. So think about Jackson in the church tower in Saving Private Ryan, but instead of a holy book, he's just pretty much telling himself limericks and laughing at them, and pulls the trigger, and you hear... There we go.
Can that,
I don't have a speaker.
Oh shit! I forgot to eat one. I'll get that squared away
Alright.
momentarily. Anyway, so he shoots at her. Yeah, that hits.
So,
that's good.
Nice. And he says, "How about another chip off the old block, bitch?" Boom! And you see the round shoot off, and it hits, and you see the headpiece that she's wearing, which is this very ornate-looking, almost Valkyrie-like headpiece, but instead of it being out of spun gold and very airy thin, it's made out of ice. And you see right above this eyebrow, it go in and hit and shatter out. And you see her wipe her head, and it comes up, and this kind of glowy blue substance is dripping down and out.
Whoa.
And Chaz,
Got
bonus
it,
action, reloads and is getting ready to take another shot. Next turn, Bronson.
So Bronson's got Zundal on his back, right? So he's gonna say, "Lady, I'm charging in to hit this bitch in the head. Is that all right with you? You coming along for the ride?"
She says, "Go up a little bit higher, and I will make my exit."
Okay, so
And she pulls a raw egg out and looks at you. Because she's gonna make her egg. I'll just let myself
I
out.
attack that.
So
So Bronson's gonna take his speed directly upwards.
okay.
And then
And
Long-
then
Hold on, here. This one's already set.
and then longbow.
It's cool.
No, he got you.
Because you want your speed up, right?
yeah.
And you go 30.
No, you can go 60 when you're flying.
Whoa. So yeah, that's good.
So you could
Don't
go
use
up
the
and
tall ones.
up and forward.
It's scary. Well, it's fine once you secure them and you don't waggle shaft them. Which means to make a bad pun, by the way. So now no one's touching the board but you.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. That's all he's got.
So
he goes, "Now what?"
and she says, "Shug, we're about to light things up. Any bonus actions you're gonna take?"
That's it for him.
Okay. Your name is Valka.
No, my name is Valka.
Cause she can't fly, right? She's just riding on me.
What's the
That's
what was
what's
the sound?
propelling you.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the wolf from the old cartoons or
Bane,
whatever.
it's a charisma 16.
What'd you do?
Cast Bane on her.
Bane.
No, it's got a stick first.
Oh, it's gonna stick.
Yes, it does. Rolls a 10.
Oh no, they're in mine.
I was about to be like, I don't see any Bane in here.
They got green on.
Okay, so she's Bane.
She-Bane. She-Bane.
Ooh,
And
baby.
then I'm gonna move 1,
It's only
2,
as bad as
3,
eggs
4,
then.
5, 6.
There's no reason for her to have an egg.
Alright.
But otherwise, yes.
Where'd you go?
I just went back here behind us.
She's a wizard, Harry.
Maybe it's a
Nope.
component.
Any bonus action?
Are you calling her over easy?
You inspire anybody?
Take a.
How do you inspire Glass? Besides hitting Billy in the shoulder.
Where's the bardic inspiration?
It's the circles. The cycles. They were I gave them to you. They're
Oh yeah,
Right here.
yeah. Those.
yeah. You just give that to a player, and they put it where they roll their dice so they don't forget.
As I come up to the pillar, I'm gonna
This.
touch it and like just dance around it slowly and like
Bardic
slide down it. Yeah. Yeah, like a stripper.
You're inspired.
I feel very inspired.
Chip and Valkers. Well, salt and pepper push it real good? Is that what you're kind of going for?
And you just see this
Ooh,
like,
baby,
pass off
baby.
of
Yeah. Jotun.
I wish you would do something.
Do I parse what she said?
Oh.
So make a perception check. To be able to hear it. You can understand the language. You have the capacity to. Now it's to see what you listen to.
13.
So you hear her in your giant tradition. Since you guys are halvesies coming down, you still retain a lot of the giant traditions. Your weapon is not just what you use to conquer the world, but it's your link to your bloodline before. So it's an ancestors give me strength type boon that she has asked for when evoking the power of it going forward.
Okay.
But exactly all the words that she said, you wouldn't be able to hear it to really be able to deconstruct the arcane elements of the chant.
Take a few steps forward so I can get into range here.
These are 5-foot squares.
Yes.
And I'll call out like, your gods cannot help you now.
Very good.
I'm going to cast Scorching Ray.
Yeah, fire.
The first one will be on the ice wall behind her.
Oh.
So to kind of get a frost covering, and then 2 right at her.
Okay.
Interesting.
Create a smoke screen
So
sort
blue
of
will
thing?
be at the wall. These 2 are at.
Okay.
So 16 to hit for the wall.
Okay, so that thoroughly hits.
Do you want me to roll damage for that?
Yes, please.
Oh yeah.
6 damage.
Oh, the dragon's a 1. I thought it was a 6.
And then 15, 13 for the other ones. To hit her.
15 hits, the 13 does not.
Okay. Some damage on her.
Ooh.
Woo! That is 9 damage on her.
Yeah.
Is that just?
That's so cool. Look at how cool that looks. Like it looks great here, but that looks like you can't tell that's not.
It's got the.
I wish I could
underglow.
clip out the left and the right. See, oh, I can't.
You can later, right?
No, I can do it right now. Keep going. Sorry.
Okay. So 1 second, I need to calculate the damage on this. So how much damage to her?
9.
Team. Worth a shot.
9D.
Yeah.
And the spell was Scorching Ray?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was from the circlet of blasting that I have.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Which you had just attuned to.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. So any other move?
I'll stay there.
Okay. And any bonus actions?
Nope.
So Jotun, with a very powerful series of blasts coming from the circlet on his head, almost pulls a cyclops and is, finger up to the temple as he's looking, and you see these rays blasting out, and parts of what you presume to be Everfrost falling down and making this cloud on the ground surrounding the giant. And you see the giant kind of waving her hair around and scooping it off of her as it's falling down.
Sweet.
Oh,
Something, frosty reception.
Chill out.
That's my main goal, is to not become
Arnold.
The gold buttons they're just so bad.
Yeah. They're pretty cool.
what, from Mr. Freeze or what?
Yeah.
All right. So next in line is Zendala, and she will look down.
I gotta pee real bad, but I'm gonna wait until her turn. Because she's riding on my back, so I might have to interact.
She is standing up, and you see her start moving her hands quite a bit, and she will cast Firebolt
Yes.
down at it. And you're kind of, that's interesting that's what she would choose to roll or to attack with, because you've seen so much higher damage, bigger things. But she does that. That hits. And so damage. And you see this peppering of multiple spouts of flame as they come down, and instead of a continuous hosing blast, it just and you see the ground start to become watery down at the feet of the giant, and it instantly freezes up with all the Everfrost there, and you see that the leg looks to be caught on one of the left leg of the giant. That's the end of Zendala's move. As an incidental, she leans over to Bronson's ear and says, this may be a bit forward of me, but here's where I get off.
Bronson says, I've been waiting for this all along.
You may go and use the restroom, sir.
Did she cast light on herself? Is that what happened?
No.
Okay.
It's D&D, Dan.
All right. So Genji.
You think you know.
No, I almost sing.
You think you
I almost sing a song I shouldn't have.
Oh,
Genji's turn. I played a barbarian.
I like to talk to.
barbarian.
I haven't played a barbarian in a minute, so bear with me.
We're gonna play him together.
Yeah. So what do we want to do?
Where is he?
Up
He's right there. He's got a close distance
Yep.
and attack.
Yep.
So, does he rage now to move fast? Does he get to move faster for raging? He does not.
No, he does not.
That's just
If he rages
Damage
before he gets in
and-
combat,
yeah.
he'll lose his rage and get the turn. So we should
move,
Move.
engage,
Yep. And then rage.
then rage.
Move, engage,
like the
and
two
then
people.
rage.
No, we have
One
to dash
character.
to get there.
This is the internal dialogue.
Yeah.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. And then this is around her is what exactly?
So the first set of scorching rays that came from Jotun kind of did a glancing shot, and we're just doing like a cutting beam of the glacier wall behind, and so that's the falling glacial ice as it's kind of powderized, and it's like a frozen steam that's falling down around.
Javelins?
Alright, so
We need to do range because if he gets up there, her leg's frozen in the ground. We can do more stuff.
he is going to move forward 40 feet and hold his Odachi up and ready in action. And if it gets within range, he's going to swing.
Okay.
I agree with that.
I'm happy.
His other personality.
This is what we've got to roleplay a two-headed giant.
Doing Eden together.
Yeah, Eden together. Like your one head on the other head. That'd be so much fun.
All right, so
Snuggie that goes across the two.
I've actually got a Jersey Shore one of the situation pulling his shirt up and it's abs, so each of you would be an arm.
I like
And this kind of has to happen now.
Really good.
So the frost giant, to
Gets
interact
out.
with the environment, blows a horn. You hear a.
Does that require any kind of a check for that to do that?
it. Did you make a blow check?
I'm impressed.
Start the stopwatch.
And you see what almost look like goblins to your eyes.
Fucking the goblins. They say.
You know what the last taste more than anything? Fucking gobos. They're the ones that kidnapped me.
Oh yeah.
They're the ones that dragged me on the road and almost made me a thrall to some druid. I don't care for druids much either. But mostly gobos.
They can fly.
And running out of the foliage, you see these bluish skin, almost frozen looking goblins.
Whoa.
And Jotun, you would know from your order, or your clan rather, that these are kind of like ice sprites, but are like an evil, not evil, but they're the foot soldiers of the Winter Court within the Feywild. And think of the Feywild in yours as kind of what Norse traditions were for, Odin and Thor and the Bifrost and all the people. That's kind of how you guys personify a lot of the religion
So these are like
within your
myth,
clan.
but
So
these
they're
are the
myths,
first time.
but you're seeing them as being real, and it's kind of a
Grumpkins.
yeah. Okay, good.
Grumpkins and Snarks.
Next thing you know, talk me, the White Walkers are real.
That's right.
The Children of the Forest are real. You have me believing in dragons.
Wait for one of these sprites to ask for $3.50. I know it's that goddamn Loch Ness monster.
What's that from?
From South Park?
It's
an old one.
The last episode I watched from end to end was like 2006 when they
Of what?
South Park.
Oh, okay.
When they go get the Mexican government to make a space shuttle, and then they get Fly. What I remember from that
Or
episode.
the Wilsiacs or whatever.
You're asking me to remember 2006, which is
That's fair.
12 years ago.
Too long.
I'd rather remember 6 hours.
It was at least 2 kids ago.
And then for her action, she's going to attempt to pry her foot that is caught, and does not do so.
All right, and then she says, "You can have this ball when you pry from my cold dead foot." That's right.
Diabetes. Glass.
That's the change. Yeah, I did. Yeah. So Glad's still invisible. Well, I think that's the best play here. Use this chart advantage, right? Right.
Yes.
You're only playing you. It's not a committee one. That's
I
only
can't
Genji.
save for
Yeah.
You do you, boo.
All right. Yep. So for her action,
They
she-
agreed to had a giant moment earlier when they're trying to figure out Genji's move.
Oh yeah.
suddenly you hear "Steeluk!" and
Bless you.
a shot comes out from where she was invisible but is no longer.
Still exhausted.
And
shot.
25.
25 hits.
So that's 46.
Ooh, that's good.
19.
Jeez. Yeah, bro.
And,
Yeah, we're letting it happen.
the next attack against the target, it has advantage.
Shillelagh.
And then for my it's before the end of my turn, or before mitigant starting for the end of your next turn. Yeah, so you have an advantage over there on the thing. Which one is this advantage? There's a token for it, just so everybody remembers. And then for my bonus action, I'm going to hold forth my hammer and say and cast spiritual weapon.
Oh yeah.
To appear next to it in the
smoke.
In the smoke.
Nice.
And see.
I got you better stand up.
I feel terrible because I can't see anything.
Look, right here.
You gotta look on stream.
Yeah, it's so badass on there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Alright, so I'm going to swing the spiritual weapon.
Okay.
1 second. It's a big creature. Yeah, we're gonna.
Valkyrie's like dripping in honey and
15.
15 meat or beef.
Yay! I feel so fucking inspired. And so the weapon hits for 7 points of damage.
Nice.
That's the end of
You
class.
see black leather.
So almost
coming
30
down the
points of damage against this frost giant. That, you know, if you look across, you know, different immunities and stuff like that, that's a very good round. So the first blast hits the giantess, and she kind of goes to shake it off as she had been focused down, thinking I'm somewhat obscured based upon the way that the smoke is around me, or the steam, and starts trying to pry, and is hunched over, and a shot hits, and she turns over to look at it and is looking directly at Glaz whenever she just gets cold cocked across the side of the face as the ground explodes up, and you see the kind of spiritual hand grasping the hammer that pops out and hits.
Yeah, entering, she's going to do 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Kenny Wampus from Genji.
Okay.
And that's it for her turn. And then over here.
All right. The next turn is the first goblin, and so the way I've numbered them is furthest from me, walking back.
Yep.
So the first one, moving into close contact with Jotun.
35.
Ooh, no. Okay, put him in contact with Chaz.
Chaz Michaels.
That's 20.
The next one over.
Is Chaz getting die? He's prone.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, this guy can reach me. The second one.
Yeah.
Well, I need to see if goblins do move 30. So yeah, the second one goes up to Jotun.
Yeah.
And then the archer stays where he's at the base. The next two have the spearman move towards Valkyr. Make him move 30 towards Valkyr. Actually, no, he's going to dash.
This guy?
Yeah.
30. So you can get right.
Can you get there?
Yeah.
Yep.
Then this one runs and goes after Genji. And then the archers stay where they are at. That spearman also, move that one up towards Chaz. Okay. So, starting off first, we'll do Goblin 1 as attacking Jotun. He does 17 to hit.
Hits.
Okay. Then he does where are the d6? So it comes running up with a spear and stabs into you, and you take 8 points of piercing damage as the spear goes in. And you look at it, and you know where a goblin has somewhat of an animalistic face, this is more demonic looking and has very sharp fanged teeth that are like icicles coming down out of its face.
It's a cold bolt.
That's pretty damn close. I should have painted some up because that would have gone pretty quick. Goblin 2's turn. So I'm actually going to let's just roll these real quick in serial. So 2 attacks on Chaz. Well, they've got to both be at advantage. Okay, so the first one is actually a miss. Second one attacks.
Crit.
No. That one does hit though. And so he gets speared for 8 himself. And you hear a
Chaz's voice is, when he gets hit, at least it's pretty easy to do. You just think of if Pauly Shore got punched in the throat.
Ooh. I think about it all the time.
the 2 archers are going to aim up and shoot at Bronson, viewing Bronson as like the vehicle that you have to take out. So you have 2 archers shooting at you.
Fucking bitches.
First one is where's their stats? 16 to hit.
It's
8 points of piercing damage from the short bow. And I haven't been tracking you guys' damage on here. Shit. As we get to the top of the round, we'll do a quick review on everybody's stuff. Second one shoots, misses. Third one, that's Archer down here, is going to shoot at Genji.
It comes at glass.
Yep. Misses. And then stabs. No action there because it was a dash. This one swings a spear or a scimitar at Genji. And that's a critical. 6 plus 5. 11 points of slashing damage.
No, it's not raging yet.
Against Genji.
Yeah.
And so that takes us to the end of round 1. Top of round 2, I have Chaz at 54 of 62.
He took 8, yeah, so that's right.
Bronson, where are you?
56.
So that was how many points of damage?
They took 8. 64 down to 56.
Valker,
45.
Jotun.
36.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Let me hit you.
So Dahl is at full. Genji,
48. 59, so he took
11.
Yeah, glass is full.
Okay. So, top of the order, Chaz is surrounded. He will stand up and you see him, think like the old Henry repeater rifles. You see him go, and whenever he does that on it, he misty steps 30 feet over towards Valker.
Where's Valker?
Under the
Under there.
15, 20, 25, 30 on this side. I don't know why I put my hand in there. It's like, I'll get all 9 grocery bags instead of taking 2 trips.
And so that's his bonus action is the Misty Step. He appears over there and says, eat lead, pulls the trigger. Natural 20.
Oh,
Jesus
yeah.
Christ. So that starts out as a 12 base. Oh. So it's almost like a shotgun blast, and you see
So
it just
good.
vape. Boop.
Splat!
Which one in front of Valker?
No. This one. Actually, well, I didn't declare it. So that would have been a smarter thing to do. So Goblin 4 is now gone.
Big green puddle where it used to be.
Goblin 4
Nice
was.
All right, so that was Chaz. Next turn, Bronson Ball. Bronson Barriconda. What are you gonna do?
He's gonna yell down, "Yo, Tut, you gonna be all right down there with those little ones?"
Oh, don't worry about me.
I love it. And he's gonna be like, "All right, lad, I'll see you in a minute. I got a date to attend to," and he's gonna twirl down on that bitch, and he's gonna
Bison
he's
just-
gonna bison through the sky.
So
down there.
as you guys are looking up, you see Bronson. Whenever people
Roll the shadow.
like do a proper swan dive, you see him kind of come up to the top, and he does a forward tuck, roll into a dive, and Zendala steps off into a backflip, like angel style, as they separate, and he starts zooming down towards the ground.
Which one are you heading towards again?
The ice bitch.
What anime is this?
You're heading towards her.
Oh, I'm going right for her.
Well, so it's
So he has a movement speed of 60.
yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
no
So it's
problem.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, and then going down 5 each way. So yeah, you're right on her.
Yeah. 18 and 22 to hit.
Oh shit! Yeah, both those hit.
She did. Okay, kind of like that one. We're gonna redo this one. So 8, 9. Come off it. 9, 14,
Woo!
and then 4, 11 more.
So you're the rest of you guys, as you're looking out, all you're seeing is this like flurry of metal swinging. You're hearing clanking. It's like somebody in the old days, like whenever your parents would go to the ice box to go mix a drink, but the ice had been sitting in the ice box for forever. So they're like, fuck, I've got like the blunt end of a butter knife, and they're over there just beating the shit out of it. That's exactly the sound that you guys are hearing. It's just like tink, 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 tink. Son of a tink, tink, tink. And a substantial amount of damage. As the frost giant, you hear her bellow in pain.
Action surge. So he's going down and goes boom, boom, and hits her in the face as he goes down. And when he lands, he looks up at her and hits her with both of them one more time.
Okay.
Oh, that one was not very good. So that is a +8, so that's 13 to hit on that one.
13 misses.
Okay. This one's another 22.
Okay, that hits.
So 22. Oh, and I already used my once per turn, so 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 more damage.
Okay. Jesus.
And that's it. You bitch! Is that 50 damage roughly?
Yeah.
Fuck
close,
yeah.
46, I believe.
yeah.
It's good.
With a miss.
You're like, oh, Cleric's not doing more damage than me.
We gotta kill the big thing. Killing that big bitch.
All right.
That's
Anything else?
That's it.
Make a Constitution saving throw, please.
Oh, I will. Oh, 9.
So
That's
you are now caught in the Everfrost. You are rooted in place, so
Okay.
it's the same thing as entangled.
Right.
It's this vapor has come and started to congeal around you. So you are have the quality of entangled. Do we have that?
Yep.
Restrained, I guess.
Train's there.
So he
Well, no.
lands-
So you still have actions. Let me pull up entangled real quick.
Okay.
So yeah, when he lands and hits her a few times, misses one, hits her a couple times, and then realizes his feet are stuck in place, he'll call out to the group.
I think you did.
Lads, it's fucking cold
Yes.
up here. I'm stuck under this bitch. I'm gonna take her out, but it's gotta be fast, or I'm gonna freeze my balls off.
So you're currently restrained, sir. And you take 1d6 cold damage. Do you want to roll it or should I?
One.
The,
Really glad I made that choice.
If you the snow that's falling, it looks like it's falling across the
Okay.
like
Oh, I see.
it
Yeah,
looks like
yeah,
it's
that's
falling
super cool.
the way that they have it. Is that like
I looked right into this thing.
Keep seeing a little reindeer or something
You can
almost
actually-
come through
Yeah,
the front
yeah.
here.
Not doing anything.
It's not doing anything. Turn it off. Cool.
Especially with one of you guys.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Who's next?
You gotta click the button.
Oh, Val.
Valkyr.
I was waiting for
You
him
know
to.
his name.
Oh.
If not, he'll remind you.
Your name is what?
I'm Walker,
For
Texas Ranger.
my incidental, I'm gonna boop him on the nose. My friend just reminded me. Why do midgets always laugh when they play soccer? Because the grass tickles their balls. And then I'm gonna cast blind at level 3. I know. They don't correlate at all. But you said balls, and that's what. So blind on her, and blind on the guy in front of me.
Wasn't Tasha's
Feywild logic shit.
Yeah, this is Feywild fuckery.
But it's
So
fine.
all his verbal components from now on, or
I can't do anything else because I'm concentrating Bane on her.
okay, why doesn't he concentrate?
No, blind is not a concentration. But they do have to make a
And
check.
save.
They gotta make a check though.
Okay.
There isn't concentrating when it's in yellow.
Blind is a
Put it
con
on
16
him.
for her and for one of the little guys.
Concentration.
Concentrating, it says. I think.
All right. So con straight
16.
up for one of them. Rolls a 17.
Now hold on. Was that her or him?
That was the little guy.
Okay, so he passes.
Yeah. So now her
Yeah.
stats. She has somewhat of a hefty con bonus. Yeah. So she
Minus
passes.
D4.
Bane.
Oh, Bane. Yeah. Good call. Keep me
She
honest,
Bane.
boys.
She Bane.
Every time.
Sorry.
So -2. That still is a save.
None of them hit.
No blind.
No line. All right.
My little joke didn't work. It was entertaining.
Sorry.
Alright, that's it for me.
Humor is subjective.
Who's next? Yotan.
Next up, Jotun Aegis.
These are hurting me.
Seeing the ice sprites, swarm Chaz before he got away and then coming towards me, I'm going to make eye contact with this one here and project into his mind just images of radiance melting him.
Oh,
Cast fear at level 3.
Jesus.
So it'll catch these 3.
Okay, there we go. There we go.
Okay.
So they got to make
That's
a wisdom
sick.
save of
Push them
15.
all out.
Wisdom save of 15. All right,
These
so
guys have dick wisdom. I'm sure.
gold, red, green.
Okay.
Gold passes with a natty 20.
Of course, dude, that's that gold dice, dude.
The red one's actually my PC killer. The two of those both fail.
Okay.
Cool.
Fear. I have
He's
fear.
also frightened over there. But we've got fear.
Fear. Here's 2 fear.
Yeah, so they can make a saving throw at the end of their turns. So I think that's my turn. I can't do any bonus actions or events.
No bonuses? Okay. Cool. That's pretty good. Two of them are just going to run for their lives now, right?
On their turn, yeah. Wait for
Yeah.
me.
So
They're as good as dead. They're out of combat. It's awesome.
Zendala, flipping and into her free fall, is going to cast Fireball
Yes!
down at the ground
Big
at the 3 of them.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
It's 30?
James Hetfield over there.
Yeah.
Is it 30 feet? Yeah.
30-foot radius?
Yeah.
20.
Get the big one.
Is it the big one?
Get the big one, Billy.
This is 30-foot radius?
One second. Let me.
That's
That seems.
30-foot radius.
Radius, not
It's,
diameter.
it's,
Fuck
it's
me.
30 feet diameter,
That's
right?
ridiculous.
That was speeding.
20-foot radius.
20-foot radius. 60-foot diameter.
It's alright.
Yeah, 20-foot radius, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, without that there, that'll.
Easily 60-foot diameter.
So those 3 down there are targeted.
Wait, she's fireballing the ones that are feared?
No, maybe.
She
Just
wouldn't.
this one.
She wouldn't have seen what Jotun did, based upon how his fear is casted, because he's projecting.
Poke him out of there.
And her distance from him, thus also concentrating on the backflip off,
that and hitting them doesn't unfrighten them, right?
Oh, really? Okay, good. They just get burned on their
It's
way.
just
Yeah, it's not like turn undead.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good.
So
Good
I
luck.
need to roll 8d6.
Takes forever.
Oh, hi.
Hey, buddy! Oh, there's my girl. Come on up.
What's up, little turd?
Claire, look, you're in a snowstorm. See?
Is it cold?
Do you see yourself on the TV? Clara, do you see Mr. Dan pointing at you? There you are. Can you wave? Wave.
Nope, just licking her
licking.
face.
Like, this lizard's in my mouth. Ah, lizard. Look, you're on TV.
Oh.
You see Mr. Dave? It's like, he's goofy. You gonna go night night?
Nope.
I love you very much.
Nope.
I'll see you in the morning.
Hi, baby Danny.
Night night, sweetie. Say bye to the guys.
Bye to the guys.
Alright.
The 80s were so cool.
Good night. Bye.
Say bye-bye. Okay.
Okay. So now they are. Let's see. Dexterity saving throws.
Take half of 86.
Oh, did someone take the advantage when they attacked
Oh,
Giant?
it'll be the first. No one's attacked me yet.
Oh, no one's
did.
attacked. No one's attacked.
No, this turn you haven't. You just got it. It's gonna be your turn yet.
It was from your attack, right?
Yeah.
There's the preview. It was already on there. I forgot to take it. It's all good.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah.
There's still Genji. Genji will use it.
It's just a shame because that one miss probably was not going to be a miss.
All right. So the fireball
Yeah.
hits,
Oh,
and
easy.
it is straight up napalm, where you see the foliage is vaporized out. It's almost as if somebody was playing pocket tanks. Bye, sweetie. We love you. Night night. It's almost pocket tanks where you just like explode part of the ground and it's gone. There's just a huge pit that was once where 3 of these ice goblins were standing.
They're gone.
They're off the table.
Nice. Was that 3, 4, 5?
2, 3, 5.
Okay. No, that's right. Yeah, you got the right ones. Okay, sure.
Yeah, I was gonna say they were in the right area.
And then she is going to use a new feat.
Oh.
I was gonna say she would just spike the football in the end zone here at this point, but
There we go. Oh, they need to dash on every turn, too.
Gotta go
Yeah,
to
that's all you can do is dash and move away.
She is using Quicken Spell that she gets from her Fey Crystal, and will cast Flight on herself as an action, and is now floating there effortlessly above
The
everyone.
big one.
Who?
Who?
No, Zendala cast
Oh,
that
okay,
on herself.
okay.
flying.
So that brings us to Genji. Genji, what are your actions?
Where is he? He's still
well,
away. He needs to. Oh, he can't.
he's got this dude right next to him.
But if he
So.
rages, then moves. What would he do? Would he slice up the? He would slice up. Can he slice the little guy? He kills him. Then that gives him another attack, right?
Yeah.
If he finishes it, if he
Yes.
scores a critical or kills it,
Yeah.
So
give it
let's
that.
kill
So-
him. Then can he kill him? Move, hit.
that's
Yeah.
so that's it's a bonus to do that. So if you can't, you won't be able to rage. But I see what you're saying. So
I don't know.
he's with his Odachi. He's gonna because he was moving towards the big guy. Attempt to slice this fucker on his right. Shoot it up.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Not racist. It's pretty good, wasn't it?
15.
Yeah, it definitely hits.
15 does hit them.
Yeah. Oh, and does he get bonus damage or something?
I would think with his weapon. He's got a special weapon. doesn't he?
No, it's just Odachi. Okay. So that's just
2d6 plus 4.
13 points of damage
Okay.
with his first attack.
Okay.
Hit full
His
death.
second attack on the same guy.
Yeah, these are not like goblins. They're
They're still dead bitches.
11.
11 does not hit.
Okay. So then, bonus action, he's gonna look at the little fucker and go, "What are my sisters on?" And rage.
Yeah.
He's supposed to say,
It's in his little box. Just have a rage.
and then and blood goes 1,000, 2,000, and rains into the sky.
So he's not raging. And he is going to go ahead and move forward.
Attacking
We're
that
going to
opportunity.
impose disadvantage from Glaswin as she steps forward with her shield.
Ah.
Well,
It's a reaction.
It's a reaction.
Since he got hit, he's at disadvantage because of his ancestral guardians. Although he was not raging at the time.
He wasn't raging. He just raged.
So
Yep.
there you go.
He only just raged.
Momentarily.
Misses.
All right. So he is now in melee range
These die fast.
as well with the
These two I did earlier.
Yeah, they're cheating.
this
man.
square here.
These are good
Constitution
ones.
saving throw for him.
Okay. 17.
Okay. So he's able to fight his way through and takes no ill effects.
Cool.
Sorry.
Breaking through the void.
I was playing with
We're going through the other void.
There's a bard.
About time he showed up to the game.
So the frost giant takes
that was
its
good.
great weapon and will make 2 attacks against Genji there in front.
It's like the snow that's ground effects or something.
Oh, so good. Does this look like
So a 20 and a... So there's nothing that's imposing a disadvantage on it right now?
No. It will
Alright.
has Bane, so you have 1d4 negative on your attacks.
Yeah, it won't matter.
Attack rolls.
So that's 2 hits
Wait, what does it know?
because of his stat bonus. And you see the huge, massive trunk come down on Genji twice, and it is where it hits, and you don't see Genji. With the amount of plume of snow that gets sent up, this is a lumbering attack.
That's bad.
So that is 17 for the first hit.
-4?
Half the damage.
Oh, that's
That's
damage,
half, though.
not to
I was
hit.
gonna say you're
No, he already hit.
Okay,
So
he hit.
that's 17 slashing damage for the first.
So he takes 9.
Yeah. And for the second damage,
That would seem if he comes back again, he's dead.
He's having to do math over here.
you smell something burning?
His brain.
29
Just
points of
having a minor
damage.
stroke.
Slashing, mitigated down.
So
This is a
15.
frost giant.
So 17 and then 15.
Yeah.
Or wait, 9
No,
and
no.
then 15.
9 and
Yes.
15.
Alright, he's at 24 now.
Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. All right.
Let's
Okay.
get one.
And you guys look, and you're visibly shaken by the blow, to where it's almost one of those things like you see well, no, because it's kind of funny whenever kids get taken out in those like home videos, but like whenever a guy racks himself.
Yeah.
And you're watching those YouTube clips, you kind of get that same pit in your stomach, like, oh my god, I know, oh, that's gonna hurt. And it's almost sickening seeing the blow that Genji has just taken, and you feel like if it was anybody else other than Genji, they probably wouldn't be getting up right now. Moving on to Glasmoline.
Yeah. Glaz is going to. Yeah, I think she has to.
before the end of my next turn? Or at the beginning of my next turn? Sorry, I'm just checking something real quick. Before the end of the year. Okay. So before the end of my next turn, my spiritual weapon is attacking at advantage against her.
Okay.
So 16.
16 hits, sorry.
Okay. So that hits, and it does. Look, max damage on that, man. 12 points of damage.
Nice.
What was it?
Spiritual weapon.
Okay.
Yeah. And then Glaz is going to hold up her hammer and point it towards the giant and say, and
Bless
cast,
you.
thank you. Cast Hold Person, Wisdom 15.
Oh, very good.
What is the size restriction on the target for hold person?
Choose a humanoid that you see within range. The target must succeed a wisdom saving throw. Just
So it's not a humanoid, it's a giant.
Oh, well then I'm not going to do that.
Well, you said you were going to do it.
Well, I thought
You
you
just
seen
cast
it.
sleep
Illegal's already
on
on
undead.
dead. Make it giant.
Dan, any comment? No.
No, I only did it one time. Everybody should be able to make a mistake one time. How much you want to bet he's not going to cast that on a giant again?
So Glaz, you
Let's see
reach
where this is
out
going.
and you can feel the spirit of Dunmarin grip down and start trying to pull it, but it's just so much mass lumbering about that you can't hold it in place.
Understood.
Wasted a spell slot. Silence. And then we'll move forward.
You guys are like, what the fuck's this
5,
spell
10,
slot?
15, 20. I'm moving in right here within 5 feet of.
Alright, con saving throw.
Yep.
I was gonna ask earlier when I hit the scorching ray, did that leave an imprint in the wall, or did it like refreeze over?
Refroze.
Okay.
9.
9. So you are now entangled.
Oh no, 9 plus 2, 11.
Oh, you're
Sorry. Okay. Sorry.
Everything's copacetic.
I was like, I rolled 9 plus 2. Cool. That's the end of Glaz's turn then.
Okay. Goblin 1 is. So I need that goblin up there as well removed. So yeah, all 3 of them just got nuked. No. So you took 2 off already.
You took
These
3
two
off.
were off for the fireball.
Over here.
Yeah. So the
there's
archer
3
needs
right
to be
here.
down here.
Oh,
That
okay.
one was okay, this
Yeah.
one's dead. Yeah, he was right up there. Yeah.
So Goblin 1 up there makes an attack on Jotun. 19.
Hits.
What a dick.
5 points of slashing damage. Or, wait, that's the one with the spear? No, scimitar, slashing. So you take 5 slashing damage.
Okay. Someone trying to get my attention.
Nice.
Then the one in front of Valkyr is going to attack. That hits.
Wait.
Sorry. Do you choose the cutting words?
No.
That's poor form on my part.
No. I'm good. We'll take it this time.
Okay.
This
Save it.
time.
I'll save it.
5 points of piercing damage to you.
Make us constant saving throw.
Huh?
You need to save for concentration.
Oh.
Yep.
So I need to do a con saving throw?
Yeah. It's either half the damage or DC 10. Is that right?
Yeah, so DC 10.
So that's not pass.
Yeah, so then you
Six.
drop Bane.
Any, no rerolls anywhere? No.
No. I got it.
That's Dick
Huh?
City.
Yeah, with his name.
Alright, so let's ban off her. Okay.
And as you see him focus there, as the Frost Giant is moving and trying to fight off Glasmaline's spell, he doesn't really see and takes up underneath the chest a spear that pokes in, and you feel it pierce through the armor that you're wearing, although not a life-threatening injury.
Oh my.
Then down here, yeah, so he already did his opportunity attacks. You're good. So this one is going to move up towards Valkyr. So have him dash.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this archer is going to shoot up at Zendala.
Son of a bitch.
That hits.
Move the cable away from Bronson's baby from the face.
Good call.
Oh.
Tape for it.
Oh no.
We've got clips you printed. Would those clips not work? Otherwise, there should be some type of a Velcro. Here we got it.
Thanks, Benito.
Thanks, man.
Play Benito. Huevos.
Huevos ranchero.
Does that
My
mean
syrup god.
does that mean little egg boy? Hue Benito.
Oh, so good, so good.
Little egg boy.
A little egg boy.
Well,
Used to
no,
bring me
that's,
my eggs every morning.
that's only if you spell it with an H.
That's true.
Oh, so little ball boy.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah. I mean, thought huevos meant eggs.
Yeah, Huevo means egg. Yeah, but like JUE is probably like play.
Top of
There you go.
round 3, Jazz Waggleshaft is going to use bonus action to reload, and he's going to take a shot at the one archer that's up over here. And says, Sir Arthur Tillery, show me what that bastard's thinking.
Love that.
And that hits. And that is 7, 8, 9, 11 damage. And that thing is hurting.
Interrogation successful.
Gold one is shattered.
Whoa. Eager beaver.
I'm trying to be fast.
Pace of play? What is this, golf? Alright, what do you got?
I was waiting until my turn, just
Yeah.
making my rolls ahead of time.
Kyle always berated me for that, for using D20 to build in the roll and the damage as well.
Yeah.
So I'd roll them all together.
So you
Right.
do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he was just like, it's too many dice. And I was like, you just have to look at the D20.
Yeah.
And then I'll tell you what
the one that
damage
matters.
is.
Yeah. Am I up?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna yell out, lads, it's looking pretty bad up here. We gotta take her out. And take 2 swings at her. First one is 17 to hit, and the other one is 13 to hit.
17 hits, the 13 does not.
Okay. So 5 and 6, or 5 and 1 rather, 4 and 4. Okay. So 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13 damage on her.
Yeah.
That's it.
All right. So the 2 swings go by. One connects pretty solidly. The second ends up misting because of just all the smoke. I mean, this stuff's like moon dust. It gets thrown up as everybody's trying to move around. And your one foot that's entangled down in, you're kind of skeetering about. So it makes it awkward for you to be able to engage.
Yeah. You can't break free, right? That would be an action to try and break
Correct.
free. Yeah. I read that in-
Valkyr.
Bonfire.
Oh, Constitution saving throw for ending your turn in the Everfrost.
12.
Okay, so you pass that.
She has to do a dex 16.
Yeah, I think it's 10. I passed with 10 earlier.
What are you casting?
Bonfire.
When I rolled 10 the last one, I was like, well, that failed. And it didn't, so I was like, oh, okay.
And it's Dex.
Yeah.
Fuck. So yeah, she misses. Or fails.
It's 11 damage. Fire.
God dang.
Get up.
So she's lit now.
She's lit.
Or the square under her is lit.
I think I have one that says on fire over there too, by the way.
Any bonus actions?
There's a burning.
No.
Burning one. Yeah, she's burning.
Does she start singing, I'm burning, I'm burning? I'm burning?
She would not be burning because she's an ice creature, so there's nothing flammable on her.
Oh, her cloth.
She's
ice cloth.
She's next to fire,
Fair.
but doesn't mean she's burning.
Then it would melt.
I mean,
Because we have a melting
The
stat.
H is O. The steam is on. Okay.
Is it on the streets?
Okay.
All right, Jotun.
Turn to the ice sprite next to me. Say, I wish you would have ran away for both of our sakes. I'm gonna cast magic missiles.
So you've turned into like a serial killer now.
Yeah, pretty much.
You made me do this.
Begrudgingly Bundy.
Or
I was
do
like,
it.
Now the truth of his brother's out. He's just like,
Yeah.
There it is.
People.
I murder things.
13 damage. Sorry.
No,
Yes.
wait. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus 4, 17.
17 kills it.
The one next to you. You splatter it in.
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. We'll splat on, alright.
I'm sorry.
Any bonus actions,
you
Jotun?
turn into Sean
Sean Connery.
It
Or
does
frickin'
get Scottish.
Scottish,
Yeah.
Oh. Goldfinger invited you too, Pushy.
I think there's a lot of
No,
chocolate
it's,
in your mouth.
oh, Pushy, are you invited to the White House as well?
I like that you did that from point blank too, so you just put your hand on his head and then 4 missiles just explode out of each ear and out of his eye.
Best magic.
Any bonus actions?
I will move a little closer, but I think that'll be the end of my turn.
All right.
You get in the mix.
Dollar.
So Zendala is going to do a chromatic orb.
Zendala. Chromatic orb.
Go through the blue light.
Look at high average, 11 out of 16.
Pretty good, man.
I need to watch Rocky Horror again to get my Tim Curry voice back.
Oh yeah.
Oh, rocker.
So good. Yeah, looking down the barrel.
It's amazing. Oh, it's so good.
All right. So
I'll be right there.
you see her pull up a.
The snow is so dope.
It does look really good.
Here's what's crazy is it looks good always, but the fact that we're in a snowy environment, the reflection makes it look like the ice is reflective.
Yeah.
It's fucking gross.
This is
It looks stylized.
Snow campaign from now on.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
Alright, water campaign's out the window, it's just ice all the time.
So you've got
Bows and bows.
the light is
Both
not very
impressed.
present, you know, because of how far like you're in the north where it's very deep and cold, and you start to see like a disco ball doing shards of light down on the ground, and they start spinning faster and faster, almost as if you've been in the skating rink and somebody would spin the disco ball and then let it go, and it'd start doing it. It's the really cheap ones, not the mechanical ones. Amarillo. Golden Spread Skating Rink represent. And so it starts spinning, and you see this chromatic registry across the ground, and the area lights up almost like it's Christmas. And you see this 4-inch diameter sphere of energy that shoots down and turns green, a drippy green, almost like right before it hits. And she rolls.
She rolls.
Oh,
she
yeah.
rolls.
Okay. And
You
so
ruined it.
this is going to be 4d8 damage.
Who's doing that?
Zendala.
Zendala.
Oh, wait.
26 points of damage.
I was wondering if it mattered. It kind of doesn't.
And you see this acid splash of green
From here.
spray up and out, and then lands back down on her as like these icicles of acidic goo hitting the ground. Let me.
Frozen acid.
What are you trying to do?
What's going on?
We're just playing with toys.
Oh, nice. Genji's turn.
Genji, raging. Nice.
He's raging.
Going to take his Adachi and swing and says, "You've delayed me from saving my sister."
Okay.
It's kind of Italian.
You dirty rat, you raped my sister, you dirty rat.
We're not at advantage or anything, are we?
Bonjour.
Bonjour.
So that's 13 to hit.
13 misses.
21.
21 hits.
15 damage.
Okay.
And that will be the conclusion of
Genji's turn? Alright. She immediately returns to form and begins swinging back at him.
Okay. Disadvantage.
Okay.
Glass. Interject your shield.
Sweet.
What feat is that?
It's for protection.
That's right.
Shield ejaculation.
First attack.
Oh, and lucky you did. That's a natural 20 and a 3.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
And the base damage is 3d12.
yeah.
You just saved Genji from never playing with us again. Alright, let me turn that blue dice out and get my red one.
Okay, so that was the first attack.
And for attack number 2.
Yeah. Let's roll it. Let's roll it.
Oh no.
As they say in Kazakura, Genji-san, now it ends.
Don't say it. Look, be careful. I get to know what you roll.
Is this one also a disadvantage?
No, it's unattacked.
But I get to know what you rolled. I don't
Okay,
get to know
I
the
have to
outcome.
roll it.
Oh.
This song is great.
Yeah. So it's while we're for my reaction, and you see attack. You see
So
attack.
how does this work? Do you tell me the number?
I think he has to tell you. We talked about this last.
It's a 2 and a 0.
So you roll a 20.
So those are both misses. 2 misses, 0 misses.
So then I go, okay, so it's a 20. Actually, does it matter? It doesn't matter if I cutting words in,
You
right?
do. 'Cause
Sure
it's-
does.
You're no longer a natural 20 if you're cutting words in.
That's how it
Natty
works?
20 is a natty 20.
That's what I thought.
No, natural 20s being auto successes has nothing to do with combat except for
It's a
criticals.
critical.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes.
Right.
So it's a critical.
Right.
It's a critical hit, which means it's happening. There's no way for me to stop the critical hit from happening.
Yeah, I mean, that's DM discretion, but yeah.
That's how I played it.
Let's put these Nord Games cards.
Oh!
Wait, what critical? Her attack?
Her attack.
Her attack critted, and I have the opportunity of cutting words in.
Who's getting hit?
Genji.
Genji gets amnesia forever.
he forgets everything from 3rd grade on. And from here on out, he's just trying to eat his snapbacks and drink.
He becomes the simple jack of Faerun.
Wizards of the Coast initially had said cutting words can, but they changed the ruling and cutting words cannot change a critical hit.
Okay.
Critical hit's a critical hit.
Cool.
Ooh.
Since you failed in protecting Genji,
It's both of us.
He's doing this with him. He's holding the.
This one.
so you want all of those?
Oh.
He selected 3.
And from those 3, one was chosen.
It's the worst anime ever.
Thank you, Jordan. Respect reds.
Well, it's a good thing that we don't do the quadruple damage, please, because that would murder him straight outright. Somebody needs to roll 2d12.
I'll roll one of them.
I'll roll the other one. We're both guilty.
culpable.
Yeah.
3. Is that good?
Until 2d12 days have passed, Genji is unable to speak.
So 3 days.
Nor games.
Well,
That's so
More
awesome.
games, no. Poor Genji.
So for 3 days he can't
Oh.
speak.
I mean, that's it. That's 3 sessions where Genji can't talk. And he's not here, so.
That's
Wow.
why you leave.
Genji may never come back because I still have to roll
That's
damage.
fair. That's fair.
And we are at 3d12, which is 36 base damage.
Yeah, on plus.
Depending on how this roll goes, this may outright kill him.
No, you gotta go below his max hit
Yeah.
points negative, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's got 59 max hit points.
That's
He's still
not
at
bad.
24.
Yeah, dude. He's got to roll
You
84.
you have to roll maximum 3.
That's right.
It'd be maximum
Yeah.
72,
Yeah.
and he's still.
You're going to put him in the hurt box, bad.
Yeah, he's gonna.
He's going to go
Genji does.
He's going to go in cap.
Otherwise, it's gonna be Genji real soon.
Benji.
Genji.
His secret brother!
What you thought was a sister was actually a brother.
So 36 and 24 is what?
59?
60.
Yeah.
60. Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah,
he's.
no, that's 60.
I
man.
honestly
Good.
think that kills him outright. Look it up.
No.
Please look it up.
I will.
If you take more than your maximum damage, like your full hit points in
At
a
one
single
time.
attack,
Oh, I see what you're saying.
I think that outright kills you.
Let's see. Let's check the books.
Says here he's fine. Everything's fine.
How are you? How are you?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's not going negative, but I'm double checking.
While we deliberate.
When the
There's
damage
a-
reaches 0 hit points or is damage remaining, you die if the remaining damage equals or exceeds your hit point maximum.
Yeah.
The remaining damage. So you would have had to hit him for 72
yes.
or 72 total damage.
So what you're
Okay.
thinking of is the catastrophic damage alternate rule, which is that gives you a scar or permanent thing. It talks about like whether you take half or your whole hit points and damage in a single thing.
Not an issue though, because he halves that.
Oh.
So we're
Oh,
safe.
that's right.
Oh,
Raging
okay.
anyway.
So we're safe.
Yeah.
But he
You still get
is
dropped.
So what was
crumpled like a piece
How
of
much
shit
damage did you do
kid.
total? 60?
36
60, so he would take 30.
So he had 24 hit points. He's down.
He's
Yeah.
down,
plus.
but
Down, but just
he almost
barely.
wasn't.
6 away.
He's at 24, took 30 from crit. That's pretty good. He's a tough son of a bitch. But God, did he get his clock clean?
His rage comes off.
An aluminum can over here.
Crunch.
He's
like-
not exhausted either.
He's like kick-ass in the beginning of the movie when he gets in his first fight and just
Gets
gets
crushed, yeah.
Crushed.
That's great.
Glass.
Seeing Genji go down. I mean, there's little else.
Wait. She's done? She needs to do a dex 16. Fire's underneath her.
Oh, because that's her turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck yeah.
18 plus. Do you want to do any cutting words on that?
I do, yeah. So I will go ahead and subtract the D8 from that.
Ooh!
8 off of whatever it was.
Okay, she fails.
Okay, I'll burn that.
4 damage.
15. Fire.
That's the sound.
15 fired. And you start to see like a steady dripping of fluids
Gross.
coming off of her. And you hear it sizzling in the fire below her.
Alright, Glad's gonna start with a bonus action.
Because she's still entangled, so she can't leave the spot that she's in.
Yeah. Bonus action, the spiritual weapon's gonna swing. 25.
25 hits,
And it hits for 10 damage.
10 damage.
And then for Glaz's action, she's going to wave her hand or her spiritual her warhammer in a circle and cast bless at first level, which lets me target 3 creatures.
Okay.
and I'm going to target Bronson, myself.
Yes.
Can't target Genji because he's passed out.
Yep.
Who else is close to you?
No one's also within 30 feet, so Bronson and myself, I'm going to cast Bless on.
Counterspell.
From who?
God.
Foiled again.
Oh yeah. Just so you remember.
Ooh, I like these.
That's really you put it in the dice tray. I can't forget.
You're out of it.
I'm just checking.
Yeah. And then that's her action, and that is the end of her turn.
Yeah.
Okay.
I like it because this becomes.
The two goblins attack Valkyr.
It's not bad. It's a little overpriced at like $9 or $10 or whatever, but it's pretty cool. Yeah.
I mean, then they kind of
You have a base score of 15 and a base score of 17.
What?
That takes a level 1 second, sorry.
5, 4, 3.
I'll cast
Two.
shield on the 17.
Well, just it's your
Shield for your whole
Oh,
turn.
then I'll cast shield plus 5, so it deflects both. It's a reaction.
Wait. So that put you at 20. So
Yeah,
one
20.
still hits.
It's 15 and 17 base. He said.
Cutting words already a reaction for this turn?
He just did shield his reaction.
I see. Are you saying you only get 1 reaction per turn?
Yes.
Correct. Yes. That's for sure. True.
So with that, I use
Yeah,
my
it's
reaction
true.
on her, so I can't use it.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm taking both those.
Oh yeah.
Good pickup.
Assistant
Yeah.
DM Dan Boyle over there.
Did you use cutting words at the last turn or at the top of this turn?
Nah,
It's this turn.
It's this turn. yeah.
14 piercing damage from both of
He
them.
used it here.
Together?
Yeah.
Of course, Valkyries. Sort of still missing turn.
Oh, and he used it.
Yeah. So the goblins are beneath glass. I just can't make it any smaller.
And then
Oh,
the
okay, I got you.
last one that's out there knocks an arrow and shoots at Valkyr as well,
God damn it.
but misses.
All right.
So top of round 4, Chaz looks up and says, "Sir Artillery, let's finish what we've started." Locks and load and fires. That hits
Which one? Her? Or
the
Archer?
The archer that's off by himself, and he is smoked and removed from the field of play. We now move next in order to Bronson.
Oh.
Round 4. A lot of shit dying around you. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, I mean the only little goblin guys are out of reach. I'm gonna keep wailing on this big bitch.
Okay.
Roll to shatter. Yep. So that's gonna be a 20 to hit and a 21 to hit.
Yeah. Thoroughly both of those.
Yeah.
You're also west, so
Yeah.
if you need him.
Yep. Don't even need him. 6, 9. Okay, redoing this one.
So there's 2 goblins right there attacking Valkyr.
Yeah.
Oh,
Two
yeah.
ice
Sprites or
8,
whatever.
9,
Yeah, ice. Midgets.
14.
Okay.
Is that PC?
Ice little people.
Yeah.
13.
So how does this go down?
Yeah. So she's there tugging along. I'm like trying to get free and kind of smashing down. She crushes Genji, right? And so Genji's under her big, what is this?
High club.
Yeah, so club comes down, and so Bronson can't get his feet free either, so he goes, uppercuts her while she's low
Yeah.
on him, and just breaks the bottom of her jaw off. Just hits her in the face.
Right on the kisser.
Yeah.
It's like that Mortal Kombat close up where it's like,
Oh yeah, it zooms in and goes,
Good show.
She's off the field.
Yep, she is.
yeah,
done.
bitch! And then Bronson, you know, when he's free to, will start trying to work at his feet to get free afterwards.
Okay. Valkyr.
Woo!
Okay. I just want to clarify how we're gonna play this rules. So if I do Thunder Wave, does it emanate like I can touch this and it goes out that way, or is it
We
centered
can play
from
like
me?
that till I get a chance to look at it. We had always played it
emanates
radiates
from
from
you.
you. But we can do that for right now. It's fine.
Because if I can like my
'Cause
hand
either
breaks
way-
the wall,
Chaz isn't in there anyway.
Everyone's
I'm good.
Yes.
Okay, so Thunderwave these fucks at level 3,
Roll it, baby.
48. Actually, con 16 on each one.
Okay. 4 and a 3. They do not make it.
I get 2d8. 16 plus 2 is 20 damage, and both of them go back 10 feet.
No, both of them are just
John's
particle goo.
melted?
That's 18, buddy.
What do you mean that's 18? 10?
10 and 18.
18. That's what I said, 18.
And we are officially out of initiative.
Instantly take a knee next to Genji, and I'm going to cast at 3rd level. Put my hands on him, and cast Cure Light Wounds on him. Oh.
A-hole. What are you doing to it to cure him?
18. Oops, yeah, 18.
Some work with his thumbs.
18 heals on
It's a
him.
deep tissue rejuvenation run.
Okay.
And then he is back up. But as he sits up, he looks at Glaz and goes to say Arigato, but what comes out is he can't talk.
Oh, that's right. That's right, I forgot.
Okay.
So we're out of initiative.
Fire's gone out?
Yeah, all these have, I'm still exhausted though. You're no longer restrained.
Bronson goes.
Bronson.
Lad, you took a pretty bad hit back there, so it's no surprise that you're a little hard to bring anything to. But that bitch ain't saying nothing neither, now is she?
Kicks her in the ribs real good.
You'll be all right, lad.
Give him a little
I'm gonna
whiteboard.
walk halfway
Yeah.
through.
I was gonna say I'll teach him thieves'
God,
game, so he knows how.
Bronson! Check her body!
Don't. I mean, you know, and he looks over at Zandala, like doesn't want to seem like he's feeling up another woman. He goes, why don't you do it?
Alright? I'll walk the rest of the way over and search her corpse.
Give me an investigation check.
I'm gonna help him too, so we're gonna root through the pockets.
You're doing Genji right now.
So 120 or 220s?
1.
That'll be quick.
You have the ward, right?
What's this check?
Yeah, we're gonna freeze to
investigation.
death. We gotta get this over with.
14.
So, rooting around on her, you feel along. There are a collection of jewels that are in brooches, that are in different pieces of armor, and the like. And there's a belt that, or a bangle that she's wearing that would probably be more like a belt to one of you guys.
I'll try and pick it off with my dagger. Like.
Whenever you pull it off, it shrinks down to a belt size in your hand.
Okay.
That's so cool.
I'm gonna
Zelda rules.
put it in front of Jotun and say, can you check this? Does it have magical properties?
And Chaz,
Okay.
Chaz calls out, "Hey, dumbass! I'm the guy that identifies shit."
Alright.
Bronson.
Yeah.
Bronson's using his flails and smashing the ice next to his feet to get free. He goes, "Would you lads crush those goddamn crystals already? I'm freezing me nuts off."
So he, you break yourself free. Chaz starts maneuvering around on this belt and says, "This is a belt of hill giant strength."
Sick. Nice.
I'll look at Bronson and say, is this something that can help you?
What's your shaking now?
And I'll be like, "Lad, that's for the little folk and those who haven't been hitting the gym and eating brisket like I have."
Yeah, I think your strengths are 20, right?
No, but it's 18.
Yeah, I think you put that to 19.
Yeah, it's not going to help much for me. I can take it.
It's +2, right? When I put you at
I'm looking.
No, I think it puts you at
It
20.
puts you. Does it?
Yeah.
All right, I'll take it.
Okay, I'll hand it to him.
Thanks, lad.
His damage goes up by 6.
Oh no, I'm sorry.
Oh!
It's 21. Yeah, that's real good. Okay, yeah, take that. Thanks, lads. He puts it on and he feels his biceps grow exactly 1.5 inches.
1 1/4.
1 1/4. Nice!
We will build the promise. 1955 will happen. So Glass is gonna look at the wall and try to see when she stands up from healing Genji, and clearly realizing that she can't do anything about his throat wound for now. Look for the crystals. Look for something about the wall that stands out as breakable.
Nothing looks breakable about
Are
it.
there any crystals? Some gem? Anything? I don't want to study the wall. Look for anything that looks magical.
I don't have detect magic, I don't think. Okay.
You can roll.
I do have detect magic.
So rituals. I'm a ritual cast.
Okay.
Detect magic. So it'll be a 30-foot globe around me. It'll last 10
So
minutes.
for the next 10 minutes, as you see Glass start making marks in the snow, the rest of you are feeling kind of cold, obviously. Your adrenaline's starting to ebb off. There's the feelings of being tired. Chaz and Zendala crack open the door to the little citadel area and walk in. And you hear them call out, there's a bunch of frozen folks in here. They're just staring at us, mouths agape. Probably gonna frostbite their vocal cords. Very cold.
In the place.
Yeah.
That's gross.
There's a bunch of people in there?
Whoa.
I'm gonna go in and see if there's this place I can light a bonfire that would not be under them and incinerate them, but close and melt somebody.
Okay. You want to melt people. Done.
Thaw.
Whoa.
If you can put it in the middle, we can maybe move people unless they're frozen.
This is not Zelda rules for that. People don't magically just slide. Legs snap.
And you push him off 30 feet and they just
Yeah.
land on the switch and it's fine.
Alright, who else is going into the? Because I'm casting detect
Yeah.
magic, so I'm gonna be up here at the wall for a little bit.
I'll be up there with you.
You're gonna sit right me, right? Genji's gonna stay and help protect us too. Ross, what are you doing?
I'm gonna say, Glass, they're gonna find your tits and my nuts in a frozen pile out here if we don't get warm. Either smash those goddamn crystals or let's get inside. We can't do both.
She's concentrating, so she can't reply.
And he goes,
to him.
all right, well, I'll be back in a minute. Let me go hit up that fire for a sec. You go inside.
Okay.
He goes, oh god, I can't feel both of them. I don't know if one's still there or not. You go in the hustle inside.
While we're waiting, I'd just like to take a study of the giant that's frozen in place here, because he seems to have the same like facial hair styling as like my tribe does, where it's like streamlined. So I'm trying to see, is this familiar somehow?
You've
is there
seen
any
statues and etches. You think that there could be a distant influence on your belief structure from a being such as this. So what do you guys do?
What happens to the fire?
Are you doing anything else during the 10 minutes? So Glass, you cast out and you are blinded, deafened, and feel like it's burning in front of you because of how magically
The whole wall
powerful the whole wall is.
Is there any? I'm kind of clenching my eyes and pulling my fingers as best I can. Is there any part that seems brighter than the others? It's all just one on us. All right, I'll keep it up and I'll move away from the wall then, and I'll move over to the church, and I'll peek inside the door without going.
Everywhere
inside.
surrounding you is like
The
that. It's
whole
just a higher
area?
concentration of the wall.
Okay, even inside the church appears it.
Even off to the distance
Okay.
as far as you walk.
I'm gonna
it's
cancel
still-
detect magic then. The whole area is it's just magic. Yota, it's arcane. I don't understand what's happening, but we need to use this. And I pull the ward out, shake it around a little bit.
And I'll just be like, I'll just start hitting the wall then.
Alright, don't you think it's all the crystals that she was wearing? We know it's a set of crystals. She's covered in them.
So
She's
you
wearing a necklace covered in crystals, and we know we need to smash crystals.
So I walk up to the frost giant's body.
Take the necklace off. and smash it.
Jotun's standing there. I hand him the scepter. I delicately take the necklace off of her, set it on the ground, and then run back as far as I can.
Smash it to fucking bits.
So you hit, and the rubbery texture of the wand strikes and slaps up against it with no effect.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna cast Cure Wounds on myself real quick.
Okay.
Then I'll turn and strike the wall.
So Jotun goes up and takes a swing and hits, and you see the wall shatter.
Okay.
And a huge boom goes blasting out. You're knocked 20 feet back. Roll 3d4 or 3d6.
What about Genji?
He didn't hit it.
11.
So you take 11 points of damage as you are blasted back from the magical energy ripping through, and you see this ginormous creature towering above you, almost statuesque, shaking its head, and it looks down at you. Mortals, what are mortals doing here?
We have freed you from the Everfrost.
And as you guys look out, you see that spring slowly starts returning to the area. Woo! Birds start chirping, and back behind you, you hear a bravo, bravo! What a fantastic show that was! Who else could have accomplished this but each and every one of you? Very good, very good. And you guys find yourselves back at Mithrindane, and you are in various states of undress, laying on the ground, and the original cups that you got the milk sap out of, the goblets are laying strewn at your feet. And you see everybody standing over you just kind of clapping and laughing as you guys have been victim of a pretty sick party game that the Fey creatures have invoked. And you see over the trees in the glade, the Warden of the Dawn reached down and says, I believe this belongs to you.
We got a dream fucking sequence.
Let's kill them all.
Oh!
Shit.
And Fenvis says, for being such good sports, allow me to bestow upon you treasures.
It's gonna be 12 new drinks, and I'm gonna be so mad about it. It's just filled with more bottles of bullshit. Oh, I'm gonna cry.
You're kidding!
What is it?
Wait,
What's in the box? What's in the box?
That's seriously what my character does. Looks at it and goes,
My lord, you shouldn't have. Lads, what's in the box?
Well, I think you will find that some of you may find these trinkets more enjoyable than others.
Where's my sugar?
Or butter and dildos.
Watch the camera.
Oh, yeah.
He might want to just come look.
Just come take a look. I don't think we can. We can't show it on stream. No, we can't show it on stream.
That's terrible.
But perhaps the piece of paper underneath them will guide you where you need to go.
It's a piece of map.
Oh my god.
We found it off the body of an adventurer who drank and imbibed too much.
Match this one.
Does not.
Off an adventurer who drank too much?
And you would assume, insight-wise, that somebody else tried to. They would drug them up as mortals come in, they drug him up and just get him messed up at a party
Yeah.
and start playing around with him. And so basically the last fight was you guys aimlessly walking about and then throwing ice at you while you were drunk and messed up.
It was the high school reunion of It's Always Sunny, where you just dancing really badly.
So there's the map.
Okay.
Hey, we do need to take a picture of that and send it to Alec.
Okay.
Why? We can do it because it's fun.
Sure.
Oh, what's in the...
We don't want to put it on stream.
Sure.
Yeah, for those of you that are a part of our Patreon with the After Dark access, we'll post this picture.
Yeah, Genji will see it too. Here.
That's so
tremendous.
awesome.
And Finbus
Don't
says,
encourage him. It's not awesome. It's absurd.
Our reactions only fueled him, really.
and so Finbus looks out and says, to show that I am not a good sport, I invite you to my private chambers to speak with my oracle.
I see.
Oh.
And so you guys are marched up into Mithrindane, and you see everything looks to be made out of trees.
Zenfist
kind
pops. That's what Genji called him.
So you guys go and you're escorted through the city. And Eladrin haven't really seen people make it through this. Typically they get killed because everybody plays a little bit too rough here, and people get a little bit too sauced up on the milk sap. And so you guys, as you're pushing forward, see all these little kids poking their eyes out and looking at you through windows as you go by. People have entered the streets lining the way, and they're looking at you. You're brought into a circle that casts some type of a levitation spell on you, and you elevate up to the top of the tree stack.
Whoa.
And land on a platform up there, and you see an individual that is sitting cross-legged on a backless chair that looks somewhat like a throne, but less assuming. So it's not to do power, but it's a focal center site or a center point up there. And you can hear the kind of chantings, almost like Zen meditation chants, coming from him as you guys approach.
So we're all walking up to the oracle?
Is what the treasure was.
Okay. I'll go first. I'll walk up first.
Okay.
And we're all present.
I'm just gonna share it so you
It's not Dala and Genji are with us as well.
Yes.
You just can't ask anything. It's hilarious.
Ooh, it actually really works well.
Did he send you a question too?
Anyway,
Wait.
He can't talk, so if he has a question for the oracle, he can't get an answer.
Oh.
so they call you up first. Valka, do you have a question for the oracle?
Do I ask it for everyone?
It's up to you.
Are we all clustered in front of?
You guys, imagine a large disc that it's almost like the tree trunk continued to grow up past the top of the foliage instead of petering out, and then somebody level cut it. And so it's the bush of the tree coming out with a flat surface on top that, as you guys look out, you can almost see the other seasonal areas across the Feywild represented in kind of the way the hues are in the distance. And you were standing at the pinnacle of the autumnal area.
So unless we specifically tell you that we want to whisper it, it's going to be per grow. Okay.
I'll look around in all their faces and I see true friends. I spent a lot of time, and even though I'm still super selfish or whatever, I'll just kind of make the decision okay, I'm gonna say this out loud. So I'm not gonna whisper.
Okay.
I'm gonna say, "Oh Oracle, I feel as if I have gotten off path. While I now love and respect this group of travelers I am with, I feel I have lost my way and searching for my revenge in my dear boss and friend Nastro's death. How can I right myself in these tumultuous seas?
And the oracle ponders for a second and says, in the stream of life, you start out as a very small and fragile little trickle. And very soon the energy of youth takes you as you crash against your entire environment and begin to collect experience. But the thrashing about while gaining you mass and gaining you direction tires you out. And so in the middle of life, you see that the river goes broad and the river goes wide, but it is not as energetic as it once was. You enter this phase now. Soon, relatively speaking, mortal, you will approach the ocean, which is a part that is more greater than yourself that eventually all mortals join. Don't let the mass and the collection of your experiences take away the power of the babbling brook, for that is what cuts canyons. Look to the collection of the stream. That is where you will find your answer.
Okay.
Yours.
I'll just like back.
Can we have that for the after show?
Yeah. After dark.
Yeah.
I'll just back
Jenny
out.
wants to make sure everything. She's like, you're bringing this home.
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
It is ridiculous.
Funny story, I'll tell you guys off stream. So then, Bronson, would you like to pose a question to the oracle?
He hand springs over. So Bronson will low bones Valkyr as he goes by, give him the knuckles as he goes past. He goes, "That was a good question, mate. That was a good one." And so he'll go to the oracle and sit across from him, kind of sit like this and take posture similar to his. You go, mine's along the same lines. I want to know, we've all come a long way and we've all been dealing with lofty and heavy problems. It seems we've been looped up in this mission given to us by an elder dragon, the name is Zira, and we're investigating the Atropal and the source of this sickness that's been plaguing the land, and as far as we know, the whole planet. I want to know the role that my uncle and the Seven Sons play in smuggling the goods associated with the Jade Syndicate, and how they relate, and my tie-ins to my family's business associated with these sadistic fucks that worship this demon baby.
Bronson, that seemed to be a very heavy question and very loaded. I didn't know you had so much inside of you.
Wait, is that what's his name from behind?
Zinfis is saying that behind you, giggling, and the oracle ponders.
So he'll look over his shoulder and actually take that into account and kind of go, I want to know how my uncle's tied in with the Jade Syndicate.
And so you see the monk start to, and you start to see water droplets extract out from the wood plank that you guys, or the wooden disc that you're standing on, and they start spinning together faster and faster until you see a form. And it is a large, broad individual with very splendid armor on and a long cape with a hood drawn up over its head. And it's walking up, and you see it flanked on either side by individuals wearing gis with emerald or jade green belts tied closing the geese.
Mm-hmm.
And it is clearly not from Kazakura or Karatur.
Interesting.
Not at all. But has more of what you would expect in the western side of Faerun. The most ornate armor that you've ever seen. Jewels all over it, but covered. And it almost strikes you as to why would you have that many jewels if you're concealing yourself.
Right.
You see him make a contact, and you see your uncle knelt down in front of him,
Okay.
and you see, which you recognize as kind of the handler for the Seven Sons, that was your boss's boss.
Okay.
They initially linked you guys up. And you see the two of them kneeling down in front of him, and he looks over and says, "The name of the ship is Moru." And your uncle shakes his head, and right, Moru, okay, I got that. And then he looks over to the Seven Sons boss and says, "The boy with the lute is not to be harmed." And they say, "Certainly, my lord." And it cuts out, and then you see the water starts spinning around again and materializes up, and you see your uncle talking, and he says, "Right, so the name of the boat is the Moru. You need to get those tusk putts put together and prove yourselves not piss pots, and get out there and get that the jewels chest that's down in the bottom. You got to bring that out." And as you see walking forward, she slowly shakes her head, and Alana says, "All right, I'll do it,"
Whoa.
and turns around and walks out.
Okay. What the fuck? Hardcore.
Yo, oh,
So
sorry.
Bronson goes, "Well, that's a mind fuck, thank you, sir." And
Just
gets
what
up.
I needed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, that's awesome.
Jotun, perhaps you would like to be buttered before you move forth for your question?
I'm quite lubricated, but thank you for concerning yourself with my
Certainly.
butter.
Viscosity.
State of moisture.
I would like to ask a personal question, so perhaps I could have a personal answer. So do you want me to message you?
Yeah.
Okay.
And so Jotun
Oh.
tromps forward, and you see him not in a submissive way or anything, but kind of collect his cloak in one hand and bows down to whisper towards the oracle. And you see the oracle ponder, and then he kind of sits up a little bit taller, and you see him whisper out, and you see Jotun turn around with a very satisfied, self-assured look as he turns around and walks off and comes back to join you guys.
Huh.
And Glasmaline, should you like to be buttered before your conversation with the Oracle?
I'm worried about my cholesterol levels, to be honest with you. I eat a lot of fish, and it's high in the eggs, so. But thank you.
They say milk does a body good, but girl, how much milk have you been drinking?
You hear me giggle a little.
God damn it. That's amazing.
To be honest with you, Lord, the pursuits of the physicality don't really interest me. It's the mind that I like to fuck.
My name is now mine. And you see clap, Mordecai, make a note. I am now known as Zenfis the Mind.
That's amazing.
Glass chuckles under her breath. Oh, you're quite entertaining. Great Oracle, my question's fairly simple. Was there alive?
And you see him start to chant again. And you see a morning over a meadowscape. And this all kind of encompasses all of your vision. You see dew on grass. You see and can hear the trickle of a spring in the background. Wind blows, and it's almost as if somebody was blowing across an oil painting as all the colors kind of bleed together and come up. You see clouds start to bubble and form. You become part of the cloud, and you look down and see the ground, and you start feeling the release like you're on a roller coaster that's finally crested the hill, and you start rushing towards the ground and hit, and you see a collection of all those that have been near and dear to you, all of you that have been brought together, folks from your past, and you see a collection of faces that you don't recognize, presumably those that you have yet to meet. All of it ends up emptying out into this great ocean. And you see everybody that you've ever known, every activity that you've ever taken part in, and even the stories of those folks like your parents and family members and friends, both for good and for ill, all collecting into this giant ocean. And the monk looks down and says, "It is not on us what is live and what is dead. We all just are. Time is where you will need to focus and where you need to go." And he reaches out and hits Zendala's orb, the fey crystal that's in there. And he says, "See, child." And you know, because she had been whispering in your ear, Bronson, that she was going to ask how to be precise on moving back. And even before she's doing that, she's preempted and picks that up. So Zira is both alive and dead. It's just a matter of when.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that's an answer.
It is a answer.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's something.
Thank you, Oracle. That gives me a lot to think of.
And Zenphis looks over and says, "Yes, and finally Genji, a man of few words. What question have you for the Oracle?"
He could write it down. This question.
Can you
Did he give you a question? Oh, so he'll write it down.
Yeah, get out of the pen and paper for him.
And he'll write it down and hand it to...
So-
on the back of my journal, I'll tear a page.
Zira just does message to him,
Okay.
and he speaks to her,
Zendala.
Zendala, sorry. And Zendala walks up and whispers the question into the ear of the Oracle.
Are you the Oracle?
And, "Hello, how are you?" And the Oracle says, "I am fine." And you see flame start to tilt-a-whirl and almost spin into a disc, into a disc, into a disc. And you see Genji look over at it, and he walks and dives through it, and you see a skull with a river running past it, a giant skull made out of stone, and it closes behind him.
Is it the same thing we saw when what's his butt popped through?
Give me an intelligence check.
Okay. I want to assist you.
About we gonna talk like? Oh, remember there was.
I'm gonna...
We to talk through like what was that?
What we saw. I'm gonna
Yeah,
double
that's right.
check.
Okay. Mine. I think it's
I was liking this two-headed giant thing.
plus like 14.
So, it looks similar to what you guys had seen before.
The guy walking to...
Yeah, Hanzo.
Hanzo.
Hanzo here. And just Glaz drops to her knees and cries out, Genji! And just breaks down. It's like, you hear through her sobs, like, we're going to help you. We're friends.
And then they start hearing a lute play, and I'll start trying to, like, right then just start stringing something together, like, for he was a samurai of no fear. And then I'll, like, try and, like, put together, because I'm sad, you know.
Who took a giant's club in the rear?
He once was fighting a shark with a knife as his friend Bronson hid in the light.
Fair.
Hid for his life.
Hid for his life, yes.
So you guys are then marched forward, and in this complex, the giant ice glacial wall that was there, you had seen be like the morning door, and you can see the doors to the different seasons represented up there, and painted into the ground are circles on this giant wooden disc that you're standing on. And Zinfis says, so the question then falls to each and every one of you, when and how shall you return to your home? And Chaz goes, wait a goddamn minute. Do I only get half a question because I'm so fucking small? Do I get a question? Yes, little one, please come forth. And Chaz says, very simple. Apparently I had brought these folks here before, and we apparently they encountered us before. How am I able to come back and forth? And you see the Oracle stands up, walks over to him, and he goes, and then tugs down on his earlobe. And you see Chaz start choking and coughing, and then spits up, and it's a little bit of excess of the milk sap that makes a little puddle on the ground. And he goes, oh, God, that's disgusting. And you see him start to move his hands around, and very lightly you can start to see the circles light a bit. Well, I'm going to have to practice this, absolutely.
Weird.
You can use it.
You're a wizard, Chaz.
So I asked the
Welcome to
question
the
of
club.
when and where. We need to confer for just a moment. But, so when we woke up, when we were brought forth, are we long rested? Like, because we were in dream state? Or, like, are we in the condition that we were when we
You were
last-
still taking the pain from them hitting you
It
with
all
ice
really happened.
cubes
It all-
and
okay.
stuff.
Alright.
State of mind in.
So my thought then is, let's rest up and go back moments before we left, and or maybe as soon as we disappear, we appear right after, and let's kill that fucking dragon and save Hugh.
Yeah. I like this idea.
So, where? In the exact same spot, or lying in wait?
So let's
And that's where we'll end tonight.
that's great.
Give you guys a chance to talk.
So, but what we do is draw a diagram of the combat as it happened, and we appear in combat positions behind the dragon, outside of the stones where we got fire breath, just everywhere to wail on him from behind.
Yeah.
Picking up where his hit points were before and all of that. Right when he fire breathed and Q was down, we should all be behind him, all geared up to the tits and ready to crush him.
I like it.
With fucking napalm.
Yeah, the thing that we'll have to talk through and also watch the fight to see was Hugh.
Doesn't matter.
Was Hugh? Because I can't remember if we got death hits in on Hugh or not. Like, do we need to come in a couple seconds before so we can save Hugh, or like
Sure.
do we have time to get to him? Because
Yeah, that's all what we have to work out, for sure.
All right, kids.
So,
Nice. This was
quick,
amazing.
quick recap as to what happened tonight. So we had the group completed their trials, returned the reagents back, had fun in a buttery orgy pit.
Yes.
Loved every moment in the Feywild. Thought this was the greatest thing in the world.
getting a belt of Pill Giant strength out of it,
Yeah.
hashtag worth it.
Oh, who needs that, bro? what it is. I don't think I'm that strong. Oh,
What are you
choking on some spam.
over here?
as English people are known to say, you know, and they're on the streets, I'm choking on some spam. They say.
Garden jelly and crackers.
Why hadn't that been Valkyr's voice the whole time?
That's
We
why I
finally
make fun of
discovered-
Bronson voice.
Yeah. So that happened.
Apparently.
So then the group found out the direction they needed to go, got their Ward of Everfrost made for them, which they were playing with and jiggling around the entire evening, and finally made it up there, had some combat, people got crushed, some pretty badass X-Men style moves as we're doing combos and going crazy. Ended up taking place, and then we got to learn about what the future may hold for everyone.
Boy, you let those pigeons out. Oh, you
Oh God, I'm sorry. Congrats to Crazy Horse on winning.
Yeah.
We'll get you that out, and thank you guys very much for tuning in, and see you guys next round.